Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday. If it's Saturday night at 7 p.m., this is where you want to be for classic gaming goodness. We're getting ready for the finale of Game Dev Tycoon, which is happening tonight. Also take a drink of cider. Not that I'm feeling sick or anything, but as I came on, I realized, wait a second, that went really high when I said good evening to everybody. But I said, let me just get some drinkage going on, as I always do. You have to have a good hydration going on for the show. We're going to be completing Game Dev Tycoon tonight. We did this a couple of weeks ago. Link down below when we edit will be the past parts we had. We finished the game, but we have a little bit of unfinished business to take care of, because there's one other mode we didn't look at. That was the pirate mode. It's not going to be long, admittingly, because it's really, really hard for reasons I'll get into in just a second. And I said, you know, because of that, and since I'm going to deliberately limit how long we run for that, basically until I either get a game over or get to the point in the game where you get an achievement for getting far enough within that, I said, you know what, let's make this a little bit of a showcase, sort of other stuff, particularly other Konami collections, because over the past couple of weeks, and about a month now for one of them, we had the release of a couple of Konami collections of classic gaming, including Felix the Cat, which came out in March of this year. I have my physical copy from Limited Run about a few weeks ago. So let's show this off of the Felix the Cat game from Game Boy and NES. And of course, Konami did really well as far as giving us the Castlevania Dominus collection, which collects all of the 3 Nintendo DS games of Castlevania, meaning this is our first look at DS officially on this program, and also a remake of Haunted Castle and the original game itself. It is M2 who did that, and we're going to have a lot to celebrate for that. It's also pointing out when it comes to the edit on the show. Also have timestamps down below as far as where everything is. But that's we're going to have a little bit of a nice relaxing time, one that actually, in all honesty, I'm kind of winging most of this in terms of my play, because I haven't touched Game Dev Tycoon since we finished it a couple weeks ago, but I know what we're doing based on what we played, and so we'll see how far do we get in pirate mode, which is the hard part of it, and then take a look at these other things. I'm also going to be switching audio stuff on the fly as I go, as far as my volume levels for the game. I have that all written down, and also name of game for the purpose of the Twitch site. But let's get ourselves started as far as Game Dev Tycoon. We're running the Switch version again. Came out in 2020 for that, and is a port of the 2012 PC game from Greenheart Games. They made a name for themselves on this one game, and they got their new game, Tavern Keeper, coming out on November 5th for the PC. It is a cool game as far as how it is, and we're going to take a look at one last mode for it, because I think it is worth going the whole way. Also because this was a viewer request, and I said, fine, we go all the way on viewer requests. So with that, as we load the game up, and it was Rarebite who was involved with the port to this console. Yeah, Tamsoft was the company we ran when we played the game fully, going through, but what we're going to do instead is we're going to start a new game. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll show the thing with the achievements later, because that's where I put the limitation. Alright, so welcome back to Game Dev Tycoon. This looks like part 1 and the preview program we did. Trying to build your company within 35 years. Okay, so yeah, you have to give your company a name. We'll do that in a second, but the first thing I want to do is I want to go over to my options. Because yeah, of game length, because you can do 30 years, 35, or 42. I'm going to see how 30 runs, but I'm turning this on. This is pirate mode. It causes, as you play, the case that your games will be reduced in sales because pirates will steal them, kind of like real life. You can do copyright protection, which goes back into the days of early PC gaming on stuff like Commodore 64 and regular PCs and Macintosh and things like that. But of course, fans will not like that, and you also have specific fan mail going on that are going to be telling some real-life stories of video gaming that actually I've never seen before. So it's going to be interesting to see how that goes. I'm basically going to go till I get a game over until I get out of the basement, because you get out of the basement in the first case as far as who we're going to play as, creating character. Let's go for something totally different. Let's take, you can also change your outfit. Let's have that nice case. Yeah, let's have the cool look this way, just as far as how that is. There is our nice PC with our desk and our pencil holder. You're going to also randomize. You know what? Fine, I'll tell you what to do. We're going to randomize it. And also, then I'll swap. You know what? Yeah, let's give a case as far as a female game developer, because there's a lot of good development as far as females in gaming, for sure. No question. But anyway, I'm going to say random. All right, there we go. So that's who we are, and that's the idea. So as far as the name of the company, actually, how much does this fit? I mean, fine. I guess we should probably name it after the show this time. Moonlit is another company that was Tamsoft. You know what? fine. I guess this is also going to be a fantasy case as far as if you really hate Konami. We're going to be Konami as far as how this is. And players just going to be, yeah, myself in this case, Captain D-Trag. So, fine. There we go. Although in that case, it's not something that I want to have that way. I want to put in a space. I want to go backwards and capitalize the D, because why not? Because they're separate words. There we go. Okay, so yeah, let's see how far Konami gets with copyright protection in piracy mode. So as I was pointing out, if we didn't already get this, or if I didn't already get this as far as this element, if you name your company after a real company and the game recognizes it, you get an achievement. And this game does have in-game achievements as well. Since you played the game before, you can use all the hints you previously gained. You'd like to import anything you had. You know, for the purpose of this, let's not do that. We saw the hints as we went along and also choose where is this going to be saved. Let's put this... trying to get a sense of like where I tested. I think this is where we did the preview part. Do you want to overwrite this? Because you only have 5 slots, and then also we'll put into the autosave. Let's put here. Okay, so we're in the basement, and there's our Not DeLorean. So now what we do is develop a new game. That's really the only thing you can do as far as how it is hitting the action button, or the action menu, I should say. Okay, so as far as name, you start with 2 development platforms, the G64 or the Commodore 64 or the PC. As far as what has the biggest market share, right now it's the Commodore. So we're going to take that and then pick topic. And they randomize what the topics are when you start. So in this case we have Thief, Vampire. Okay, Thief was one we didn't see as far as how it was. There's Wild West, there's Vampire, and then there's Business. But there's a microphone issue. Oh, thank you for letting me know, Dollyfin. I will check something with that. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Dollyfin, does it sound any better? If it doesn't, let me know. I'll then plug in the old Samsung G-Track Pro for another run. So good to see you tonight. Thank you for letting me know, because yeah, I definitely could use this as far as earlier shows, but all right, well, we're going to see what's going on. Let me know if it sounds any better. Also, when I edit this, I will also edit that part of the show out, I guess, or at least the dead air. But anyway, let's take a look at this as far as business. I think I'll start there, and then we'll pick a genre, I guess a business simulation, because why not? Alrighty, and then we'll name our game later. We start text-based or graphics. I guess we'll start text. Why not? Yeah, because welcome to the show. We're doing our look at Game Dev Tycoon for the finale, and then we are going to be looking at some Konami collections. As I said, if this doesn't work out correctly or anything, or if there's issues on the microphone you're still not hearing, or there's something going off on it, I will pull out the Samsung G-Track Pro and I'll pull mic on it as we go, because, yeah, I'm going to have to do that with that mic, and I have to use it next week anyway. Anyway, let's see what we got on business simulation. Okay, so I think, since I turned off hints, since I do have pirate mode running, that's what we got here. Still skipping. Okay, then drastic time call for drastic measures. I will be right back. Actually, this is new mic tech, so yeah, I don't know what that's going, but all right, I'll be right back. All right, so yeah, this is familiar as far as the good old Samsung G-Track Pro. Let's see what I got here. Also, WiseWire Wireless ME on still. Let me unplug this. Or wait, did I have it unplugged? Fine, I will have unplugged now. Okay, so yeah, I definitely need new mic equipment pretty much immediately. Even the one that Inherit Knock gave me is not working correctly. Sorry, Inherit Knock, I tried. I got some good shows out of it, admittedly less than the Samsung G-Track Pro. But all right, there we go. Okay, we always improv on the show, as I always say. But thank you for letting me know, Dollyfin, for sure, because yeah, I'm not gonna know when it comes on the other end. I wish I could. Maybe I should just get some other aspects as far as being able to make that happen. Also, let me just check one other thing, which is... Yeah, it's off. Okay. All right, that should be good. Yeah, let me know if that doesn't go, and if it really gets bad enough, I'll restart the stream and... or I'll stop the stream briefly and I'll restart it. But thank you again as far as that. Yeah, we're making a business simulation. I gotta think about what I want to put into this. I think an engine might be, because I turned off hints for this, for pirate mode, for the look at this. Okay, so there's that. Let's put some quests, and we'll get a little gameplay going. Because I gotta allocate our resources as far as what that is. Also, let me hide this off as far as my view on my OBS. Okay, I think we're set as far as it's so good to hear that. But as I said, I'll have to feasibly find something on the tech for this. But all right, thank you very much for that. Okay, so for our business simulation, what should we have going? I think AI is going to be important to simulate the idea of how the business is running, and I guess dialogue is probably going to be our next best bet. Okay, so yeah, in development stage 3, let's see, we got world design, graphics, sound. I don't think graphics are important for a business case. This needs to be charts and shit. Sound as far as certain things, and I guess the world, and then text and basic sounds is that we're running. I mean, right now I'm not getting any indication that there's anything wrong with the audio, so I'm going to assume it's fine for the time being. And I got to figure what a name on this thing is. There's a new topic, new combo. One thing is that I turn hints off, but do you unlock hints for even when you have them off? I would think you do. Right, fine. I got to come with a better name because otherwise I'm going to complain about that. So, let's see. And yeah, since I got the new mic, I'll find the old mic as fine. My new old mic, I'm going to have to pull cable every so often. In fact, I will do that now. And come up with a name. So let's see what we want to put as far as this. Let's see. So it's something business. Is that, gotta think what I want to call this. Change suggestions. We're making a business simulation, so I guess it should be, you know what, I'll tell you what it is. Since it was the 80s, and as far as when this is set, let's make a license. Let's start with a licensed game, why not? Let's make Wall Street the game. Based on, fine, I guess Wall Street itself, but also the movie from Oliver Stone. Good old Gordon Gekko saying greed, for lack of a better word, is good. Okay, so let's see how Wall Street the game is, and also see if people are going to be stealing our material for this. Our first reviews for Wall Street the game came in. I don't know what I was doing on this, so it's kind of a case of just shooting blindly in the wind. Let's see. 4 out of 10, it's okay. 4 out of 10, it's meh. Fine, it is a business simulation. Maybe they're not liking that. 4 out of 10, inspiring. We do have to start somewhere. Alright, 4 across the board, so not great, but still decent for the time being. Yeah, Konami, newcomer in the game industry. Yeah, they had a lot of licensed games, but this was not one of them. As far as the games they made. There's a game based on Platoon, speaking of Oliver Stone movies turned into games, shockingly. Mars bunch of viewers, and we're curious what they can deliver in the future. There you go, so we're starting to sell. Also, one thing I don't think I showed is that you can basically hit the ZR button in this version and pull a game report up or get it to instantly start running, which I did not do before. But in the first week, it sold about 1,000 units. But your game sales being reduced in pirate mode and survival is unlikely, so once you create an engine, you can counter-effect this by researching copyright protection within it and integrating it into your games. It decreases the effect of piracy on your sales, but it also upsets your fans, and it's fast-moving, and if you don't stay up to date, it becomes less effective over time. You'll get your game reports, you see the piracy effects and the state of your protection. But yeah, I gotta make an engine then. So what do they say? Okay, so business simulation is a great combination. And graphics are very important. Okay, so the charts do reflect that. Also, 69% of players pirated this. Okay, fine. I said greed is good, so in that case, fine. They're taking that literally. Yeah, feel free to let me know, chat, if the tech is still going off. Actually, wait a minute. I had the mic actually set really high, so actually, let me turn that down. That was a problem. So yeah, this is going to be interesting to edit. Or depending on how it is, I might feasibly, I hate to do this, toss some of it out and maybe record extra stuff off screen where I know it'll be okay, and then just go instantly and buy a microphone. A better one. I feasibly can't wait for this. But the Commodore 64 is outselling the PC. They like the lower price, great availability, and flexible hardware configuration. Thing to mention as far as the Commodore is that back then you could feasibly copy games and, you know, just trade them with other people that way. So in that case, it's probably the right way to go, but I do want to see about... I do need to get engines, but I also need to start making games. In fact, you know what, I'll make another game, I'll tell you what I'll do. I will set up... Actually, I'm going to try and actually unlock an achievement now. I think that might be the way to go as far as this. Alright, so let's give a shot as far as it. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a game, assuming I have a good topic for this. Actually, well, I don't really. Okay, so yeah, actually, I don't really have a topic for this. I was going to say, I'm going to do an achievement there for an Easter egg. It shows a picture of Pong over there. if you make Pong or any game that there's something and you name it for specifically what it's called in real life, you get an achievement for that. But I do not have a game case as far as that. So in that case, I can't really do that. But then again, I can also try seeing what happens now when I get... Fine, just name it something else, but they'll probably ask, like, why is a vampire game called Pong? Fine, you know, let's not do that. Let's just pick another topic. Let's go to the West. Why not? Okay, so next we'll take a look at... Fine, let's get a Wild West adventure. We'll... let's put on PC. Maybe on PC it'll be less likely to get pirated. And we'll figure on the Wild West case. That being said, we're going to start with a graphic engine. But yeah, look at that. I already am running into the red. And because I have so little money, that's going to be a problem. So I got to get gameplay going on here. My engine maybe is not going to be as important. We'll do story quests, we'll do gameplay. Yeah, fine, I'm already in the red after only a few minutes. So actually, in this case, that's not going to be a good case. Like I said, the level design might be okay as far as that. I think that actually is probably going to be good. I just have to get a sense of what it is. Actually, fine. I think we don't have any fans because nobody is buying the game, it seems like. We're not realizing what the audio is. Yeah, but when you're in the red, you can overdraw up to $50,000, but if you get below that, you go bankrupt. But I'm already going low on it, so actually it might not last long. I know this is supposed to be hard, so I'm not expecting a success on this. I said, let's just see what it is, just to show off the full aspect of this game, and even then it's already being plagued with technical problems. But Nintendo's coming into the case. In Invento, they said they made the game Dinky King, which is not Donkey Kong, and they're going to see that what's going to go on with gaming consoles. It's ignoring the game crash of 1983, as we said before when we played this. And it's completely blackballing Atari. Oh, fine. Okay, it's not in the sense there's a picture of Pong over there, so in that case it isn't, but... Yeah, honestly, our artistry and stuff is not that high, so this might not be good. So as far as the Wild West is concerned, let's get a sense of it. Fine, I'll keep on the licensed case. One of my favorite Western things of all time is Deadwood, which is the HBO series from the 2000s. I adore that show. But fine, we'll get Deadwood the game, so fine. They never made a game based on this, but we're going back into the PC days and we're gonna make it. Just see what happens. Alright, so let's see how Deadwood is. Yeah, I'm already out, not much money. Oh, this is not gonna be well reviewed, I don't think. 3, yeah, you can kind of tell when it goes through the numbers. 3, it's disappointing. 2 out of 10, it's bad. And 2 out of 10, it's boring. So fine, one thing I want to see is fine, because they're going to be stealing my game. I need a game report now just to see what's going on, because otherwise I'm going to be completely done for. Yeah, I told you this was going to get hard. Alright, 666 sales. Okay, there you go. That's probably a bad sign. Okay, Wild West Adventure is not a good combination. Okay, and AI is not that important. Also, 80% of players are pirating this. So yeah, I can't get the case of getting a... What is it? A new, I guess an engine case. Fine, yeah, because you basically have to play till you get enough research points to get to an engine, but I don't have anything to run an engine with. Alright, so fine, I think we need to make something completely on the cheap. So fine, let's make a vampire... Actually, no, let's make a thief game. We haven't made one of those. So, let's make... Let's make a thief RPG, see what that's going to be like. Let's run on PC because we need it to be as cheap as possible. We'll keep it with graphics that way, but yeah, I'm already going to run out of money. Probably when I get to this point. I do want gameplay indicated... Stories, whatever, and then engine's gonna be whatever. I think that should be okay. Alright, I'm making some money on this, but not enough. Yeah, you really are kind of... Okay, I'm done. but you can also agree to take some more money, and then if you pay it out in a year's time with a hit, you'll be okay. Well, let's give it a shot. Just to see what it's much better. Thank you, Dollyfin, appreciate it. So yeah, yeah, note to self, going to Best Buy, buying or anywhere, gonna get the best mic my money can buy tomorrow. So yeah, no waiting. So unfortunately the wireless ME went bad. It's old Samsung G-Track Pro tonight. So yeah, this is gonna be the swan song of this one. And for next week's show, I'm gonna need this because I have guests on the show. So yeah, I don't know why the other one went bad, and I haven't used it that much. So it's one of those things I'm almost wondering, maybe there's something wrong with my laptop. I did audio checks before the show. Everything was fine when I tested it. So I don't know why it's doing this now. But anyway, let's see. As far as our Thief RPG, we do want level design, I guess AI, so we can stay away from guards. Alright, so yeah, I only sold 4,000 units, and since most of it was pirated, I think they'll be set. But yeah, I do want world design. We'll have basic sounds, 2D graphics that way, and sound. There we go. Again, thank you all for letting me know, Dollyfin, as far as this, because yeah, I don't know why that happens. And sometimes that goes when it goes to a live Let's Play, or maybe my tech isn't strong enough. Maybe I gotta get an even more powerful PC or something than even I run already. I'll have to figure that, but that'll go down the road. And just to let you know, I won't necessarily cancel shows just because of this, but it's also something that, since I know this is a case of it, I need to make sure that the tech is in line. I can't, afford not to. Also, I'll be curious then, now that I know this, to see what it looks like on the playback. Maybe my connection too. Alright, well, either way, I'll find out on the connection. If you're saying it sounded bad, I'm going to take a word for that. And see, this is actually what never happens. I usually have never gotten a question saying, hey, the audio is dead. It works great on a new device I'm trying. Okay, I don't know, I don't know if it's a device case or not. I mean, because even when I've said, hey, I had problems when I looked over the playback, I realized, wait a sec, that was it was not dependent on the device. But yeah, either way, thank you for letting me know, so at least I can troubleshoot it live on the program. I think it's fair enough as far as the Game Dev Tycoon method, as far as the Thief. Fine, we're going to keep on the licensed case, because there's a licensed game we can play based on this franchise. And actually, there's going to be a reason I'm going to bring this up tonight. Lupin the Third, if you're familiar with the manga series, and then the anime that came later, and the movie The Castle of Cagliostro, which was the first feature, I believe, from Hayao Miyazaki. We're going to make the Lupin the Third game. There's also a game, yes! Okay, so Dollyfin, I'm getting you on that one specifically, so fine. Wall Street and Deadwood, maybe not getting your fire going, but there is a game based on this, unlike Deadwood and Wall Street. There's a game, fun. Yeah, there's a game on PlayStation 2 that is, God, what's the name of the game on the PS2? I played it. I should remember what it is. It is, I think it's Lupin the Third, Treasure of the Sorcerer King. I believe it was by Bandai who published it. As far as who developed it, I don't remember off the top of my head. I did play it. It does have the voice cast from the dub of the show from the 2000s. So it is Tony Oliver as Lupin. It is the guy whose name I'm blanking on, who's been in, like, everything. Oh, God, what's his name? Why am I forgetting his name? He was Jigen on that show. Chad, if you remember who voiced Lupin the Third on that show, I'm going to kick myself if I don't remember. And actually, wait a minute. Didn't I take his note? Maybe I took his note down for a play we did. Richard Epcar. I didn't take the note down. I just remembered off the top. I just didn't think about it. Yeah, Richard Epcar. So Richard Epcar's in that game as well. As far as it's interesting as far as how it is. It's not that great of a stealth game because they do go stealth, which makes sense in that franchise. But it's not Metal Gear Solid. It's not Splinter Cell. It's not other cases of stealth. It's not even Thief, I would say, as far as the Thief franchise. But it is interesting, and I feasibly would not get content striked on stuff with that music, which I don't think I would. But either way, let's see how Lupin's game goes. And I have to pay back the loan, by the way, in a year, otherwise, we're done. So the TS has been released. Before we do that, one thing we have to research right away, we're searching game engine, and I'm going to put in copy protection immediately. So yeah, do people like Lupin the Third? Yeah, comparatively to the other stuff, yes they do. Good game. Yeah, nice experience, okay. 7 out of 10. RPG games work well on PC. Wait, did I make an RPG? Okay, I guess I did. I forgot I made an RPG, but alright, fine. Thief and RPG, so it's Lupin the Third and it turns into an RPG. The other games based on that franchise we didn't get. There's one actually by Sega, which is a mixture of a light gun game and a driving game. It actually is a co-op experience for that. The closest equivalent we got here was the game based on Starsky and Hutch, which is on PlayStation 2 and Xbox, which is definitely an interesting one. But all right, there we go. So that'll have that going. Let me also see on my... Oh, wait, I have... Yeah, I have Game Report running. Okay, woo. To save floating pirate mode, by the way, you can sell part of your company to a third party to receive a cash boost. But shareholders may get a small dividend on any payments you make, or get a small dividend payment anytime you get a profit. Okay. They grow larger the more shares you sold, and while they may be significant, they add up to lost profit over time. There's also an option to buy back shares regularly, but shareholders only offer buyback options for a hefty price. Okay. And as they said earlier in the game, they said, hey, these are based on real events. I've never seen any of these before, so I'm going to see what these are. We believe in your company business portfolio. I like to acquire shares in Konami, not that one. We'll show the actual one. This is basically the what happened if Konami failed, or for that matter, what would happen if Konami completely went out of business, which people feasibly wanted them to go out of business for the past 10 years, given the horrific way they treat their workers and the horrific way that they treated Hideo Kojima. Kojima in particular, and you could argue, and I think maybe there's a point to this, that they made that Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1 bad because they hate him so much, as far as that public divorce that happened, really. Even to the point where they said, they all but announced that they're doing the next one, the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 2, which has been data mined from that original game anyway, but they said, you know what, they didn't exactly announce it, but they said, when we make this, don't expect this for a while, because we don't want to repeat what we did. It's like, okay, good, you're learning from your mistake. Like Nintendo, who is unfortunately gonna be suing the people who made Power World. They're trying to say they violated a patent case, and apparently they crafted their lawsuit very specifically, so a lot of legal experts are looking at that and saying they're probably going to win this. Which, given how Pokemon Generation 9 turned out, I really hope they don't, because I'm afraid that's going to give them an inflated sense of justification for how they handled that. And if that happens for Gen 10, like, fine. I'm not buying Gen 10 when it comes out for that very reason, just because I'm not going to trust them until I hear it's decent. But I kind of want them to lose it just so that at least maybe they can be humbled, but I don't know. We'll see, because they can't go on copyright infringement on Power World. We said that in one of the Pokemon Violet parts. But yeah, we'll see how this goes, because they're saying, hey, the patent they had apparently on the Pokeball mechanic? Yeah, because there's the Power Ball that Power World has. Because we talked about how that went. The game itself, they can't possibly say, oh, this is ripping off Pokemon, because it's kind of a mixture of like a survival game, like a Minecraft, a little Pokemon, but a lot of other things too, so it's not exactly, oh, it's the same game. It's not like that literal ripoff of The Last of Us that was on Switch, whose name escapes me at the moment, where that was so much copyright violation. I was like, okay, you look at that, like, that was obvious. But this case, it's not really. It's like, okay, so for this, sign over 20% of your business and you get $129,000 in cash immediately, and you can also take $185,000 in cash for 30% of the business. I'm gonna take my, well, here's the thing. If I do sell, I'll be able to pay off my loan, but I also want to see, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna decline it for now. We so successfully now have 6 fans. Okay, not much, but you're starting as far as what that is, and now you have contract work. We need money, run contracts. Well, we'll see on that, as well as the research I need on custom engine, which is right there. Yeah, research custom engine, and got copyright protection as a research option, which I do have to. Oh, okay. Maybe I should have sold my company, because I don't have an option to, you know, get copyright protection running. Okay, so, yeah, I gotta figure what I'm gonna do about this. And since I'm lonesome on this one as far as my team, I don't have any more, or any other help. I gotta do a contract to make some money. Not that I'm gonna be able to, uh-oh. It needs to be at least 30% cheaper, so I pirated it. Nathan. So, okay, this, if nothing else, that maybe suggests that the idea of, selling the company for 30% of, profit was actually a scam. So Nathan says, or is suggesting. So, okay, that's an interesting attention to detail. So we'll see how it goes, and how far I get. But I do need to make a game, and I also need to get... Alright, thank you. Got word from the client that the contract is completed successfully. Check back every 6 months. I'll have new ones. Yeah, I gotta think about what I want to do on this. Because, yeah, I need the copyright protection. I don't have enough money as far as justifying that. So I think I gotta make another game. Yeah, because I have to put that into engine, and I have to pay money to put it into engine. So I need a hit. So, alright, we gotta think of a hit. As far as what we did everything in genre except for, actually, wait, did I do a game report on that thing? Hang on. No, I didn't. Fine, let me run one of those just to see what's going on, and I'll get a sense of what our game history is looking like. Alright, now off the market, it sold $17,000 worth in sales, which is decent, but I do need to start developing something. Okay, so what do they say? Thief and RPG is a great combination. Sound's not that important. Also, yeah, it's getting worse. Okay, so fine. More and more people are pirating the game, so I can't really do anything about this until I make a new game that I can get enough money off of. Or say screw it and run contract work, which I guess I could do that. Fine, let's try that. See if I can get enough contract work going so I can pay for that right away. I also am running on time limit here, and if I don't do that in time... Did I do it in time? No, I didn't. I had to pay a penalty. So yeah, in that case, it's also a risk. Yeah, I might be done with this really quickly. Not that, as I said, I'm not... I wasn't expecting that. Alright, as far as Vampire action, we'll run it on... Yeah, like hell I can afford a license cost on that. We're just running cheap completely. I'll run a graphics still. But I'm still in the red, so yeah, I'm not gonna get out of this alive. I know I'm not gonna get out of this alive. And they said this part of it is hard, so if nothing else, I just want to show how hard is it really? And the answer is, yeah, really hard. In this case, they expect you to be ready and quick as far as what you're doing. As far as this, we do want that set. I don't think AI is gonna be much of a thing. Fine, I'll put no AI into this game. Alright, the NES just came out, or fine, the TES as it is. Well, the games come with a TS and playing with controller is more fun than a keyboard, but yeah, I can't afford running that console, so unfortunately, you're gonna have to take what you're given. And fine, I'll take the case of that, but fine, each dev cost as far as each stage of the development is costing me money, so yeah, in that case, I can't do much. Alright, we believe in your business portfolio and like to acquire shares. You know, at this point, I think I gotta take this, otherwise I'm gonna be out of the game. So you know what, I'll do that. Maybe it wasn't a scam. Basically, to give a sense of what pirate mode is, and I'm just discovering this myself now, well, I'm gonna come with a vampire game. I'm trying to think of something. Maybe I just make another licensed game. Fine, let's just do Dracula. Fine, you know what? I'll reference something else, so fine. If you're familiar with the TV show Rocko's Modern Life, I mentioned this so much, and Dolly Finn has also agreed to be in when we do the game based on the Super Nintendo, that being Spunky's Dangerous Day. Unless you want to control that, I'll take the bullet on that one because I know how that game plays, and people's like, that game brings back horrible memories. It's not that bad, but still something that... Yeah, it's like Lemmings a little bit. You have to kind of manage that specifically. I do know how to manage it, but it is slippery as hell with the controls. But it's still something that, fine, I probably would run it just anyway. And it's not bad. It's curious, and I love that show. That would be our justification to talk about it. But fine, the episode they go to the movie theater, that is, God, I don't remember it was the season finale of the first season. They go to the movie theater, they keep trying to go see movies. It's a fun show. Yeah, it definitely is, for sure, and a very funny show. They go to the movie theater as far as because they want to watch a movie. The only movie they're showing there is Lethal Odor 19, I think it is. So they pick to go see that, but weird enough, they keep going to other theaters. They find problems they keep running into, and they go through movie trailers as far as what they're seeing for different things. One of the ones is a takeoff on Dracula saying it's not new, it's not original, it isn't even very interesting. Popcorn Pandemonium, thank you, Dolly Finn. I knew she's fine. She's the fellow fan of that show. As far as what we talked about, she'd remember. Thank you. Why did I forget the name of that episode? That's the name of it. Yeah, it's not new. It's not original. It's not even very interesting. But it is coming this summer. Okay, Dracula, we found you now. Get ready to And they opened the coffin and said, Dracula, as you've never seen him before, dead. And I just look at the stake and it's like, our work here is finished. Yep. Get some bagels? All right. And then they close and they say, Dracula, it's been done. To death. Which is hilarious as far as the setup. Those are some pretty hilarious cases as far as movie trailer takes. But anyway, that's the name of the game. So we'll see how it goes. And new research as far as what it is, and since I did pay in what... Okay, remember, you gotta be bailed out, so 3 months, so I have to pay quite a lot. Let's see how everything... I gotta love Heifer Wolf, that's for sure. Actually, fine, there's one other thing we can feasibly show when it comes to that series. That would be a PC case. That's Nickelodeon 3D Movie Maker, which is on the PC, which does have the ability to make, like, your own little movies with Nickelodeon characters, and you can put voice samples that they give you in wave form to run it. Yeah, we'll definitely get to that, and Heifer's in that game for Super Nintendo, so we'll definitely show that. Actually, that game, weird enough, was made... I'll predate when we get to this game. It was made before the show aired. They were only working off of the pilot, but even then, the pilot was not... And they have a game based on the pilot episode. That was Trasho Madness, because if you ever saw that episode from Season 1, you realize, why do the visuals look so much different from every other episode of the season? That's why. But there are levels based... Fine, there's one level that's based on an episode of the show that never was made, and they don't even have either the theme songs for the show in it. Either the original one they did, or the one that the B-52s did for Season 2 and onwards. But either way, we can get to that when we play that game. Let's see, how do they like this one? Okay, it's decent, it's 6. So, fine, we never saw how that movie did as far as that show. And eventually, when they get to where they are, it's like, finally, our feature presentation. Fine, that show predicted cases where you go to the movies and it's like 20 minutes of trailers when you get there, the first case of it, or maybe even longer. But alright, fine, quirky but good. Like Rocko's Modern Life is a show. Shows potential, I like it, and focus on gameplay served well. Alright, fine. So that went decent. As far as our research... Fine. Wait. You know, let this sell. I'll tell you why. Because if I let this sell and run a game report on it, because since I got to pay back that loan, if I don't have enough, fine, it's selling well, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to run contract work while that goes. Something that I know I can get done in time. I think I do character design. That's going to be really easy. Just to get some money so I can buffer that so that when that loan amount comes out, I'll be able to then get the copyright protection and get that engine running. Okay, so Vampire Action's a great combination. Story and quests are not important for this type of game, so we say. Platform genre match, PC in action is good. Okay. Also, fine, less people want to pirate this, so that's a good thing. Maybe they like the satirical element saying, like, fine, we acknowledge that this is something that's old hat. Okay, so also, with a variety of game devices increasing, marketing more specialized games, some going with the younger gamers or the more mature age groups, meaning that eventually you'll get cases of being able to have ratings. Okay, so we got $12,000 transferred by finishing that, and we can get a target audience. Yeah, that's... Actually, no, that's not a... Wait, is that a rating? Fine, I don't care, I need to get... Fine, keep doing more of these so that when the time comes, when that money comes out... Let's do this because it's 5 weeks. When I have to pay the loan off, I'll then be able to get the copyright protection instantly. Because I just want to see how far can we take this. Following the success of the TES, the rumors that Vena, another Sega or another Japanese company to Sega, plan to release a home gaming console of their own. We'll get to that. Or fine, we'll get to the one that they acknowledge here. They don't acknowledge the SG-1000. They do acknowledge the Sega Master System. Oh, what happened? All right, okay, that, never mind. Which is what I was waiting on. I just didn't want to not have it. Otherwise, then they'd say, by the way, you're going to be screwed. Oh, I failed that contract, but fine, I have to pay a penalty. So fine, do I have enough money to get that researched? No, I don't. I need 40,000, so I gotta make a new game. Alright, so fine. As I'm realizing with pirate mode... Fine, how much, let me take a look at something. Okay, I need 50... Fine, that's fine. There's more than enough research points, but I do need a new development case. You know what? I want to try something. I'm going to research game dev, because it's fine. When we played in part 1 of the play of this, we did our main play of the game, we made Game Dev Tycoon in this. I want to see if we make it here, can I feasibly take it to a massive level? Okay, this is the Master V, so the Sega Master System, it does look like that, with the sequence diagram on the front, the pause button that's on the console itself, not on the controllers, and the D-pads that look, as far as the controllers that look really similar. So fine, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. Oh wait, I got a research question. Research a new topic. Oh. Yeah, they didn't show us that you researched a new topic. Okay, did they? When we played the game? Maybe not, but alright, fine. I want to try something then. I'm gonna make Game Dev Tycoon again, just to see if, now that since I know what goes well with it, since we made it the first time we played it, can this help us at this point? And it's also it's luck of the draw a little bit in the sense of what topics you get. But since I got this right away as an option, I want to see this. So fine, it's game dev, it's simulation, we know that's a great combination. I know that from the purpose of what we played, and I turned off hints, so it will not show us what that went with. Fine, my dev cause is PC. Although fine, okay, even if you turn off hints, it shows genre matches as far as it, regardless. Okay, so fine, let's make this again. We're on that. I'm overdrawn. You can be overdrawn a little bit and still be okay. If I can pull this one out, I don't think I need story quests on this one, so let's minimize that. The engine's gonna be important on this. I'm curious. I want to see if we can feasibly strike gold really early because of this. That, and also it'll feasibly let us, you know, maximize a little bit of time, because I don't want to necessarily just end Game Dev Tycoon early, as far as the case. Fine, because we'll look at other Konami stuff, which is why I named ourselves Konami. I said, okay, fine, I want to at least have something for this and not just rush through this. Fine. The circumstances of why I'm alone on this game, which I mentioned last month, I'm not going to go into them again, would suggest that maybe I want to get this game over and done with. To a certain extent, that's true, but to a certain extent, it's not true, because I said, fine, it's more about the focus on the game, really, which is like, that's why I'm doing this. The fact that I want to show this game off, and I think it's worth showing off the power mode to show what it's like. And I'm not going to let other aspects that came with this, as far as the personal drama that went with this, get in the way. Yeah, if you want to hear what it is and hear me completely and rightly speak completely without holding back, go back to part 2. The one we did a few weeks ago. Because I openly say it, and it's a case of that. Okay. Don't forget creating custom images. I'm trying. I just don't have the money. Prove your games a lot, which we'll do, but I just need to make sure that I can... Oh, so this, even without hints, they still tell you what's important. Okay, that's interesting. Well, let's see what we can make then. And I'm making it only on my own, so let's see. I just gotta make sure also that I don't get to 50,000, negative 50,000, because if I do, I go bankrupt. Actually, since I paid that loan off, can I feasibly get another one? I don't know. Let's see. I just want to see how long I can take this. Fine, here's Game Dev Tycoon. We made it again. If you do this, you get an achievement. I don't know how specifically you have to be in. They want to acquire shares already, but I already did this. So fine, you know what? I'm not going to do it. I'm going to see how Game Dev Tycoon does. Alright, the Master V has gotten that way. Here are the reviews. Let's see how it is, because it was well reviewed when we went through later, but that's also because we had a big team running it. And more than one person. You start in your basement with the DeLorean, so let's see how this goes. 8 out of 10. Okay, so not as great as before, but still well set. 8 out of 10. I played it for days. Very enjoyable. 8. Okay. So, yeah. Let's see how this went and see, does that help with sales? Also, why not? Let's do a game report. Let's see what this is and see also, can I get some sales in this? So it sells well for me to make some money. Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. I'm curious. First analysis of this is world design is not important for Game Dev Tycoon. Fine, so area design feasibly. Having genre match of PC simulation is great, and game dev and simulation is a great combination. That it is, no question. Also, okay, and so that's even worse as far as pirated. 9% of players pirated this game, as we're pointing out. We don't have the option or the element the Game Dev Tycoon itself has on PC, which is if you pirate the game is unbeatable. You cannot actually beat the game. There comes a point when you get there where you just start instantly losing money, and there's nothing you can do about it, and there's no way you can possibly get to the end. And they said, yeah, lots of pirating, no question. Yeah, you're on pirate mode, you're expecting pirating, no question. But the question is, yeah, can I survive this? Actually, wait a second. If I can overdraw... Alright, this is gonna be interesting. Oh, fine. If I overdraw well, okay, I can't... Oh, fine. I can't overdraw money from, for buying stuff. Let's put it that way. I can overdraw it for monthly costs. Okay, so that's good to know. Because I was saying I didn't want to do that. If I was able to do that, I didn't want to do it. But I'm still just barely hanging on. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting case of this. I mean, nothing else will get probably an hour, I think, probably out of this. Okay, Game Dev Tycoon is all off the market. Okay, that's not how it really went in real life. But still, it was a case that was able to get things going for it. So we'll see how this goes. We'll see where we go, and if I can get to the next area for this. And fine, we need to get some money running. Get some money running and run a game. But fine, you know what? I think I want to do contracts. You know what? I want to do every contract I can just to get some more money coming in. Commodore 64 is losing market share, which makes sense. That's how it went. It's higher priced. Oh, fine. It's successful in introducing higher priced computers to compete against more advanced PCs. So that makes sense. Alright, they got a nice job. So, alright, we can at least reverse this. Sprite sheet software. I thought it was a spreadsheet. No, it's sprite sheet. Alright, just what we wanted. Thank you. Okay, but the thing is, yeah, I'm just holding on for dear life while I'm not making enough money feasibly to keep the roof over my head. And the Game Wing, or the Game Boy, is coming. Fine, the fact that I'm lasting 4 years with this is kind of impressive. But basically, I'm just kind of... Fine, they want to... Fine, shares of business. Fine, you know what? I gotta do it. I'm not gonna be able to do anything specifically for this if I don't do it. Right, so that's that contract. Let's get engine. Okay, so fine. Now at this point... Wait, I gotta research that and then we'll do it. Yeah, so I took that element for it. Let's put that... Let's do... Yeah, fine. You can only do one at a time. So let's do one at a time. Let's see how copyright protection works. Because I've never seen the pirate mode before, but I'm seeing... Where can we go with this? And fine, if I have to sell my soul out as far as it, like Konami has, in a lot of ways, may as well do it. So there's copyright protection V1. Is there anything else I can feasibly put in that engine that might be of help? I mean... This is going to be for development of focusing towards an audience. You know what? I'll do that one. But then after that, I'm going to build that engine. Alright, so the Game Wing for Nintendo, or Ninvento, is released. Okay, so we got that set. And then what I'm going to do is let's make that engine right now. Let's put save game into a copyright protection. Fine, I guess, fine, so we're talking about pirates. Let's see something. Something to... Fine. I guess the Pirate Patrol engine. Let's put it that way, because, hey, you know, we gotta stop this. Fine, we can't stop it. There's no way to stop it. The Sound of Music thing again. I've referenced that song before when we played Sonic Mania. I'm doing it again. But... at the very least, we can at least get that engine running so I can get my stuff set. Casual Games is available for you if you want to run that. I don't think I can. Once I hit the market just right. Yeah, fine. It's taking me a bit of time. It's like, wait, how do I implement the scan? Alright, so there's your engine. Let's get set. Let's make game. Okay. Fine, so it is rating. So that's a target audience. Let's see, what should we make? And for that matter, what I got on topics. Interesting enough, a lot of the stuff I've got are things that feasibly go to an adult audience. Or, actually, wait, can I make sequels yet? No. Yeah, because you get the ability to make sequels later, but not yet. Okay, so I guess keep making new stuff. Though there's nothing stopping you from naming something a sequel again and picking what we want to put it on. Fine, we're PC all the way on this baby. That's what we gotta do. So let's, or, you know what, fine. You know what, we're not gonna do that. I'm gonna take a look at research. I'm gonna see topics. What can I put in topics? I can put UFO, I can put martial arts, I can put fashion, rhythm, so I could do a rhythm music game. Yeah, it's clearly taking a look on Guitar Hero, Rock Band, or maybe Amplitude from, fine, most of those by Harmonix. Fine, Guitar Hero was by Harmonix for a while, and then it wasn't. And Harmonix did Rock Band and Amplitude. Let's do that, just because I want to see what's... Yeah, because I don't know what this is as far as this topic. We didn't see this, so fine. I'm a huge fan of those kinds of games anyway, so I'd be doing a disservice if I did not try and put under the microscope what is the way of making a game like that going to be. So fine, let's make a rhythm music game. So fine, cool. Or cool for cats. Thank you, Dolly Finn, for this. Alright, fine. Since I know my Rock Band and Guitar Hero, my music games very well, I've said this before, I'll say it again, I've spent tons of money on Rock Band stuff going back to 2007. It's been a long haul. They don't do DLC for the game anymore, but it's something that, yeah, there's still DLC available for Rock Band 4. There's the shut-off of the 360, so it meant, yeah, I gotta find stuff on 360. It's only available that way, pro guitar parts and things like that for 3. So, we're gonna pick that topic, we're gonna pick rhythm. As far as our audience match, those games tend to be rated either, like, for everyone or teen, because, like, hey, you have music, licensed music in it, and there'll be, like, some bad words or something in it. Or sometimes, I guess, actually, wait. Was there a mature rated, music game? I'm trying to think about that. Most of them I don't think were. Fine, I would think, based on that, I'd want to keep it as far as an E-rated game, or fine, for everyone, enough, but that would be like a teen-rated case, feasibly, with the way Rock Band and Guitar Hero tend to be. Although, yeah, this, okay, fine, then on genre. Yeah, because there's only 6 genres the game has, and casual's another one, but I don't have casual. So I need to redo... Let's think about this. Rhythm simulation. Fine, simulating the idea of playing actual instruments. The way a lot of games like that tend to. Or kind of an adventure like Parappa the Rapper, which I know I promised years ago I was going to play that. I switched schedule based upon my brother Inherent not being able to be around, so I said we're doing a World of Illusion for that, putting Parappa on the back burner, but I want to do that one eventually. RPG, I mean, fine, there's the Cadence of the Cadence of Hyrule games. Yeah, fine. There's like these music rhythm cases as far as that. Strategy not so much. You know what? I'm gonna go simulation. I'm gonna see what that's like. Fine. We don't have a case of having instruments yet as far as cost on game. Fine. I could overdraw, but I was like, fine. No, I'm not gonna overdraw. I'll put on a new engine. Yeah, we're on the PC. We'll keep 2D graphics. Let's see what this is gonna go like. So, for this kind of game, gameplay is usually king. They sometimes put, like, story stuff in. I know Rock Band 4 did that. And actually, a lot of the Guitar Hero games did that. Especially Warriors of Rock, where you're basically trying to go through and recruit all the members of the team to fight, like, the evil Titan guy. And they had Gene Simmons from Kiss as the narrator in that game, which was kind of hilarious. Fine, I do have to put that on. And fine, save your game. So I'm going to overdraw on that one. Engine and gameplay are going to be tops on this baby. Still spending money to make this happen, so we'll have to see. And fine, we can't completely replicate this as far as some of those games if I'm gonna have licensed music, because fine, you have to pay for that as far as in real life, but also later, because there's an option like, hey, you know, you're able to have, like, famous voice acting, you know, I guess famous music feasibly. Level design, maybe a little bit of that. AI probably is gonna be the case of that being needed. I don't think much on dialogue. I'm just gonna be curious what this is gonna be. And feasibly do it before I go bankrupt. Alright, but Event is back. They got the Vena gear, or the Game Gear. So we showed it actually on the show a few months ago. Game Dev Tycoon remembers it too. Like similar devices that don't come close to gaming consoles is basically the power of the Master V, because it was the take on the Sega Master System on portable form with a full color screen. Will topple the Game Wing or the Game Boy. And in real life, no. In this game, maybe. Graphics, probably, because, hey, it needs to look really nice. And sound, fine. Sound needs to be up there all the way. So fine, you know, we don't... Fine, that's enough as far as little for world design. Alright, we believe in business portfolio and like to acquire shares. I keep doing this. So wait a second. That's probably why it's going to be paying off in the long run. But fine, you know what? Yeah, let's just do this. Let's see what we got. Because I only expected like an hour or so feasibly out of this, if that. So I'll go as far as I can. We're basically riding on the edge of our seat. Yeah, fine, to go to the music case, we're living on a prayer. But fine, I need a name for this thing. Fine, you know what? They do... Fine, since of what I just said, and just there's a lot of games like Michael Jackson Experience and the Black Eyed Peas Experience, we're gonna do it the Bon Jovi Experience. It's fine, still the 80s, so fine. We'll assume that New Jersey, their 1988 album just came out. We'll say, like, oh, we struck a deal somewhere specifically. He's like, oh, God, I believe in this. Or it's like, as I mentioned, Journey, the game from Atari. Wait, was it Atari who made Journey? No, yeah, it was, which is an arcade game, and they did do a console port of that to Atari, I think 2600, and I think 5200 had it, which is this weird kind of level-by-level screen game with the members of Journey. Feasibly, so fine. We're gonna have the Bon Jovi Experience, but fine, with guest stars Journey. We'll put that in the box. Alright, so yeah, what do they think? Fine, we see those games in rotation, or those numbers in rotation high, that's a good sense. A great game, as far as that star games. Enjoyable, says Informed Gamer. 9 out of 10, almost perfect. Okay, so actually, fine, my knowledge of my music games actually came through well. But now, of course, what does that mean? I need to generate a game report because I want to see, here it is, what are the research elements to this? What are the hints to go with this? Because I don't know. And can we, oh shit, I made that much money on this alone. Crap, okay, that really worked. I mean, fitting, it had to be that, because yeah, I know my music games. I love my music games for sure. So clearly thinking in that mindset, which is what this game can do to somebody. Already, you've sold 10,000 units. Okay, important milestone in the history of Konami. Okay, yeah, Konami didn't make that in real life, but fine, we're twisting this. Okay, so rhythm simulation is a great combination. Okay. Sound is very important. Okay. Yeah, PC everyone is good. Yeah, weird enough, that's an interesting thing, because when it comes to rhythm music games, the big ones were not on the PC, as far as when they were around, but even nowadays they're not. I mean, people came up with other elements to them as far as saying, hey, you know, try to remember what, like, that open source one was. But there's one also I play called Audio Surf, which is on PC, which is actually really fun. And that's actually a really great one, because it's basically you're kind of going along with music waves, but the kicker of that one is it says, hey, why don't you take the music you have on your PC and select it? So you can then play any piece of music you have, specifically, no matter how obscure it might be, and it will have like a leaderboard case, because it's on Steam, you can buy it for like $10. And feasibly have it, so yeah, you can play music that you would feasibly never be in a case of like a music game, in a case of just stream it off of your own device, and it ties it to like the waves of the music that go, and sometimes certain songs will be harder or easier based upon how those waves are taken. And sometimes it's kind of tough to tell like what's going to be really, really hard. Some songs of certain bands I thought, based on how it was, I thought it would be maybe not that difficult. I think, hey, you know, like Dragon Force, like Through the Fire and the Flames, that'll be insane. I'll find the one I try for that, which is Trail of Broken Hearts. Not as insane as some other stuff. I have like some 90s foreigner stuff. I was playing I Will Fight For You, and that was like, they get parts like it goes from green to red, and like it goes in the red zone in ways that even the Dragon Force song didn't. So like, okay, it's kind of interesting the way it kind of indicates that. But also, okay, only 20% of people wanted to pirate this. But, well, fine, that's also because of the effectiveness of our copyright protection. Okay. It was acceptable for now, but remember you have to research it as you go along. Okay, wow. Okay, this was a great decision to make that happen. Okay, so there you go. Bon Jovi, we're gonna have a picture of Bon Jovi in the, fine, when, as far as parts of the edit, and then probably in the thumbnail, because I owe, fine, Bon Jovi, that's the idea. Fine, Jon Bon Jovi, I believe, recently saved a woman from, jumping off a bridge or something. It's like, oh, that was kind of cool that way. To be in a case like, hey, there he is as far as it, so good case of it. Okay, so our hats are off to you, Jon Bon Jovi and your band, and we made your game, and people liked it, so I'm down with that. Okay, so let's see, how do we follow that up? Well, I got more money. Yeah, yes, as far as that. I know, I get that at Olifin for sure. I mean, I could make another game. Yeah, that in and of itself kind of reversed my fortunes. And sometimes he did. Yes, he did. Okay, yeah, I'll have a link to that story going on as far as the link was to give a sense of it. Yeah, it was definitely interesting. It's like, wait, it kind of came out of nowhere. And like, yeah, I looked at it and said, yeah, it was kind of a great case. All right, yeah, 2 months, the G64 will be taken off the market. So, yeah, we're not going to have more cases of that. Fine. I feasibly, fine. I don't want to make another one of those games right away. Fine, let's at least look at our game history, because fine, we came from humble beginnings of the game based on Wall Street, and then Deadwood, and then Lupin, which was good for us, but we still lost money. Actually, Dracula Done to Death did best as far as, fine, we still lost money, but not by much. And fine, we cut a profit on this one. Okay, there you go. So, alright, that's pretty good. But let's see, what can we do to keep this train going? And that was without mono sound. I guess, okay, what we did is we basically did like PC speaker musics of Living on a Prayer as far as that. Okay, so let's see. Should we get a new topic? Nah, I don't know. Well, maybe. Maybe at this point, I want to have as much as I can go. Fine, let's do a martial arts case. And I'll also see... Fine, also, we're not getting fans that massively. We're getting like 9 and 1. So, it's like, okay, fine. But yeah, video game magazines are coming up into the... Hey, kapow! Alright, so yeah, we're definitely doing good. And marketing. I want to research marketing. Where is that? Yeah, and since I have enough money and points for this, we're running to that right now. Okay, so it sold 33,931 units, and we got $237,540 in sales. Okay. So yeah, how do we top that? Alright, Gavador or Commodore, the creator of the popular G64 file for bankruptcy, they couldn't introduce higher priced alternatives and forced to shut down production. So yeah, you can't make anything when it goes off market, but that's that idea. So, marketing. So that means that when we make a game, we can market it and feasibly get a hype train going. Piece of shit done with the other game, but either way, that's fine. So let's take... I mean, I can do a platform thing now. In that case, I think I'm going to strike while the market's hot. Let's put something on Game Boy. Fine, we're going to show a Game Boy game tonight. So I'm going to pay the licensing cost. Well, do I want to? Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I do want to. So our topic, we got a new topic that's martial arts. So as far as martial arts... Yeah, there's a couple options. We could do martial arts action. Adventure and RPG could be something like Shenmue, which will start in a few months. I think action as far as martial arts is going to be going... Alright, engine case, we want our engine, and then... Fine, speaking of elements of things, fine, this is going to be for everyone, and fine, it's going to be called a reference to the Carl Carlton song, Everybody Was Kung Fu Fighting, if I can fit it all. Which was in music games. It was in Band Hero for Xbox 360, PS3, and PS2, and Wii. And it was also in Lego Rock Band for all the consoles, and also there was a DS version. I don't remember if it was in the DS version. Also, weird case as far as that. It was a case where it's all music that's family friendly, feasibly, but fine. They have So What by Pink in that game. They censor it specifically for all the profanity in it. And fine, technically, Kung Fu Fighting has a racial slur in it, and they still allow it in the game, which is interesting as far as what that is. Like, wait a second, really? But yeah, it does. But either way, let's get going. We'll keep with the 2D graphics. Everybody's Kung Fu Fighting. We're running on the market for Game Boy. We'll see what's going on. Commodore 64 went off the show, or went off the market, and we did make a game on it. So for our Kung Fu Fighting game, or Everybody Was Kung Fu Fighting, I will MIDI take as far as that song, because why not? I'll put in a link list. I'll reference all the stuff, everything I'm referencing tonight, or I think you have as far as it will go in link lists, if I can find stuff for them. But anyway. Okay, so yeah, AI is gonna be important because we have to fight, you know, everybody. There's gonna be some aspects of level design, I guess, because, like, hey, where you're going as far as where you're fighting, and some dialogues, because when it comes to that, you want to have either your case of trash talking a little bit as far as saying, like, hey, I won the tournament, or saying, you know, I have to learn my skills as far as it, or I have to improve my training or something. Goal hint. Okay, if you have more than $1 million, you can move to the next level, which is a hit game that's not Bon Jovi experience. You can get this amount easily. Yeah, fine. If I get there, we'll end. Because you get an achievement for doing that, and I said either that or if I get a game over here. Whichever comes first. We do want worlds going on. We want some sounds. Graphics should be a good case. Actually, the world design might be important on that. I think it'll be good. But I'm down in the red zone again, so... On a billboard, surely not everyone was kung fu fighting. Yeah, absolutely. I guess not. Fine, I could do... No, I'm not doing that. I'm not gonna try and do that. We're gonna either get to the next level or not, specifically. So I think that's gonna be how it's gonna go. Yeah, so not everybody. Like, everybody who buys this game will be doing it. And it is on Game Boy, so we'll see how Game Boy takes as far as the market. I put some money into a marketing, or to a license cost for that, so we'll see. Everybody who was Kung Fu Fighting is ready. Yeah, maybe some people were. That's true, yeah. I guess maybe everybody wants to. That's the idea of, I guess, how we're gonna market this. Oh shit, speaking of which, I forgot to market this game. Crap. Quirky but good. Crap. Okay, I forgot to market this game. I should have done that. Because you can market it any time in development, and I probably should have done that, so... Could have been better. 6... 7. Alright, so fine. Nice enough experience, but I need to get some money. Alright, what's selling? Okay, there we go. So that's good. Yeah, so a decent number of people were Kung Fu fighting as far as this, so that worked. Okay. We gotta decrypt this message. There's a special offer. Agents borrow research information might be interest to you. Transfer $8,000 to this location and we'll give it to you. Oh, no. It's probably gonna be a scam. I know in a lot of cases it usually is. Okay, we're offering a 60% shareholder element in Konami, willing to offer a chance to buy shares back in the company. No, I'm not gonna do that. I've already sold enough out as far as that. So martial arts action is a great combination, AI is important, and platform match Game Boy in action is okay. Also, 24% of players pirated and the effectiveness of the copyright protection was okay. Alright, so let's take a look at topics, seeing what we got. Racing, city, UFO, and fashion. I'd also put casual games out. Yeah, I could do that. Fine. Since I'm also in a good case this, I'm gonna feasibly run another game now. And since I have Game Boy running as far as this, we'll do that. We'll run Young on Game Boy because there's usually a case as far as that. But we need to get something that's gonna go good with Young. In fact, you know what? I'm not gonna do that yet. I'm gonna research a topic because I want to see a good topic for youths. Weirdly enough, I'm gonna say fashion. We're gonna get fashion running on this. Oh yeah, so fine. This game is doing really well, actually. So, okay, I guess the difficulty here is that get over the hump of the stuff with getting yourself copyright protected and you'll be set. Alright, so there's fashion. We'll make a fashion game. That's what it's gonna be. Run Game Boy again, we'll run Young, and we'll run a fashion... RPG. We've done RPG as far as that before. Pick engine. We'll come with a name later. Stick with 2D graphics. And also, fine. As it goes, I'll also go look at marketing. Actually, I want to look at stuff on marketing. Yeah, because I don't have enough for a large or small marketing campaign, but I want to see what can I justify for cost on this. In fact, I'll wait to the end of the game, or end of development to do this. So for this, it's RPG. We do want story quests for this. I do want some gameplay. And the engine as far as what we're doing on the catwalk, I guess, as far as what it is. And the background stuff for that. Still have our copyright protection in place. Okay, so actually that's still better than even the Bon Jovi experience did. Okay. So there we go. Yeah, I was kind of having to stop and think, saying, how am I going to develop this now? Oh yeah, so far so good, considering. Alright, so level design, dialogues. It's an RPG. We need dialogues absolutely this way. Level design will be set. AI, I don't think we need too much. But dialogues are absolutely going to be the way to go. And then, yeah, phase 3. After phase 3, I'm going to put in marketing blitz. Okay, so I don't think we need sound. We definitely need world design and some graphics. I think that's good. Okay, so now I'll remember to market. Okay, so I can advertise it in magazines and demos. I could go big as far as it, but yeah, if that blows up in my face, we're done. Then again, maybe I should go big or go home. I can advertise in magazines, or I could do both and then put demos out. Actually, I guess I want to put demos out. Fine, Game Boy didn't do demos, but still, I do have enough money to justify it, but I don't know. You know, I'll leave it a chat decision. Do you think I should do magazines and demos for the purpose of marketing this or advertising magazines? Those are the two I can afford. I can do this one and still be okay, or do this one that costs less and maybe get less of a push, but maybe enough of a push that we can get to $1 million. If we get to $1 million, we get to the next level, and at that point, I will be done. We'll go on to the other stuff I planned for tonight. Or if you don't have a suggestion, I will then pick one. I'm leaning maybe towards going or taking the risk, but it's also something that maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should say, fine, we'll advertise just in the magazines. It's enough to start for this time. Because fine, if it blows me in the face, we go bankrupt. If it doesn't, it might make it easier to get to $1 million. But then again, we got about a quarter of the way there without it before, as far as what we just made. Also, for that reason, I'm thinking maybe I just want to have a little bit of a buffer. So in that case, I think I'll keep it as is. We'll do 50,000 unless chat you have a argument against. I'm not hearing any disagreements, so I'm gonna do it. Okay, and you do get Hype Machine going as far as that by setting up for it by doing advertising. Okay, they announced their next console, the 16-bit Oasis, the Sega Genesis, although it is the Model 2 design. He said it's the start and the genesis of a new generation of gaming consoles. It'll appeal to more mature audiences, which it did in real life. In that case, yeah, we'll have our fashion RPG. Let's see what we're going to make this game as. I do have to come up with a name for this. Fine, I guess I'll go into another thing. There's a game based on this somehow, because it was on the Wii. Project Runway. So fine, this is before the show came around. Fine, I guess Konami invented it. Fine, we've been focusing on licensed games, so why not? I don't know if it could be better than the Wii game. I heard the Wii game is not good, but if you ever want to see it, it might be of interest. I mean, look, I want to show the Hell's Kitchen game on the Wii, just because that might be interesting to see. Let's see how is Project Runway. 7. Okay. 7. Alright, so it is going across the board that way, although that's a little better of an 8. And 9. Okay, so more please. So they like Project Runway, so probably is better than the game based on it from Wii. We'll put a game report together and see what we got. Fine, I sort of know the hints from this before from when we played, but fine, I don't have them open here. But since I'm unlocking them, I can at least have them for future aspects when I want to play this. Level design is quite important. Platforming match of Young for Game Boy is great. And Fashion RPG is the way to go. Also, fine. Our copy protection on Game Boy is inadequate. Okay, fine. This is at least going to toss to next week's show. And the week after that show, because Argonaut Software is back, baby. As we mentioned before, Croc Legend of the Goblins is getting an HD version that we knew about, but they showed it a couple weeks ago. Actually, the day I uploaded the last part of Croc, which we're going back to next week. They were able to break the copyright protection of the Game Boy. So, fine, we're going to do that as well. And that's when they got connected with Nintendo, actually. So,
in order to fix that, let's see what we can do for our copyright protection. Not much, really. I don't think we have... Yeah, because we only have 30%, so fine. I guess that means that based on what console you run, your copyright protection might not save you. Okay. So good to know. Let's see also about other things. Yeah, stuff for contracts, but honestly, right now I don't need to make contracts. Alright, let me think about this. We also get games based on Racing City, UFO, Evolution, if I want to research a new topic. I don't think we need it right now. Yeah, because our sales are kind of stagnant. Well, fine, they're kind of... Fine, they're steady, but they're not cases where it's really pushing us over the top. That being said, I think a new game might help there. So at this point, let's see, what have we not done? Oh, fine, what have we not done? Fine, we've done everything. So what have we not done in a while? Let's do a vampire game. I'm gonna go mature rated on this one, and then I'm gonna pick vampire action. Great combo. Game Boy's not where we want this. Fine, let's hit the market on Genesis. Fine, $100,000 to that, but I can afford it. Let's pirate this. Let's get this going and get 2D graphics going on this. Alright, so what do we want for this? We want some gameplay and probably some engine work. Don't need much on story quests. Okay. So fine, Project Runway's off the market. That's a good case. Okay, this is Planet GG, Steve O'Connell. Want to give a comment as far as what you're making? Yeah, let's do it. Thank you for your time. Wait a second. That's weird. Publish the interview next week. We didn't tell you anything, though. Fine, they spelled enquiry wrong. So wait, this might be a scam. Fine, we just told them, like, fine, we're doing a maturity game. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter. Not sure. Let's see. Okay, AI is where we need for this. Level design, dialogues, that should be good. When the interview, the company's working on its first game targeting mature players. Ken Duchuk, owner and CEO of Konami, I do not run or own Konami, said players are looking to get more mature content in gaming and we're going to take a risk to give it to them. Games with mature themes become more common, they did, but we'll see if we can get this going early into the days of the Sega Genesis, or the not Sega Genesis, the Vena Oasis. And for this, we probably want some stuff with graphics and design, and that'll be important enough, I think. And then market. And since I can afford this enough, I'm going big. We're going on magazines and demos. It's fine. At least building the hype up and mean that my game will sell. Our game will sell. Even though, yeah, my scores as far as art and tech are not necessarily that. Fine. Okay, tech is. Tech's my new best so far. And then level ups as far as engine and dialogues and all that stuff. And yeah, so far so good. But name. So, it's vampire game, so we already did a case of what that was with the Dracula's thing. Let's see. I think as far as like Dracula or vampirism on the Sega Genesis. Fine, you know what, let's fine, let's be witty about this. We suck. Constant comments on the YouTube site for our show, but also a great case to take context. But either way, still, we definitely put a hard-working show on this program. But fine, it fits for this one. Okay. And we can get level editor dialogues improved and a better user experience if we want. But for now, let's see how We Suck runs. If nothing else, we're also self-deprecating on the show. It's only when it gets, you know, toxic, that's when it gets the problem. Outstanding achievement, okay. Can I get the street 10 out of 10 on this? This would be hilarious. We'll see. Okay, 10 out of 10. No, I never can. It's hard to get 10 out of 10. And it's even harder to get 11 out of 10. I've never seen that happen either. But alright. That is great. So we don't, fine, we suck, but we don't, apparently. Our game has the best read one. Who knew? Okay, so fine, game report time. Tell us how this worked. Fine, we hit the market right on Genesis. I know that because mature rated games run well on Genesis like it does in real life. And there we go, look at those sales racking up. I love this, okay. 50,000 units sold, all right. This is a Konami did. Ha! It's like, yeah, definitely so. We believe in your business. Go cheers. No, well, I can sell more and say we get to the next thing. No. You know, I don't want to. This is going too well. I think I can run without it. 100,000 units sold. It's for milestone history Konami. All right. Okay, AI is very important. Top going smash Vampire Mature is great. Okay, it was inadequate, but yet still selling. All right, fair enough that way. So fine, a little under half, but still fine. People are buying it still. Yeah, look at that. I think we're getting to the next office. In fact, we are going to get to the next office right now. Okay, congratulations. You made a name for yourself and move up, but yeah, I have to pay $150,000. But all right, we can do it. There you go, an achievement. Boom, I'll reach level 2 in pirate mode. Okay, statistical anomaly. Okay, so it did it. All right. Now you have bigger staff, you can also hire staff and forge a world-class development team, make even better games. Okay, so there we go. Oh wait, do I still have that running? Oh wait, I don't have it running. Okay, so fine. That was the stopping point. I said we're gonna do the two things. We're either gonna go bankrupt, or get to level 2 because of an achievement in level 2. So there we go. Okay. And so whichever comes first is when we're gonna stop our look at Game Dev Tycoon, but alright, fine. About an hour and a half, a little under, for that. So alright, here we go. Let's take a look at Konami's case. So fine, Konami weathered the odds as far as how it is, just like in real life. And for making a game based on Wall Street, Deadwood, Lupin III, reference to Rocko's Modern Life with Dracula done to death. The game we're playing, giving a nod to Bon Jovi, a nod to Carl Douglas, a nod to the TV show Project Runway, and then being self-deprecating about the aspects of some of the comments I get on the YouTube site. Fine, we suck, but apparently it was what saved us. So there you go. By the way, we do love our viewers and all that stuff for sure. But anyway, so that is our case as far as Konami. Okay, so look at that. All right, that's impressive. All right, I'm gonna save then, because I did put that in the save slot. We'll do that. Okay, fine. Let me also go back to the menu. Okay, because yeah, as far as the stuff we have for achievements, these are all of them I got. The only ones we don't have is beat the game in pirate mode. I'm not going to do that, but I at least want to show what pirate mode is and what you got to do, I guess, going along. It's basically risk assessment the way you go and just hope you hit strong. Versatile, which is basically a game that's successful in all the genres. Eat Cake, I edited in last month what this is. There's a case where it says, hey, you know, we want to put advertising in your games to put our logo on red barrels. If you do that, you get that achievement. Perfect game means you get 10 out of 10 on everything, which we did not do. It's hard to do that. Diamond is selling 10 million copies without using a publisher to do it. Detective is finding one of the Easter eggs in the game, which is when you make a game that is named the same as something that is on the screen. In fact, I'll show that. So right here, in fact, there's Mars. That's a picture of Doom. And over there, underneath that is... Hold on, can I get that out of the way? Fine, since I saved it already, I'll wait till this game goes off the market. Okay, it's off the market. It sold $1.3 million worth. Okay, Space Commander. That's a reference to Wing Commander. So, basically what that means is... Actually, no, I want to see something. Yeah, I don't really have anything to... I want to see something. Fine, I do have to... Fine, I can also start hiring new people. I'm not going to do that. I just want to see one thing. If I can show that happening. So let's see. I don't have like a flight game. Well, fine, I mean... Okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to research UFO. I'm going to make one more game. I'm going to get the achievement for the Easter egg. And as far as the other achievements I don't have, I will not go on that one. It's get to 11. I don't think I can do that, but I'm going to try to do this one. Yeah, because if you have something on the poster there, you make a game, it's named the exact same thing as it is in real life, not what's on the poster. which I did last month. I thought that's what I want to do. I'm going to make another game. So this is close enough. This is not exactly that. I'm going to make a UFO simulation, but it's not exactly that. I'll run on PC. I'll put it on engine. We're going to call this Wing Commander, because that's the name of the real game. So the idea is, like, look for the Easter eggs that are in this game to past games. Wing Commander. So if you make the game that's based on that, I don't know if it necessarily has to be successful. As long as you make it, and it's, I guess you have to be in the same location you're in. Since we do have that element to it, I said, fine, let's do that. I'm going to make this. And when this gets made, I feasibly will get another achievement, but I want to see something. So, you ever played Wing Commander on PC? There's also some console versions of that. It's Flight Simulator that takes place in space. There's some alien stuff going on. Actually, Wing Commander 3, which there's a 3DO version of, that actually has some insanely huge production values to it and some insane star power. Specifically, Malcolm McDowell from A Clockwork Orange is in that game, and Mark Hamill from the Star Wars films, and also from Batman the Animated Series as the Joker. He's in it as well. So they actually have these, like, this high, like, space opera thing, but it is like a flight sim. You're flying around and shooting at aliens. So at that case, yeah, this is not necessarily completely off, say, the UFO thing, and AI is important in that game. Dialogues are important in that game, too. So in that case, I'm going to mirror this. I don't know if you have to mirror it necessarily, but the Super Nintendo, or the Super TES, is coming out, which is a nice eject button in the center, and red power buttons as opposed to green or purple ones. So yeah, feasibly they won't be sued. But anyway, for this, yeah, graphics and sound. Fine, world design is maybe more important than letting on. But yeah, graphics and sound as far as your space experience, that is something you want to have. Fine, I easily should have hired someone else before I made this, but that's fine. I just want... Oh, wait, fine. What I'm going to do also is... Fine, since I'm just doing it as a demonstration, let's get a big-ass, big-ass hype machine on this. I'm just doing it to unlock the achievement, because, like, fine, why not? Since I had an element of being able to do it, I'm going to do it, and then we'll move on to our other stuff for the show tonight. Okay. There you go. Blue Hair's reporting for duty. Little known fact, cats go all aggro in space. There you go. Detective, find at least one of the Easter eggs in the game. So there you go. And I think they give you those messages if you do that on other games. Sorry, I got it. Fine, we'll do one last thing, and then we'll, let's get Game Report. Tell us about this, and then tell us how well Wing Commander is reviewed. And at that point, that'll be the end of our look at Game Dev Tycoon. A little bit of an extra, but that'll be the idea. 6. Quirky but good. 8. Simulation games work well on PC. And this was a big case on PC, so it makes sense. Good game, could have been better. Okay. But that's fine. Okay, so I got that, and then what I'm going to do is let's go back to the menu. I also want to look at my load. Fine, from 5 minutes ago, so that's when I started this. So if I ever do want to go through this again, I won't do it for the show, but just from my own perspective, I can do that. Fine, because I just wanted to show the aspect of it, show how it worked. In this case, also get the Easter egg thing. So fine, the ones I didn't get were beat the game in pirate mode, get a 10 out of 10 by every reviewer, get an 11, which is insanely hard to do. I've read up, apparently it's very hard to do that. You have to get lucky. Release a successful game in each genre, get 10 million units sold without publishers' help, and then do that in-game advertising thing with the barrel. Alright, so that's the end of our look at Game Dev Tycoon, ladies and gentlemen. Final thoughts again is it is a very clever and fun and funny game. It has some gameplay depth to really get you into it. It is a lot of fun, and it definitely is something that, if you know your history of gaming, it's going to help potentially for it, but also be something that you'll definitely get a nice knowing perspective. And pirate mode adds a little extra, like, hey, you want to go and make it even harder on yourself, which, by the way, as we're pointing out, since I did 30 years case, we'd have to play 25 years more in order to get to the end if I could make it. But it's an interesting game. Yeah, I agree with that, Dolly Finn, and fine, I'm glad I was shown this, or fine, requested it. Fine, I wish that what happened with the person who was involved in that and didn't happen, but they did it to themselves, and as I said, I know it's a dying art form, but I believe in personal responsibility, and I'm going to make them be held personally responsible. And I had to make that choice. It was not an easy choice to make, but it was the right choice. I said, for the purpose of the show and making sure that that idea was not going to be tolerated, I had to make it, and that's the idea. But I'm glad I got discovered this for sure, so I will at least be in the case of that. I'm glad I got to show it, and hope you'll like the look as far as it. If you're interested in what you're seeing, it is on the PC. It's usually about $10. When we did the last part, it was on sale for a Steam sale. I don't know if it is now, but it is something that is worth the money. And on Switch, it's $15. It usually doesn't go on sale on Switch, but either way, you're definitely getting a lot of game for your money. There's no physical version of this, though, so if you're one of those people who needs a physical version, you're not getting one. But there's also on mobile platforms, specifically iOS and Android. As far as it, I think there's a Linux version of this, which I know Inherit would like, as far as it, because I think he might find this game interesting. And if you like the Tycoon games, it's not officially part of it, but it is something that is a lot of fun, and could be feasibly part of it if you really think about it, as far as like the style of what it's really doing. And I'd recommend you play it. And next time we come back to Greenheart Games, people made this. Don't know when, but I probably will come back eventually, I guess. We'll see. To Tavern Keeper. That is the next game. They've been working on that feasibly for the past 12 years. Not that they've been spending the last 12 years making it, but the case they've been working on this game for a bit of time. Even when we first showed this game 2 years ago, they were working. They said, when's it coming? What's going on? It's coming out on November 5th this year for PC. There's a free demo on Steam if you want to take a look at it. I downloaded it, but I haven't played it yet. You're basically running a tavern. So like, hey, given what they did on this one and how this game became a huge overnight hit as far as that Australian company of Greenheart Games, I want to see what they got next. And on the back of this, I think there's reason to be excited. I'll give it a shot on Steam. Yeah, and it's a free demo. So like, hey, fine, it's a free demo of Tavern Keeper. As far as, actually, I think Game Dev Tycoon is a demo on Steam, I think. I think it is. Don't quote me on that. If that's not right, I'll stay down there. It's worth it. Yeah, I mean, especially like, hey, free case of it as far as like demo, get a sense, like a taste of it. And fine, for this game for 10, 15 bucks, it's worth it. Love free demos. Yeah, we'll be talking about that when we do the Xbox Live Delisted show, because on 360, everything had a demo, and my god, I love that, and that's the reason why we have such a massive catalog of stuff we can show, so much so we can't do it all in 1 year. But I do have 35 so games we're going to show off for that, of demos, but not just demos as far as that, coming up in November on November 30th. But for the case of that, yeah, that is Game Dev Tycoon for it. Hope you enjoyed it, ladies and gentlemen. But we're not quite done because, as far as the show anyway, because I named our company Konami. I said, I'm going to show off a little bit on Game Dev Tycoon tonight for a finale. So there's your final look. And again, I'd recommend it, and that's the idea. So there we go. We definitely, and the other thing about this, as I said, when it comes to a game that's hanging, I'm not going to leave it hanging. If I have to figure stuff going on for it, I will figure it out eventually. Sometimes things like that happen. That happened as far as Nocturne when we were doing Mega Man Legends. Like, wait a second, what's going on here? But we did finish that. We did Game Dev Tycoon, and there we go. So, the next thing we're going to do, since I mentioned Konami, I said there are 2 Konami collections that came out really fine. There's a third one right here as far as the Contra Anniversary Collection, but the 2 I'm focusing on specifically are going to be Castlevania Dominus Collection. We'll do that in a little bit. And Felix the Cat, because let's talk Felix the Cat again. When we played Mickey Mania for the Sega CD a couple years ago, ElecVerse brought this up, saying, hey, with Mickey Mouse came around 1928, as far as that. But Felix the Cat came out around 1919 by creators Pat Sullivan and Otto Messmer, with a silent cartoon called Feline Follies. He was not called Felix the Cat back then. He was called Master Tom. Master Tom? Yeah, that's right. Or fine, dive in saying the Wonderful, Wonderful Cat. I'll get to the theme song because there's kind of a remix of the theme song, sort of in this game. Let me just get the audio set because this game's loud. Because these are old NES, this is old game from NES and a Game Boy game. Fine, my practice I said negative 25 decibels on this one. I'm going negative 25. Okay, so with that, I think we should be good. Let me also change my TV volume here. It's worth pointing out this collection came out on only this year. It came out on March 28th for PS4, PS5, and Switch. I was like, wait, did I say PS4 already? Fine. Switch, PS4, and PS5. You can get this. Xbox and PC, no, not available to you. That being said, it is a collection that is including only 2 games. And I waited for this physical because I had the physical version that came from Limited Run. I'm not live on camera because honestly, when it comes to this collection, you're buying this for the games. You're not buying this for the collection. And the little manual comes with it. Explains history of Felix the Cat for NES, Felix the Cat for Game Boy, and notes. That's it. It's a small manual. I'm just glad to have this as far as it, because these games, we mentioned we played Mickey Mania. ElecVerse brought up as far as what was going on with Felix the Cat, saying, hey, did people forget about Felix the Cat after Mickey Mouse came along? And for a while, they did, till the 1950s. And when the 1950s came around, that was when Mr. Joe Oriolo said, we're going to redesign the character, make new cartoons. That was 1953. And said, all right, fine, we're going to give him what he's known for, which is Magic Bag of Tricks. This collection was published by Konami. DreamWorks owns Felix the Cat as far as a name now. His son, Don Oriolo, sold the rights to DreamWorks. That's what the license is, as well as Universal was connected with DreamWorks. This is a limited runs case with Carbon Engine, the same way that the Rock Knight Adventures Resparked was. And here's Felix the Cat. There he is. So, righty-o! Well, of course, the theme song goes, Felix the Cat, the wonderful, wonderful cat. Whenever he gets in a fix, he reaches into his bag of tricks. Felix the Cat, the wonderful cat. You'll laugh so much, your eyes will ache, your heart will go pitter-pat. Mr. Felix, the wonderful cat. And they made games based on this on NES and Game Boy, which actually there is not much I could find as far as the information. But alright, here's the collection. Came out early this year. In this, you get two games, technically. Fine, it's technically 3. You get Felix the Cat, which came out in 1992 for the Game Boy. That was... I have my notes here. I took some notes on this. Just to make sure there's a set. Came out October of 1992 in the US, and just 1992. What a hoot as far as Dollar Fin saying, or fine. That was a hoot going to the thing with Heifer Wolf from Rocko's My Life. We'll get to that game for sure. Maybe they'll re-release that. I don't know. We'll see. I used to watch Felix. So did I, actually. I remember seeing the cartoons back in the day. In fact, I even looked up the theme song again to remember, like, what were the lyrics on this? And it sounds really, really nice. I also saw the Felix the Cat in the movie from the 80s, which is very weird. I know Doug Walker, the nostalgia critic, basically has gone on the record saying this is feasibly one of the worst things I've ever seen in my entire life. Not as bad as Garbage Pail Kids the movie, but still a case where he really didn't like it. It's bizarre, for sure, how it is. It has this weird atmosphere itself, with Felix getting involved with saying, hey, I'm going on an adventure with the professor who wants that damn bag. He's like, they're like, no, the bag's mine. I'm going to manage this myself. And this lizard guy who kidnaps this woman who is a princess. It looks like Daphne from Dragon's Lair, which is a game I think we need to show at some point, specifically. Because that's definitely an 80s classic for sure. But anyway, for this game, fine, it was on NES. It was only released in the US and Europe. It was not released in Japan, despite the fact that this game was published by Hudson Soft. And since Konami owns Hudson Soft now, that's why Konami's involved. It was developed by Shimada Kikaku, which is a company that only had a couple games to their name. Specifically, the game based on An American Tail, Fievel Goes West for the Super Nintendo, which Hudson Soft also published. Sailor Moon S for Game Gear, which came out in Japan only. The Sega Master System version of Wonder Boy and Monster World from Sega, and the Wonder Swan version of Fire Pro Wrestling, but that was it. And honestly, the credits on this game are so limited, this game might not have credits to itself, honestly, because the only name I could find that was connected with this whatsoever was the programmer, or one of the programmers, who wasn't even credited. Somebody found this guy, as far as who it was. That was Junya Shimoda, who did programming, actually, with Shimada Kikaku's game, specifically the Fievel Goes West game, as I mentioned before. And then actually was involved with the triple threat of RPGs, or Japanese RPGs, on the Xbox 360 years later, specifically Blue Dragon, which had elements of Hironobu Sakaguchi and also the late Akira Toriyama, as well as Infinite Undiscovery and Lost Odyssey. And I have Lost Odyssey, which is by Mistwalker, which is Hironobu Sakaguchi's company from after he left Square. And he has a new game that came out, actually, apparently just recently. I thought it was coming out next month, but actually I think it's out already as far as what that is. Its name escapes me. His name will be below. But anyway, the game, they made a game based on NES. Here it is, but it's also on Game Boy. Here's the Game Boy version. That came out the year after in 1993, in July of 1993. Again, US and Europe only, despite the fact it was Japanese developers. So it's one that Japan never got. Although, wait a minute. Fine, no, it never came out in Japan, but I guess then, fine. What they did for this release then... So, okay, this explains why there's a Japanese version. Is they said, fine, we're just gonna localize it for Japan now. Okay, so talk about that switch. Because, fine, a few weeks ago we had the release of the latest Phoenix Wright collection. That was the Miles Edgeworth collection. That was a case where they gave us a game translated in English that never was translated before that release. So fine, the Felix the Cat Collection did it in reverse. And as far as options you have in this collection, not much, unfortunately. It's just the games. Language of the menus, not of the games themselves. We're going to keep it in English. We're going to look at each of these briefly. Look at the NES version, and then Game Boy, and fine, the Japanese version just to show it. Here we go. So here you go, and you get this really nice music. Again, I wish I knew who did the music, but... Wait, no, I have to have it 25. It's like, wait, it's supposed to be low to start. Yeah, because this NES game, it gets very loud as it is. As far as your options, hitting the ZR button. Again, not much. You're buying this for the games, as we're pointing out, as far as this collection. Either if you download for 25 bucks, which is the way you're going to have to download now, or if you find a physical copy of the limited run release on eBay. Don't know how much this goes for. I guess people bought it up. Game Dev Tycoon. Hi, Protorova. So good to see you. We're playing, we did play Game Dev Tycoon, but we're playing, fine, we're done with Game Dev Tycoon. We're just showing off the end of that. We are playing now the Felix the Cat Collection, because I realized, hey, we're going to show off aspects of the pirate mode, which did. And, yeah, so I said I'm also going to show off some Konami stuff. I did get to the next level, or fine, the first level as far as, what was it? Fine, the next area of pirate mode. Sorry, should have indicated that specifically. But there we go. So that's that. I just want to update that specifically because you have to update that in the Twitch window. But there we go. Okay. Good to see you. Feel free to let memories flow on Felix the Cat of the franchise. And if you ever played this game, this is by Konami. Or fine, it's Konami now. It was Hudson Soft. Anyway, this collection, you only have a few things you can do. You put it to native or full screen. We're running full screen. You can turn on a filter of CRT or none. You can turn flicker on or off. I'm turning it off. A border is that picture of Felix the Cat there, or off that way. And you have setting, or saving, reloading, or resetting. That's all we're going to do. Yeah, you're buying this for this game, because this game is like $100-something, and the Game Boy version is actually a little more. Alright, so let's get started as far as the show-off. This is going to be a little preview along with a look at Castlevania Dominus collection, which is the DS games and a great remake of Haunted Castle and the original. Anyway, okay, so Felix, you don't want to give the bag, I'm going to get you anyway. Okay, so the professor... As far as the series is going, is kidnapped a kitty cat. And, Felix is off to save her. I watched recordings. I'm busy with a compile or theory course. Okay, gotcha, for sure. Okay, so here's the deal as far as how Felix is working. Specifically, it's like this. He walks around, kind of like Super Mario Brothers, actually, as far as how the game operates. And the way it works is you walk around, and you jump, and then you hit the punching glove. Basically walking around, hit the A button to jump, and hit the B button to hit that. As you pick up milk, you get points. If you pick up the Felix the Cat head, you get 10 of those, you get a power-up. I'll show you how that works. So yeah, he does his magic trick bag. Yeah, you get an upgrade to it, so now he's shooting stars out. Woo! Where's his bag of tricks? It is right here. Fine. Actually, here's the deal as far as his bag of tricks. It's basically your attack here. And you get a different power-up each 10 heads you get. But also the way it goes, you're seeing little pictures of Kitty Cat in the clouds there. She's just bouncing along and shooting. Okay, so... just keep going around, and you also get milk dropping out for sure as well. I'll get that as we go. Yeah, if you get hit, by the way, that also acts as another hit point. Because if you get hit when you're just as you were normal, you die. But as far as this, every 10 of those get an upgrade. There we go. So we got another one, and we got our little, I guess our car. You basically shoot up the horn, hitting the B button. Same deal as before. He doesn't have to open the bag. Yeah, he doesn't open the bag as far as this, although, fine. There's one thing I'll show off in just a second. Because you can actually go in the bag. That's right here. Because what you have here is you have this going, and then... yeah, just keep bouncing. You can hold the A button to jump on that. You jump on these, you press down on them going. It's like the pipes in Mario. And so there you go. There is our case of that. And fine, here's the next one. Yeah, you get a tank. So every 10 of the Felix heads you get an upgrade for it. Yeah, so yeah, you're finding that interesting as far as it... and you do get some flicker here, but fine. You can turn it off in this version if you so want. But fine, we're doing the old NES experience. But yeah, this was late as far as NES. This was 1992. So... there we go. Yeah, so in this case, it does give some nice variety. And it's even more than like Mario in the sense that, fine, you have power-ups in Mario. Yeah, in the bag. You're going in the bag. It is interesting to do that, no question. But anyway, you just keep doing this, and then what happens then is... you just go to the next level. Anyway. So, what we're gonna do now is basically just keep going. I mean, I'm gonna go a little bit with each of these, and I'll show the Game Boy version off. You do have a time limit as well. Not that the levels are that long, you have to worry about it, but you also don't want to go in the water, because fine, then the tank will sink. And so fine, that's what it looks like him dying. Fine, I'm in the normal case with just carrying the bag and doing the punching glove. If I get a hit again doing this, I'm gonna die. So I have to be a little careful on this, but not too bad off. At least not yet. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now is hit that. And then what I'm gonna do is I just had to check some of my sound, because yeah, we've had issues with sound tonight. So I don't want to take any chances. I'm not gonna lie on that one. But anyway, what we're gonna do now is we're gonna just keep platforming. I'm gonna go as far as I can go in this. Do people like this? Actually, in retrospect, I think yes. I mean, when it came out, it was late in the NES's life. This was 1992. So by that point, the Super Nintendo was out, the Sega Genesis was out. But it's one of those things that, because this was late era, we talked about this with NES. Not that this is the most expensive game of late era on NES, or even the latest, as far as our release. The latest one we've shown, actually, is the last game that came out on the console officially. That was, at least at the time when the system was around, that was Warriors Woods for NES. I also have Chippendale Rescue Rangers 2, which is on, there's a collection I have, the Disney Afternoon collection that has it, which is like $300-something. And fine, other stuff like Panic Restaurant, which is thousands, the Flintstones Surprise at Dinosaur Peak, that's like $1,000-something as well. But to answer your question, yes, people did like this game as it was. Looks good for NES. Yeah, it looks gorgeous. As far as the way the color is, the way, even with the flicker case, it's not too bad. Even other cases, as far as other games like this, flickered more than this. And it is Carbon Engine as far as the publish on this, as far as the rebuild on this for this version. Because they put a collection out for Switch and for PS4 and PS5 this year that has this, and they put the physical version out, which I just got in the mail about a couple weeks ago. And what happens in this is, yeah, it does look really nice. It's something that I always heard this game over the years as one of these great underrated discoveries on NES. It's like, hey, you know, so many games on NES, there were hundreds of things. How is it going to stand out against other things, and wouldn't necessarily look that great going later? And the answer is, yeah, it would, because you sometimes had companies like Hudson Soft and like with Taito especially, who still went on NES. They said, fine, you know what, even with the new stuff, and they were making stuff on the new systems, but even then, they were saying, hey, we can do something new on NES, I guess to hit that market share. So fitting, we're looking at this alongside the last look at Game Dev Tycoon. And for that, it's quite good. I always heard it was really interesting. I mentioned it even back a couple years ago when we played Mickey Mania for the show. If you get hit, you go down to the previous level that you had. Okay, but I got it back because I got 10 of those Felix icons. Yeah, GamePro quite liked it, giving it a 5 out of 5. Yeah, as far as their fun factor thing, they would often give 5s out. But yeah, this game's fun. It looks great. It sounds pretty cool. The controls are really fluid. It plays like Mario in terms of how it feels, but even the physics of how he goes, and even some of the details like, hey, you know, I'm shooting off the tank here with the little face on the head there. It kind of has like, some bounce physics. Like, yeah, you know, on NES, would you necessarily get this? But the answer is, yeah, you did. And fine, it's also on Game Boy. And the Game Boy versions in this, I will show that off as well a little bit. Yeah, they did like it. It looks good, and it plays really well. It's one of those kind of great hidden discoveries. Even the case that, hey, right here, you slide down the hill when you kind of collapse it. So there's kind of some interesting things this game is doing when it comes to its platforming, along with being an interesting, we talked about this last week, representation of a license. Because fine, Felix the Cat has not gotten many video game adaptations. It's really these two, and there was a unreleased game for the CDI, the Philips unit, whose name escapes you at the moment. I'll have the name down below what it is when I edit. But what went with that is, we're gonna get to the boss now. That's the only other game, and it didn't get released. It was just these two. But yeah, in that case, Felix kind of had something going on, especially with a lot of licensing. Here's the professor. He has by the way, there's gonna be flashlight warnings on this game. I'm gonna not lie to you. But yeah, with this upgrade, you can feasibly kill him quickly, like bouncing the ball back at him. Yeah, just shoot the cannon. So like, fine, you want my bag? He has the thing, but like, no, he's going away. So there's like Dr. Robotnik in the Sonic games, since he's always, well, fine, I guess he's feasibly showing at the end of a world, and then off you go to the next one. Yeah, it definitely is a game, going back to the look at this, Fine, you also have the laugh there. It's like, hey, he did the laugh here, and they kind of have that in the audio, saying like, hey, you know, here this is. And then you get to the next level, where you have the umbrella, and as you hit the jump button more, you're basically able to kind of float downwards, but also use it to pretty much have infinite jump. So this game is doing some interesting things with its gameplay mechanics as well. So fine, in this world you have that, along with, you know, the ability of like, hey, doing the punching glove. And by the way, when you do go to a new world, you do lose your upgrades, but you can get them back with more of those Felix heads. So yeah, it's a game that looks really neat, but fine, I hit the bird and died, so unfortunately I have to come back. And I'll feasibly go, I guess, either till I get a game over. I don't know, this game feasibly is short. I don't know if I beat this thing, but I always want to at least give it a taste of this. And in this case, fine. In this case, you also get different transformations based on the level. So in this case, instead of the parasol we have the cat balloon. So in that case, it's throwing little, I don't know, frisbees or something out. So, fine, going back to the idea of Felix the Cat, he has the magic bag of tricks and help him out in any situation. And fine, this game is kind of taking that idea of itself too. So talk about really good representation of license just from the design of the game, but it's also a fun game, and it looks good. And it sounds good. And I get why this has become something that's sought after. I'm glad it got re-released to the point where, as I said, this collection is lacking as far as extras, which is a disappointment, especially compared to the Rocket Knight Adventures Respark collection that we showed off, especially that Castlevania Dominus collection we're going to show. But still, because these games go for a lot of money, $25 to download this, or $35 if you can get a eBay copy of the physical one. Good luck with that now, though. Yeah, not bad as far as the price, because it is expensive on NES and Game Boy, and clearly there must have been enough of a case of this where, I guess, Konami and Limited Run said, let's try and get this game back. Let's go through the licensing costs, let's get it out here and bring it to a new audience of people. Even the credits of this game were limited. I couldn't find anything except for, fine, the company that made it, and I guess also one of the people who programmed it. That's it. Outside of that, nothing. So it's a case where maybe this game's been under-documented, but I've heard it a lot, saying, hey, you know, if you like this Enterprise and you like platform games on NES and you missed this, and now it costs a lot, yeah, definitely a way to go as far as being able to play it here. Yeah, but also, I guess, changing is fine. In this case, I am changing into the tank to go into the area. As I said, I'll go to where I get to my game over, and then I'll show up the Game Boy one. Briefly look at the Japanese version, which is the same as this, except for Japanese text. And fine, it's not a Japanese version native, because it never came out over there. Yeah, it's pretty fun, and it goes to, as I mentioned, what ElecVerse said when we played Mickey Mania, which was that, hey, as a franchise, Felix the Cat was a big case before Mickey Mouse came around. And then when did he kind of find himself, and then what about these games? I even said on that show, I said, no, I'd love to play these games, maybe we can show them. We got a collection, so it came true. So there you go. And one of those cases where, fine, if you do want to get this, I'll say this. Since this is a licensed game, the license is going to eventually run out. So if you want to download this and this is looking interesting to you, probably don't wait to do it. Specifically, if you have Switch, PS4, or PS5, because it's not on PC and it's not on the Xbox systems, and I don't know if it ever gets a PC version. It won't get an Xbox version, I know that for a fact. Because usually a lot of this stuff, as far as the Carbon Engine stuff, does not get released here. Or on that console. Because Rocket Knight Adventures Respark didn't get released, this didn't, and neither did the Tomba Special Edition. That was everything but Switch, or everything but the Xbox console in case of that. So in that case, yeah, you'll have to feasibly make sure you have the console for it, but it's worth it, and it is pretty fun. But as I said, when they do delist it, it's worth pointing out you're going to have to buy the NES version, or you're going to have to try and find a physical copy of this. And who knows if the copies of this go in value over the years to be as much as the NES and Game Boy games are. Fine. To buy both of those, you'd have to pay like $300-$400 total as far as, I guess $150 so for each, feasibly. So in that case, this game's a bargain. As far as a collection, this collection's lacking, because it does not go into any of the aspects as far as the context of Felix the Cat, anything about the making of it, or really much as far as features with the, I guess, aspects of the graphics. Actually, you know what? I think this game, I believe this game is 9 worlds, so feasibly will not go through the whole way. Oh, I said there's 9 stages, so you know what? Fine. If I somehow don't get a game over by the end of World 3, I'll see what that's like, and if that's the case, I will then go on to the next thing, which is going to be the Game Boy version, which is this, except Game Boyified, for the most part. Yeah, this is a great discovery. So to answer, like, did people like it? Yes, they did as far as the time enough. And it's something that, yeah, it's a pretty good one. Yeah, so unfortunately, yeah, in this case, fine. The arc of that is not helpful because, fine, in that case, I was shooting into the ceiling and, fine, it's hitting the ceiling, but some of them, some parts of the ceiling it'll bounce off of. Or, fine, when I'm okay. Yeah, I don't know what's causing that. I don't think it's a case of emulation, because from what I understood, this game is apparently well emulated as far as this collection. Yeah, that's always a question. Do they emulate this right? Especially when it comes to a rebuild of something or a remake. I mean, we realized that with the Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1, where it said, fine, we're not going to rush when we do the next one, whenever that's going to be. I hope they don't do that with Suikoden when we get that. Also, I'm flashing here. I don't know. Did I get an invincibility or something? Maybe I did, but either way, we're done. Fine, I'm going down to the bike. Okay, now we have the dog guy. I don't know, chat, do you know who this is? I didn't take down the name of who the dog guy is. Fine, he has a gun. I have a car that has a horn. I'm just honking my horn. So, honk if you're horny, in that case, and now he's dead. He just blows up. Like, this is the old days as far as, like, platform gaming like this. Like, fine, even Felix the Cat is like, fine, you know what? You want my bag. I'm not gonna screw around with this. There we go. You do get the laugh that way. Okay, so, oh, right, you have a rewind. Fine, if you hit the ZL button, you do rewind. I did that by accident. Let me do that here. Alright, so I'm getting another phone call from the professor, but hey, what's up? You're doing well, Felix, but soon your game will be over. Alright, so yeah, he's gonna keep, I guess, taunting me. And fine, that's the, what is it? Like the trash can robot guy. And the movie kind of had stuff based on this. This is not based on the movie. I don't think it's connected to it, if I remember correctly, except for the fact that some of the characters in that, like the professor and Felix himself, are here. That's the only connection I can think of. Actually, I've never seen this part of the game going to, like, the tree world. Yeah, but this game is pretty neat, and this is even as far as something that... Fine, I'm sort of doing this one blind, too, because I haven't seen this. And fine, okay, if you get to a case where you get to the maximum upgrade of yourself in a level, you get a life when you get 10 of these. So it also pays to not get hit as well. So it gives you a little bit of strategy that way, too, saying, hey, you know, I get more stuff from my bag of tricks as far as more mechanics to manage myself, but also in case that, hey, I get a benefit for not dying. At this point, also doing jumps that way. That's a problem. Okay. Alright, yeah, and fine. Also, maybe in my case, because I was born and raised on platformers like this, I'm feasibly able, I guess, to take to this thing pretty quickly. But it's also not super hard. That's the other thing, I guess, about this game, just to go into, is that, of what I've played of it, it's not that hard, but it's also something that feels fair when you make a mistake. And also, fine, at this point, I built myself up so much that, fine, I can carry over my tank and be able to be surviving without problem. So yeah, if certain games on NES as far as platforming games are too hard, and there are some insanely hard games as far as platforming on NES. Stuff like Contra, stuff like, fine, Super Mario Bros. 2 for Japan, that one is really, really hard. Battletoads is being another one, but I fell and died, so you still have to be careful that way. And you get a penalty enough saying like, hey, you know, I fell and I'm now back to the boxing glove. So if I get hit again, yeah, I die. I have to feasibly collect these quickly to get myself upgraded, so then I have the magic outfit. But yeah, as I said, if you're like, hey, some of these games on the NES are too damn hard, yeah, Felix might be a good choice then. If you do something good for kids, but not just for kids, really. Something feasibly would be easy for them to get into and represents its license well. Crap, I made the jump wrong. That was my fault. And that's the other thing. When I die, I feel like, fine, it's my fault. And also... Okay, like Mario, you get checkpoints. I actually did not know that. Actually, wait, do I? I mean, I don't know, maybe. Okay. Okay, so I got transformed into something. I didn't see what it is. Fine, I know what it is, because it's only the couple here. Fine, it's a car. So, like, fine. That's the other thing. I guess I am a bigger case of this, so I still have to be careful with jumps and everything, but not too bad. Alright. Whoa. Except, yeah, fine. That thing shot me off screen. Fine. Sort of off screen, but it's also the case that, fine. This is not a cheap game the way that maybe some other stuff on NES can be. Stuff on this console can be pretty damn difficult. And the design might not necessarily be the best as far as how it is. So, alright, fine. Let's get to the end of this level. And when I do, what I'm going to do is I'm going to see... what we got next. Alright, fine. In this case, we're flying. So in this case, since I couldn't make that jump, they said, fine, we're going to turn you into flying. So yeah, it kind of becomes a fight shooter. A little bit. It's actually good gameplay variety to this. On top of... oh, shit! Okay, fine. Alright, I have the balloon. So I was first to say, like, am I screwed because of this? But the answer is no, I'm not. Just keep going, and, yeah, it's pretty good as far as what we got. Yeah, but with enough of the Felix heads, I'm able to get back to the plane, no problem. Yeah, I do need to get my way to the end. Fine, because it's like Sonic. You have, like, 3 levels to a world, and then you have a boss at the end of it. Oh, crap. Fine, there's so many things, I'm like, fine, you know what? I could also be cheap saying, hey, there's a level down there. Oh, crap. But I do have a lot of lives, so if nothing else, I'll be okay. But fine, I still have some strategy saying, hey, I can go this way. I've easily go under the... oh, okay, fine, I can't. Alright, so fine, that's a... yeah, sort of an invisible wall, actually. Oh, crap. So fine, now it's getting a little harder, but... okay, yeah, and it is a checkpoint, because this is not the beginning of the level. I don't think it was... well, maybe it was. Okay. Alright, and 0 does count as a life in this game, so I'm gonna have to see... fine, okay, we're gonna see how game over is. I'll get to the end of this level, and then we'll see. So yeah, when you get a game over... you're tossed out on the street, although fine, you don't lose the bag. So fine, technically the professor's never getting that bag, but yeah, you have 3 continues, so I'm gonna continue here. And you continue on the level you died at. I don't know if you can get more continues. I don't think you can, but I don't know off the top of my head. Honestly, aspects of this game were not as documented as I expected, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to find an answer about that. Also, aspects of the animation, because yeah, fine, I'm on the ground. Felix is doing the thing with his eye, but then he's like walking with the umbrella as it's like if it's like a walking stick. So some nice attention to detail here, no question. Fine, like yeah, those cannons are definitely giving me trouble. But fine, if I can get over here, get the cannons out of the way, they won't turn around. At least that one won't. I do want to try and get another Felix head so that I can be set. Okay, one more. Okay, good. So I have the balloon, so at least I can take another hit. I do have to be a little more careful, because there's one that going at an angle, but the one just shooting straight ahead. Or maybe I can go down below and feasibly get that. So, alright. Whoa. Yeah, you go like the flicker again. Yeah, because you can turn it off, but even with as many things on screen, you'd think this thing would completely collapse under the weight of itself, but it doesn't. I mean, even compared to stuff like Mega Man. It's like, yeah, Mega Man's a great game, but some of those Mega Man games have tons and tons of flicker to them. But, yeah, this one doesn't. Right, one more and I can get the plane. Actually, wait, maybe that thing with the... maybe you have to keep going to make sure that you're going to be able to keep the upgrade, otherwise you maybe lose it on your own. I don't know if that's the case. I played this game a little bit since I got it, but I don't know all the tricks of it necessarily right now. I mean, eventually. I mean, we could feasibly show this game off of the show, but fine. I'm more, as far as a full play, fine. I'm almost maybe going through the whole game. I don't know. Alright, fine. Here's the... okay, fine. My shot has a little bit of a distance. Okay. And fine, so the boss has a pattern as far as shooting me, but fine, he's done. Okay, so that's probably not the end. They said there are 9 levels in this game, or 9 worlds, I guess. So I guess it's 9 worlds as opposed to 9 levels. But alright, fine, let's go to the goal, let's see what's next, briefly. And if it is a case where there's still more, I'll stop here. And we'll look at the Game Boy game. Alright, Felix World, 4-1, Blob, okay. Alright, so this is the, beach. Okay, so I'll tell you what we're gonna do. Oh, also, yeah, if you press the start button, yeah, he kind of closes his eyes like he's going to bed. So, yeah, here you go. Nice attention to detail. So, fine, we'll hit the ZR button. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. You can save anywhere in this game, or in this release. So, I'm going to save yes. And by the way, the white is where yes is. So, fine, there we go. Got that. It goes to load at any time, but you only load 1 save slot, so it's just like the Rocket Adventures Resparked collection for that. Okay. So, with that, I'm going to quit. What we're going to do next is we're going to take a look at... Fine, I'm going to show this very briefly. This is the NES game. I'll show it with the CRT filter. I'll show it in native just because for difference. Borders off still. I have deflicker on. That's good. Okay, fine. So they translate into Japanese. That's basically all it is. As far as I can tell, the game is pretty much the same. But yeah, since Japanese players never got this on Game Boy or NES, at least they have it now. Although, fine, they still have a lot in English anyway, like, the Felix World thing, everything on the interface, and everything else, when it comes to, like, what round it is. And even magic there, so, like, fine. If you're a Japanese player who can't read English, say, as far as that, that's gonna be a case, like, wait, what's that mean? Or, fine, maybe you can, I don't know, who knows? It depends on the game. It's cases, like, for, the US, like, hey, you know, play a game that's in Japanese, and you can pick up stuff in Japanese, or you might know the language enough to get a sense of it. Fine, what I'm briefly going to show is I'm just going to show that. I'm going to go to the end of this level, and then we'll look at the Game Boy version. Yeah, that's the only thing this game really has as an extra. It's worth pointing out. But still, yeah, for the purpose of the games, I think this is probably worth the 25 bucks. You want to say, is it a lot compared to other collections that give you more games? Yes. Should it have more extras in it? Yes. I mean, there's a collection we're looking at after this one that is 25 bucks, and it definitely gives you more than that. More games for the money, and more, extras to it for the money, too. But remember, this is a license case, so yeah, if you're curious at all, I'd say don't wait on this. Okay, so there we go. That is the look at them in Japanese, although it's fine. It's Japanese for the story, I guess. But alright, so there you go. That is the case of Felix the Cat NES. What was the Game Boy game like? Well, I'm going to start a new game, I'll show you. Same deal as before, I'm changing your way. You have to change this every time you go into a game, which I kind of find annoying. But what I'll do is I'll turn the border off again. You can do native or full screen. We know if the native option in this is actually bigger than the native for NES. I don't know why that is, even though the Game Boy screen is smaller. You have filter off, so it's the sorta Game Boy Pocket look, kinda, but it's more of a old Game Boy. You can turn the dot matrix mode on, which is literally the NES look, like that. That's going to be the look as far as how I'm going to have it. I'm going to turn on the off mode. Unfortunately, they don't give you the black and white Game Boy Pocket Direct look. And they also don't do what the Switch Online stuff does, which is it gives you the option to look at it with Game Boy Color set. Basically, the default palette when you put an old Game Boy game into the Game Boy Color, I should say. So yeah, not much as far as the extra again, but still interesting to see, and we'll see how the differences are on Game Boy. I'm not going as long as this one on NES, because it basically is the NES version, just in miniature. Also, the music's a bit, fine. Downgrade sort of as far as the sound for Game Boy, but the game plays the same. You walk around and jump. The controls are exactly the same as far as how the crouching is. You do have some slide going on when you do the down when you're running. Pick up the milk bottles, but only one drops out at a time. Same deal as before. You pick 10 of the Felix heads, you get your next magic trick option. Okay, so right there. So you do get the magic thing again. So it is the same case, but fine. This goes to what happened on NES, cases where they would be on Game Boy as well, sometimes on Super Nintendo. We've shown that before for stuff like Tetris Attack. The only thing also that this does not have compared to the NES version is the smooth frame rate. The refresh rate of this is actually pretty slow. So, yeah, there's a lot of slowdown in this game, as we're pointing out. A lot. Especially when there's a lot of enemies on the screen like that. So is it better than the NES game? No, I would not say it is, but it is something that, fine, if you're going to play this on Game Boy, it's a good approximation. It's not a bad game, it's just fine. NES is a case where it just runs and looks better. But the game mostly is the same as far as how it is. And yeah, if you're on a road trip, like, hey, it's like playing the NES game while you're away from home. Fine, yeah, Felix is much more slippery in this one compared to even the NES game. And also, he doesn't actually go down as far as in the trick bag here. He just kind of disappears. So some concessions getting on Game Boy the year after the NES game, but still, yeah, not a bad element. You do get both in here, so there's something to be said about that. I mean, it's not like the Castlevania collection where we got Kid Dracula's Famicom version, but not its Game Boy one. It's the only one the US got. But fine, it might have been for the best anyway. Because same deal, it was better on NES as far as the tech side. And I believe it was mostly the same. So there's the car going beep beep again. But fine, this is just the Game Boy look of how it is. So yeah, same deal, so I'm not going to show this as long as we showed NES. Also, there's some other differences when you get Game Over. I'll show how Game Over works in this one. It's the same as the other one, except you don't get the picture of Felix getting tossed out with the trash. And also, weirdly enough, for some reason on Game Boy, you do not get the timer saying... Fine, you're not timed on the Game Over screen. On NES you are, and I don't know why that is. Okay. Okay, that's what it is, because, yeah, as you go along the heart thing, as you... Okay, so the hearts go down as far as after time. Okay, I was like, what was that about? So when that happens, you basically... And then it flashes, and I think you probably just go back to the last form. So you basically have to be quick as far as keeping the tokens up to get 10 of them. Either go to the next level or fill up your meter. Oh, no, you get the milk. Okay, the milk will extend your meter. Okay. Yeah, the milk is for your heart meter when you have a level that's not, the first level. Gotcha. It basically controls how long you're in the state. Okay, gotcha. So that's useful to know. And fine, this game's also harder because you don't get as much milk off of the cases where they appear as you did on NES. We get 3 bottles, where in this one you just get 1. And fine, that one went through that platform, so I can't go get it. Whoa! Also, screen resolution is smaller, so it's gonna be harder to kind of judge jumps, but not bad. It's not a screen crunch case, it's just there's a smaller screen case. Also, fine, I can't completely go crazy on the professor here like I could on NES, but fine, he takes fewer hits. Alright, but there you go. And you still get the laugh, so but you don't have like that transition thing for it. So alright, fine. What I'm gonna show now is I'm gonna show Game Over because I want to show not much of a difference, but I want to show that. But like NES, you get 3 continues, and when you run out of them, that's Game Over. But yeah, there you go. Okay, so there you go. That is Felix the Cat. And you get that little element there, the did sort of a theme song, but it doesn't really have the theme song inside of that. Alright, there you go. So that is Felix the Cat's collection. You're buying it for the game specifically, but the games are really good, so in that case, yeah, I think it's worth the $25 to download this on either PS4, PS5, or Switch. We can find the physical version, there's that too. Or if you're willing to pay the higher cost, it's on NES and Game Boy as well, where they originally came out of. And yeah, it's an underrated game. We can definitely do this as a show, and maybe we should, just as far as it. And then, I think at that point, then we probably just play the Game Boy version at the same time. And we'll use this for it, because this is the way I own this game. Okay. So, with that done, this is not going to be that long a show, I don't think, as far as it. I got to change one thing. We're changing game on this, because we got one more collection as far as Konami. And it's one that came out recently. Actually, there also is not a thing as far as Twitch for this one, so I'm going to have to go the original games as far as this. So fine. Because this came out only just not even a month ago. Alright, I got to change the audio. The audio on this is going to be negative 17.7. I don't have to have it as low as I had on Felix. Okay, 17.8. I think that should be good. All right, let's load up. Yeah, because fine, I have pictures from Splatoon. I had the cat that does the judgment at the end of a match in Splatoon for the Felix the Cat thing. And fine, we're going to vampire hunting. Fine. There's nothing from Konami or any non-Nintendo company. But here is the case of that for what we got here. So fine, let's load this. And we're going to look at the Castlevania Dominus collection. This came out back in August. That was on. I have some notes on this one. Brief stuff to go in. Came out August 27th, last month. On Switch, PC, Xbox Series S and X, PS5. Yeah, I said PC already. So yeah, this is on everything. So yeah, if you have an Xbox system or a PC, you can play this. It is from M2, again, the real heroes when it comes to classic game emulation amongst them. It's them, it is Digital Clips, and it is, well, Night Dev Studios, sort of, because they, like, rebuild old games as far as them. Anytime you see their names on the game, as far as a classic release, you can trust them. Trust me on that one. Now, this collection costs $25, same cost as the Felix the Cat Collection. It comes with 3 games, as far as headlining it. It comes with 3 games from Nintendo DS. This is our first look at Nintendo DS. I always said, how are we going to show DS on this show? I said either mod my system, my 3DS, so I can show some of this, or emulate it. In this case, fine, use a collection. I don't know if I'm going to promise that thing with 3DS as far as the modding. It costs some money, and it's stuff for that. But you do get aspects of the cutscenes for the 3 games here. There's Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow, Castlevania Port of Ruin, and Castlevania Order of Ecclesia. These were released on DS, and you also have extras here. You have Haunted Castle, one of the most infamous Castlevania games ever. And you have a new game in this one. This is the big surprising to people, because here's the deal. I'll go on this briefly. This was a stealth release. There's a stealth announcement and release, it's worth pointing out. Nobody knew this game existed until August 27th, when Nintendo had their great Nintendo Direct. And they said, by the way, we're doing a new collection of Castlevania, which has the DS games and has Haunted Castle, and is this new remake, brand new remake from M2 themselves of Haunted Castle. Haunted Castle is one of the most infamous Castlevania games ever. It's usually seen as the worst one. They remade it. It's the same people who remade Castlevania The Adventure from Game Boy, which is not in this. But the good news is that with this here, I think it's only a matter of time before we get a re-release of that great game from Wii, which you can't download anymore because it was a WiiWare download-only game. But they announced this collection as far as it, and they released it the same day, digitally. It's worth pointing out, if you want it physically. Limited Run is doing a physical run of it on everything except the PC. It is going to be running until October 13th, the time of this recording. And then after that, they'll ship out in February of 2025, so they're estimating. Right now, you can go download it for $25 on anything you got. And it comes with, so it's a new Castlevania. It's the first classic Castlevania-style game in 15 years, since Castlevania Adventure Rebirth on Wii. And you have a ton of extras in this thing, including galleries of pictures and things. I want to briefly show this. You have concept art characters, as far as everything here. Pictures of stuff with box art. You also get the scans of all of the instruction manuals of these games, including for all the regions they were released in. So here is the European manual. It goes every page of the manual, as we're pointing out. And same also with the Japanese manual and the US manual. So here you go. Here is when Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow came out on DS. You can read the entire instruction booklet. They do have to censor parts of this out as far as, like, the retailers or the phone numbers that are not in effect anymore. There you go. Look at this. Rated teen for fantasy violence and blood and gore. And basically go through this. So here's a great case. You know, if you're like, hey, I got a collection. How do I play this thing? You can just look at the manual. I really wish Felix the Cat had this. Fine. As I said, not that it's a bad collection. It's great for the games. And fine, that's one reason you buy a classic game collection. You buy it for the games. You want the games done well. You want them in a more affordable place. You want them emulated well. Felix the Cat checks off all those boxes. What it does not do, though, it does not give you all the manuals for the games or the extras that this collection does. It tells you everything as far as what it is. So you can basically do a read-through. We have a live reading instruction manual and the box arts for every release. So here's the PAL version, rated PEGI 12. Here's the Japanese version, rated 012. And here is the US version, rated teen, right there. So you go. Reach out and touch the magic. Yeah, this is the first case of that. And you get it here. It's great that they went to this attention to detail, and I love it. And they do it for every game. Fine, here's Reporter to Ruin. Fine, no, that's Dawn of Sorrow again. So here's Reporter to Ruin. You get new characters here. We'll get into these a little bit, because we're going to show off these games each as a little bit, and that'll be the end of our show for tonight when we get there. This will be about another hour or so. So you go for Portrait of Ruin. I'll show the English manual at least, because it also has advertisements for other games, including Dawn of Sorrow, the other game that's here. So there you go, look at that. You get the great stuff as far as the look of it. You can read through the manuals, you see the box art. Here is the box art. It had multiplayer as far as Portrait of Ruin. There was online for this for co-op. It does not have it anymore, and I gotta be honest, one thing that is, gets a little disappointing but understandable is multiplayer is not in this, because this was a co-op game specifically, so that's one thing to keep in mind when it comes to the release of Portrait of Ruin here. And Order of Ecclesia, this is the third game of these, where you're gonna have concept art and manuals. And on US manual, you also have this. The advertisement for Castlevania Judgment, which initially was going to be out in winter of 2008. Actually, no, it was in winter of 2008. Specifically for the Wii. And since it's the Nintendo version, they're allowed to feasibly have that element going. And fitting because Order of Ecclesia did have a connection with Castlevania Judgment. If you have a DS and you go into the Nintendo Wi-Fi connection, you could form a link between the Wii and the DS game, and you can make it so you have unlockable aspects of character costumes, particularly for Shinoa, who's the main character of Order of Ecclesia here. And it's not tied to online, so you can still do that if you have Castlevania Judgment and if you have Castlevania Order of Ecclesia on DS. Since Judgment has not been re-released as of this recording, you cannot do it there. And Order of Ecclesia costs money. Actually, a lot of these Castlevania games on DS cost money. We're talking like $100-something for each of these. Because people want these, and these games are awesome, so I completely understand exactly why. And this is brand new. We'll get to that for sure. That'll be the end of our show. And also, I mentioned flashlight warnings on this game. Feasibly, I could kill you if you watch this full screen, so please don't. I'll reiterate when we come back, but we're going to go in these in order to start. And you get in-game achievements, and if you play it on the other consoles, they're not Nintendo. These are actual achievements for either Steam or PlayStation as far as trophies, or Xbox Series S and X for doing a bunch of stuff as far as defeating enemies and things like that. And they give you guys specs of when you played it last. In my case, it was when I was doing audio checks earlier today. Oh, right. And you can also listen to music. We're going to end here because the remixes of the music for the Haunted Castle game, we're going to be listening to the remix of Lullaby Sent to the Devil, or A Lullaby Sent to the Devils as they indicated here, which we heard remixed in Castlevania Adventure Rebirth and was from Haunted Castle itself. We'll do that a little later. And you have full settings as far as everything running each version. That's the other thing. You run different regions' versions. So you run the American version, Japanese version, European version of everything, and the Korean version of Order of Ecclesia if you want to. You can swap the buttons. So, like, hey, if you want B to be confirmed, if you like that, you can turn that on, or have A button be confirmed. And then, of course, there's the aspect of credits for the game. And here's the other deal. These are DS emulations. Thinking, what about touchscreen? Because these games use touchscreen, especially Dawn of Sorrow. How's that work? Well, I will tell you in just a second. We're going to start with Dawn of Sorrow, because that's the one of the touch stuff most pronounced. I'm also going to show one thing first. We're going to show the compendium. You can get all information about the enemies and things, and equipment and items and enemies around, like the Castlevania Advanced Collection did. But you also have your screen settings, where you can set it up in actually better stuff than even on the DS, because on the DS, you look at the game like this. 2 screens. That was the idea. Dual screen. That's what DS stands for. But you also have the look seeing, like, have the top screen on the left. Oh, no, the bottom screen on the left and the top screen on the right. Both of them equal in size, left to right on each other. Top screen there. And you have also, not just the bottom screen and the top screen, but also the menus. So actually, this is better than the DS version because it gives you the option to have the menu available to you for viewing at all times. Only this version lets you do that. And you also have fully customizable controls for everything. We'll go through that in a second. And you rewind, you can turn that on if you want to. And you have saves anywhere, but you also do have saving that goes with this. But here we go. Here's Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow. This came out, by the way, on August 25th, 2005 in Japan, September 30th in Europe, and October 4th in the US for Nintendo DS. We're going to start the game, and we're going to do a new game. Psych data. We'll start here. Here we go. They tell you touch controls. How touchscreen works, or how do they work for this? Pretty damn brilliantly. Let me tell you that right now. You use the right analog stick, or if you use the left analog stick if you want to turn it on that way, and then you use the ZR button. You basically hit the ZR button to do tapping, which is a brilliant setup, because that means that as you're playing the game, and you have your buttons, your fingers, your thumbs are going to be both on the D-pad, or analog stick, left analog stick if you want to use that, and the buttons for doing actions, and your top index fingers as far as L and R. But then by having that perspective in the back, you can do touch controls without ever having to move your fingers. And it's unbelievable. It works in some features of the game only work with touch controls, and they'll go on that here. Usually here, you have to sign your name, because on DS it was all about using the touchscreen. So basically hit the touchscreen like that and hit the ZR button. Do that. You also get the idea of like the squiggly lines. How specific a line do you want to have that way? You can have it there. You'll hit this to erase it. It's like, yeah, no, erase it that way, or make the pen a little bigger as far as what you're erasing. You can also undo. You can delete the whole thing. But let's sign name that way. So fine, let's do this and get the nice thing for that. So sign your name. Let's do fine, same as before. So fine, Sog. Yeah, it's also weird because fine. How do you get this going? Fine, let's put the this one. You do still have to kind of write it out, and I believe if you're playing this in portable mode on Switch, you can use the touchscreen that way. You can also press in the left or right analog sticks to increase the fine. Okay, in that case, you can make the speed of the cursor for the touchscreen go really, really fast or really, really slow. And in that case, we're going to go here. We're just going to hit that and start the game. Okay. So, yeah. There's also a way to show more Castlevania off, aside from when we actually showed the Castlevanias. I said, hey, you know, we show more Castlevania, not just in October. We don't have a full play of a Castlevania game this year, but I said this is going to be a good compromise, especially with this collection. Now, as you say in the story, this takes place 11 years from now, in 2035. This is a direct sequel, by the way, to Castlevania Aria of Sorrow from Game Boy Advance, which is on the system in the Castlevania Advance Collection, which I have. It is the then current day, or fine, the future day as far as what it was. It'll soon be the current day as is. And we have Mika Hakuba here saying, hey, you serious? This is Soma Cruz. He was the protagonist of Dawn of Sorrow. Oh, no, fine. He is the protagonist of this, but also of Aria of Sorrow. But it's Aria of Sorrow and Dawn of Sorrow. This is basically a sequel to that. Hammer decided to do something. It's like, wait a second, can I ask you? Yeah, what do you got? It's been a year since it all happened. Okay, so fine. This is a year after Aria of Sorrow came around. The third game of the Game Boy Advance Castlevanias, and seen as one of the best ones. Maybe is the best one, but they're all really, really good. And the Castlevania Advance Collection, if you've not played that, I'd highly recommend that because it comes with all three of them. And Dracula X from Super Nintendo on top of that. Yeah, you have the ability to use the power of monsters. Yeah, that's what Soma Cruz did before this, the power of dominance. We escaped Dracula's castle last time I lost it. But I get this bad feeling that something's happening, right? But it's nothing, don't worry about it, okay? I can't use any of the powers since, so fine. He recovered from that quick. But who's this? Someone who knows our name. Yeah, who are you? Celia. Celia Fortner. I'm here to see you're dead. What do you mean, my dead? Come forth, my servants, or see you dead. I don't know if that's a translation case, because concussion time. Until this... Also, you do have voice acting in these games, we're pointing out. I'll go on that with Order of Ecclesia, specifically. Okay, so, yeah, damn it, of all the worst luck. Wait, who's talking? Mr. Arcado, yeah, Genya Arcado. Yeah, as I said, I confess something. Until this collection came out, I never played these DS games. That's also part of the reason I bought this, also because I wanted to show the support to Konami, saying, you're doing a collection, it's M2, I want this now. I'm not waiting. Also, if it means that we get a re-release of other Castlevania games and Castlevania Adventure Rebirth, you bet your ass I'm buying this. And it is a fantastic collection. If you've not bought this and you love Castlevania, what are you waiting for? Don't watch the show. Stop watching the show. Go onto your digital store right now and go get it. It's that good. But anyway, she's putting up a barrier, so use this. You get some unbelievable sprite work in this game. You're going to see that for sure as you go. And yeah, here you go. So you do have your inventory here at all times. You have an enemy here, just beat on them with hitting the Y button. And like with the Game Boy Advance games, you have the ability to suck up souls, and you get their skills as you go along. In this case, with Skeleton, you can use magic by tossing bones out. Yeah, unlike the other games where you had hearts, you have a magic bar. That's the green bar up there. So you have MP. So it's the RPG take, like the Metroidvania stuff, like Symphony of the Night and 3 on the Game Boy Advance, for sure. And R button for using this. So yeah, basically, that is your going to be running your abilities, specifically. And you kill enemies, and sometimes it's a luck on terms of how the drops are, but for this intro, it gives you everything right away that you're expecting. With unbelievable rotation. Oh my god, it's unbelievable seeing what this game is. But yeah, I'm getting my ass kicked, so... Fine, there you go. Throw it and get a level up. Okay, so raise strength with the golem. Takes that when equipped, and it doesn't consume MP. Okay, awesome. I'll see your demise, that's certain, using whatever means possible. So fine, now she wants to kill us. But we'll have to fight another day. You're not gonna catch her, though. So fine, his power's back. This is how it's getting back. What's happening here? But the power didn't return. It was always within you. You just never had a need to use it since you fled the castle. So fine, this is sort of, I guess, spoiling the idea of Aria of Sorrow from Game Boy Advance, but fine, we don't know how he got away. But set free the souls, you had dominance over. So, wait a minute, why couldn't I use it? I wasn't dominating soul, huh? And who was that? She seemed to know you. Yeah, she's priestess of a new and rapidly growing cult. Bet you she's up to something and kept tabs on her. But why are we coming after Soma again? They want to resurrect the Lord of Darkness, so as is always the case with Castlevania, they're saying, can we have Dracula come back? And the answer is, yeah, I guess we're going to have Dracula come back. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't like the fact that I didn't become Lord of Darkness. Right, because I believe in the context of this, I believe, although don't correct me if this is not right, I think Soma Cruz is like the son of Dracula is supposed to be the idea. Or he's supposed to be taking over for Dracula later. They intend to create a new lord by getting rid of you. You don't need to get anyone involved in this. Let us deal with it. Who are you talking about? Us. Yeah, she'd see my demise. So yeah, that's sticking to his craw. So a couple days after that event, going in the mountains, this is where the cult's based, so fine, he's like, I'm going, I don't care. Hammer's info wasn't so iffy after all. You doubt my word? Alright, so this is Hammer. Who told you about the place? It was me, without a period. So I guess there were translation things in this game that were a little off, and they kept them for this. Which makes sense, because it's straight emulation. Fine, it's M2. M2 rarely does porting bad. The only case I noticed that was the Genesis Mini 2, especially what they did with Rystar, where they pitched the voice wrong, and that still is a mind-boggler for me. How they messed that up, because usually they do the porting perfect. And from what I understand from people who have played these games, the ports of these are perfect. All went in. Okay, what happened to that lady? Remember, right? Yoko? She's not coming. So fine. Oh, we slept away. Why didn't you at least tell her? Yeah, because we'll survive. Alright, I'm saying this for your own good. Leave. Also, fine. One other thing to show off is that because of the thing with the touchscreen, and this is on the bottom screen, you can touch the screen in order to basically make the dialogue move. So they do emulate that as well. So I guess this is the idea of how DS emulation can work. Well, fine, we've seen this a little bit with the Mega Man 0ZX collection, which I think ran like this. I have it on Xbox One, so I should pop that in to get another sense. It's been a while since I've last played it. And fine, Wii U Virtual Console, but even the Wii U Virtual Console stuff for DS didn't do it as well as this. There are a lot of concessions that we're going to have to deal with when we play those games on Wii U, and I have a bunch of stuff from DS for the purpose of that. But maybe this is going to be the way to get emulation going from DS and maybe 3DS. Because there's the rumor that Nintendo's next system is going to run like that. There is the mock-up of what it was looking like that people thought that might be it, but it seemed like it apparently wasn't. But we'll see when they announce that, because they said they're going to announce it semi-soon. We can get ourselves going. Also, it's worth pointing out, that cursor will go away after a while, as we're in the Lost Village. And here's some amazing music, which is done by, I have the name... Well, fine. Involved in all three of these games is Michiru Yamane, who we've heard for a lot of stuff with Castlevania, specifically Castlevania Bloodlines from Sega Genesis, and Symphony of the Night as well, when we get to playing that. But you all did music for Skullgirls, Bloodstained Curse of the Moon, which is the 8-bit styled take on Castlevania from Koji Igarashi, who's a producer on all three of these games, by the way. Also did music on Suikoden 4, yeah, Suikoden 4, Castlevania Legacy of Darkness, and 64, both from Nintendo 64, and Adventures of Batman and Robin for Super Nintendo. Is that right? Because fine, I took down her, but there's someone else who did music on top of that. This game, by the way, is directed by Satoshi Kishibuchi, who did object design on Super Castlevania 4, and was lead graphic designer on Snatcher, as well as did the opening and ending design in Axelay, and lead artist on Nano Breaker on PlayStation 2. He also directed Industrial Track and Field and Nagano Winter Olympics 98, both the PlayStation versions of those. And he directed the next game we'll see, Portrait of Ruin. We'll see that in a second. They just go around and slice things, and like the Metroidvania case, this is our first real look at this. Seeing over there, the top screen of the game has the map. So in that case, follow the map, see where you're going, pick up weapons, and when you get stuff, hit the start button. And equip them, and you equip your souls. You have a couple things. You equip your arms, you basically equip new weapons, so you get different effects, like better strength for the short sword. Clothes I have are normal. You can also get stuff for your accessory. I don't have any. On this one, you get souls. As you saw in the opening, you get the aspect of using your attack spear, which you have the one of either up and Y for the skeleton on yellow, or on red, and then blue for the armor knight, and golem, which is a strength buff. So basically, you want to have that on. Fine. Yeah, fine. If you take that off, it goes down, but you turn it on, and there you go, you're at 9. And basically just keep going, and it's really good stuff. And of course, when you find save room, walk in front of it and hit up on D-pad and save the game. I think you do need to touch it. Either touch it or the A button. There you go, save. And you do have an autosave with the bat over there in the top right corner of the screen. Ow. But we can't go past that magic seal. Yeah, so this is what it's looking like for here. Feel free, chat, to go into memories on any of these Castlevania games. These 3 from DS, Donosora here, or anything else as far as Castlevania or other stuff Konami. As we go, and as you go along, yeah, you're slicing things, you get the blood going on, and it just looks so, so good, and it's great, great music. This is one of those games I'm gonna love playing this game more, I'm not gonna lie, because I played those Game Boy Advance versions pretty significantly myself. I've beaten, actually, I'm trying to remember if I beat Aria of Sorrow. I think Aria of Sorrow is the only one I didn't beat. But I beat the other 2, which were Circle of the Moon and Harmony of Dissonance. I know I beat Harmony of Dissonance in particular. Yeah, I'm gonna have a blast playing through these for sure, and I'm glad to be able to show them to you. I'm glad Konami re-released them. So yeah, thank you, Konami, and thank you, M2. Like, yeah, M2, we love you for sure, and you're definitely heroes in this one. We got some Belmonts here, Julius Belmont and Yoko. So wait a second. Yoko Bellinades is different. Yeah, we got wind of the cult from a tip, so we're investigating with Mr. Belmont here. Yeah, but the dark destroys you and no choice to destroy you. So that goes to the idea that, hey, you know, he's descended from Dracula. So, because remember, the Belmont clan is all about, you know, killing Dracula and his offspring. It's like, yeah, fine, I'm sorry. No reason to be here. It's like, yeah, we have to do this, sorry. She was gonna try to kill me and Mina. No, I'm not gonna stop until I find her. But you're determined, so alright. How you just say that, Julius? You barely try to convince him. Like, yeah, no. You stay here, we need a contact, okay? So fine, yeah, he's gone. He's just walking through there. And fine, there's the bridge that's coming down. We gotta open that, but we don't have a way to open it. Yeah, men, they're so selfish. I'm like, oh, I'm not. That's what you could say as far as that. You don't know until you're going home either. Fine, I'm not going home, but I'm not gonna leave you. Alright, fine, take this at least. Magic seal. Okay, what is it? Magic seal. Color appears to create gates that draw power of darkness, and monsters exposed to it are said to be invincible. So use this to go through the doors. Want to practice? Yes, let's do that. That's fine. It's that, and it's also something else. We're going to practice this. This is going to the DS touch controls. You have to draw figures when it comes to doing your magic, or fine, for your magic in terms of bosses. I'll show you this off. You have that draw there. Now you try. It's worth pointing out this. If you don't want to use the touchscreen, you don't have to. They did remap the buttons here so that you can use buttons for it. But you have that. Just draw bump, bump. There you go. So you can basically pull that out at any time, and that's what I love about the way they designed this. Because, like, hey, it's weird to do this. Even on the DS, it's weird to do this because you're playing with the buttons normally. You have to pull the stylus out in order to do this. But with this release, this easily might be better than the DS version for that very reason. You just either draw on it or you hit the buttons if you don't want to draw. Even the draw cases that, fine, just quickly move to the left analog stick or right analog stick to do it, and just hold that ZR button and you're set. It's a great, great system they came up with. So talk about not just porting a game well, but also thinking about the design of how the game was made on its original console and making it better, including giving you access to your inventory all the time. You usually only get that when you're on the pause screen, but in this version, you can have it all the time. It's awesome. And they do it for the other two games as well. Okay, Magic Seal activates on its own when it's needed. Okay, so that's the idea. When you get to a certain area that pops up, and either hit the buttons or do a draw. Where are we going? We have to go back and find a different way in. Did he escort me? Yeah, okay. And like these Metroidvania games go, the idea is that, yeah, you pretty much go to where you can open, or where it's open to you, and then you go back to another place. So yeah, backtracking is the name of the game on this one. Because these games are so well-paced, you don't have to worry about it, and it's a lot of fun. Because, yeah, you'll also be able to feasibly get moving at a pretty decent pace. Not like, hey, you know, I had to go back to that one place I missed, but even when you do, it's great. And in that case, also you're getting the axe armor and the warg. Use fangs to tear at foes. I will show off a couple of those. And you can put them on other buttons. So yeah, you can have it on the R button. In fact, you know what? I didn't show the one with the R button, so let me do that. Just use that spin for that. And look how smooth that is. Jesus. As far as like being able to cut things up. In fact, I will show that with an enemy. And also, your magic will come back on its own. So you're not going to be in a case of... Okay, here we go. There you go. Alright, but now with this, let me change the equipment. Just show off some stuff. Okay, these are for red. So in that case... Yeah, up on the Y button for this one. Wait, do I have enough? Oh, like that. There you go. Whoa. Okay, actually, I never saw that one. So I'll show that, and then I'll get the other one, which is the axe armor. So you can throw axe upwards. So yeah, if you remember the sub-weapons in the other Castlevania games, they're not a factor in this, but you have a different way. That's pretty cool, actually. So in that case, you can also build Soma however you want. Alright, so this is a seal we're gonna have to bust. That's all you need is Majesty to finish off the monsters. Just be calm and focused, okay? Alright, so yeah, we're getting our first boss fight already. And I love the sprite work in these games. Oh my god, it's unbelievable. It's so smooth, and it doesn't do anything to the frame rate. This game is insanely smooth as it is. It just looks cool, and the design's cool. So here's the thing. Also, I have that axe thing, so yeah, I can just toss the axe up. I do love the axe. I love my axe as far as the sub-weapons in Castlevania itself. In this case, yeah, as long as you have enough magic, you can keep running it. But, yeah, not completely. Also, slide it down the, in this case, no, fine, down the B button. Whoa. Slide my way away. Usually what you want to do is you want to get them on the ropes enough, whoa, and then you draw on the screen to get them. Eventually. Like this. We hit Y, B, and A. So in that case, you do the draw that way. So let's show it both ways. And there you go. Gotta level up, so that means I got it. I got flying armor, reduces your fall speed. Okay, if you love navigating these games like I do, that means that you can run that and have a great time with it. Okay. Piece of cake for these, but don't be too sure. That's not going to be useful forever. There's more complex patterns that come along, so be careful of that. Alright. And she can go as fine as it is, but one more thing. Joe's made some information, so if you're close by, come by, okay? And don't be reckless. Alright, no problem. And there we go. And that's full recovery as far as yourself, and off we go. Okay. That being said, I don't think I can get here yet, although actually then what I can do is equip what I just got. So yeah, you have your flying armor. That means that, yeah, you don't fall as fast. So when you do a jump, look at that. Okay, right, I have to hit the R button for that. Right, because you have the hover. Okay, so that. Right, actually, I think the Game Boy Advance versions have that. In fact, I think RSR have that. There you go. If I can make it. Fine, I have to jump right at the edge, I guess. But can I? Maybe I can't even get this. Okay, fine. I guess I can't get that, so fine. Good showcase as far as that, saying, like, fine. Even then, I can't get through that. I'm gonna go a little more, and then we'll go on to the next couple games. Because we do have about 5 of these. So I'll go to the next save point. Yeah, enjoy the great atmosphere here, because that's the other thing. Castlevania gets atmosphere down really, really well. Even the games aren't that great, as far as the series definitely do that well. But honestly, I can't think of a single game in this franchise that hasn't done atmosphere well. Even if it's like, hey, I don't know if it's a great game. But these, what I played, these are great games. Absolutely. And again, like with Felix the Cat, because of the cost of these games in their original form, you're seeing Bigfoot out there, I guess. I guess we can't go that way. So we're gonna have to go back another way. Yeah, that makes it even more of a value. That's the other thing about classic game compilations. Why I go nuts whenever they drop one, which is, hey, it's showing support of a franchise like, hey, maybe we haven't seen this in a while, or a license in the case of Felix, but also a case where you're saving money getting these games. It's the, I quote this from Moonstruck all the time, it costs money to save money. That's what this is. Like, yeah, if you don't have these games, I don't have them myself. $25 for this compared to, like, I don't know, I'm going across all these things, probably like $250, and you're getting a brand new game in this and that Castlevania, or that Haunted Castle Revisited. Yeah, totally worth it. My god, it's a great value. And that's why I wanted to show this. As soon as they announced this, I said, I gotta come up with some kind of excuse to be able to show this on the show. And I said, this is the way to show it. And we do play these games for the program. We will use this because, yeah. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to show this. And I cannot get over there. So what I can do feasibly is... Yeah, I don't think I can get down there. So I have to find another way. Alright, so I must be able to get through there. Let me look at my other equipment. We'll also look at the library. Does this show terms as far as topics like characters and things like that? Magic seals, you can do practicing of the ones you see. Abilities for souls when you get those. To spend point as far as if you want to do that for a quick quit. Items you get, of course, for potions and things like that. I have the flying armor, that's good. And then... I think that's good. Alright, so yeah, I'm going to see where I got to go if I can find where to go. If I can't, we will then go on. Okay, yeah, kill more enemies. By the way, just pointing out, from where I understand, I know the Game Boy Advance games were like this. The rate that the souls drop is not always consistent. So you kill an enemy that's of that type, you won't always get the soul. But I did get the zombie one there. So easily you might have to grind them, but it's not as much of a rare case as, especially Circle of the Moon. Circle of the Moon on Game Boy Advance has a pretty nasty case of that. As great a game as that is, it's something that even fans will say, hey, you know, I wish I could be in a case of something like that, you know? Right, I don't have to deal with that. Okay, so I guess I gotta go here, but how do I get over there? Okay, fine, it's like that, because fine, okay. My problem was I thought I jumped and then I hover, but alright, fine. You can just use that on the ground and jump, and then that increases your, fine, that increases your jump, perspective. Fine, you go slower as far as the jump, and then, slower downwards. Okay, there we go. So we did have to go there, I was right about that. And spear enemies, and then we'll put another equipment on for our arms, because we got the other things that are like with, Symphony of the Night and some of these other ones, you can, experiment around with what you want to have. It's like, hey, if I want to run two-handed with the Claymore, I can do that. It's more powerful. Run the Spear, which I believe is just a once toss, if I remember correctly. Oh, no. Fine. It's not. Basically just use that to have a delayed attack and then hit off that way. Fine. It's also two-handed, so in that case, I think I want to run the Claymore. Just show it off. But fine. This is just going to be a demo. That's the idea we got. Fine. I can also slide into him, so there you go. Look at all the stuff in the environment also to interact with and how it all looks really, really cool. Like, whoa. Yeah, even jumping on the van there. Like, yeah, I think like the snow came off. In fact, let me do that on this one. Yeah, it does. Jesus, that looks unbelievable. Yeah, Konami clearly know what they're doing on this one. There's another soul. Fine, you can also get more souls than the ones you get, I believe. Like, I think you can do this. I think you can sell the ones you don't need for money. Whoa! Okay, there's a way down. $2,000 in corn soup. Yeah, you can find hidden areas as it is, so yeah, there you go. In fact, I think this is our first Metroidvania, actually, we played on this program. Whoa! Okay, look at that. He's actually scrolling the mirror as you walk. Oh, wow, that is unbelievable. Yeah, because we're pointing out, I have not played this game that much since I got it, but it's also something that I played it enough. And it's also one of those cases I treated this like Switch Online Day, where I said, hey, you know, let me show off my coworkers this. It's fine. We saw the Nintendo Direct. We saw everything announced. Oh my god, the stuff they announced, I'm going nuts on. Especially this, the Capcom Fighting Collection 2. It's bringing Power Stone back. And Project Justice and Plasma Sword, which I know the Crusader 64 is looking forward to seeing Plasma Sword again. Because he loves that game. I've actually never played it, so I'm going to be looking forward to playing it. And a lot of other stuff too. But yeah. And fine, Suikoden is finally coming out. I don't have to beg Konami anymore. 2022 doesn't have to beg him either. He, as he said, all he needs to do is go on a vacation outside of the country, and then they'll announce something for Suikoden. But fine, Suikoden as it is coming out in March for all the consoles, and I cannot wait for it. And fine, we will use that when we get to playing Suikoden 1 for the show. He will be involved for that one, no question. Yeah, a lot of cool stuff. You'll have retro gaming. Even if you're like into modern gaming, there's a lot of stuff coming out for you as well. Yeah, even as far as this, yeah, you got classics like this. And this game is definitely a classic. Even when I haven't played it much, I get that sense. But alright, there you go. So that is a little taste of Dawn of Sorrow. But we're going to take a look at the other games then. As I saved, we're good. Okay, so next up we have the follow-up. Although, as far as timelines, this is things are going to get a little weird because... This is a sequel to Aria of Sorrow from Game Boy Advance. This is not a sequel to Dawn of Sorrow, though. This is actually totally different. This is actually kind of a sequel to Castlevania Bloodlines for Sega Genesis. We played on the show before. I will be playing that again at some point, maybe next year for the Super Bowl game Saturday Second Chance thing we're going to do. To show off being played with Eric Card, the other character you can run into or play as in that game. We play as John Morris. And there's direct connection to that for Port of Ruin here. Let's go boot this up. Port of Ruin came out in 2006. It was November 16th in Japan, December 5th in the US, and it was in 2007, March of 2007, specifically when Europe and Australia got it, for Nintendo DS. This is, as I mentioned, it's a sequel to Castlevania Bloodlines from Sega Genesis. It is involved as far as, find me doing the write-up on that. But I just want to start a game. And you got boss rush mode in that, and we're going to start off. So let's just get a new game. You can also type in letters this way if you want. So we'll do that, Sogs. Right, this one you can edit an emblem. So when we played Kirby's Dream Course, or showed off Kirby's Dream Course, I should say, you just draw on this however you want. It's like, I don't know. Oh, fine, you can only have one color, I guess. I put dots out. Like, fine, that's, I don't know what that is, but fine, that's gonna be our weird emblem. And you can also put on stamps, so fine, it's just like Kirby's Dream Course, actually. Fine, okay. Or we just have that, so fine, the power of Christ compels you. We're gonna get going. Yeah, this game takes place in 1944. Yeah, during World War II, by the way. As I mentioned, it follows Bloodlines because of the fact that one of the characters you're playing is the son of John Morris from that game. And here in the great music, it is Michiru Yamane again who's involved. But also... Okay, go back to Dawn of Sorrow briefly. Fine, it was Michiru Yamane who did the stuff. When I was mentioning as far as, there's another name, it was Masahiko Kimura who did the music for Spectrobes and DS, Suikoden 4. He did the N64 Castlevania games and Batman and Robin on Super Nintendo. This one, it is Michiru Yamane again doing music. But there's another big name. And fine, so the Sega Genesis as far as a sequel, or sequel to a Genesis game. Fitting, I guess this name pops up. Is a huge one. It is Yuzo Koshiro, who of course did the music for all the Streets of Rage games, Revenge of Shinobi, ActRaiser, the remake of ActRaiser, ActRaiser Renaissance, Beyond Oasis, Shenmue 2, and the Etrian Odyssey games, and Amazing Island on GameCube, which was also devved by his team Ancient, and Carbello Joe on Game Boy Advance. So yeah, Yuzo Koshiro did music in a Castlevania game. This is the only one he's done it for, and my god, it's great. But Michiru Yamane as well is involved, and yeah, fine. Talk about two of the best classic game musicians around. Even modern game musicians as far as some of these things. Yeah, not disappointed with this soundtrack. Here we go. Yeah, we were Jonathan Morris in this game, who is the son of John Morris from Castlevania Bloodlines. Again, this is Vincent Doran. He is a monk for the church. I'm waiting for you. Think the master of the legendary vampire killer would come here. Yep, the whip that slayed Dracula is feasibly going to slay him again. But I can't use this, unfortunately, unlike my father. Charlotte, don't talk that way. We try and play along. That, by the way, is Charlotte Alwyn. She's a witch, and she also is a childhood friend of Jonathan's. And she's like, yeah, fine, you know what? She's blunt when it comes to telling the truth. And by the way, you can't lie to a priest. Remember that. You know, like, go to confession and all that stuff. Are you suggesting the whip is fake? Yeah. I can't use it. I'm sorry. It wasn't originally within my family. Fine, that's what we had with Castlevania Bloodlines, because fine. The vampire killer that John Morris used in that was not from him. That's true. But that was years after as far as the Belmonts are concerned. Of course, we know who the Belmonts are. Of course, they've used that whip for generations to destroy Dracula. And they're related to the Morrises by blood. That is true. We didn't go in that much when we played Bloodlines. We'll go on that next time we play it. Man, we did that really, really early when we played that. Doing your research, right? But we're not true successors to the line. But no problemo, I've won every battle till now without it, so there you go. And, yeah, Charlotte's here too. This is what's going to be very interesting about this game, because it is kind of a cooperative platform. Fine, it had co-op multiplayer. This version doesn't have it, unfortunately. But Charlotte Alwyn, she has her own skills, and you swap between them as you play. And it's really, really cool. Yeah, so you're the great magician everyone's talking about. Yeah, I think she was a mere child. And you get the great anime look as far as like, hey, what did you say about me? By the way, enjoy the anime look for now, because the next game in the line sort of goes away from it. I'll bring it up when we get there. But she's such a young lady. Yeah, I heard that. He called me Lovely. There you go. He's like, yeah, I'm okay on your spelling. I was like, fine. Do you have to spell it out? But anyway, Vincent, you had business. He's like, yeah, please don't try and get out of the way of me. But yeah, I'm gonna assist you in your quests. Potions. But it's an economic thing here because he needs money. Remember, yeah, Vincent has a true bull haircut. Yes, he does. Absolutely. I'll pull him up that way. Yeah, because this took place during World War II. Here he is. Look at the bowl cut. Yeah, very good look as far as Vincent's concerned. And we'll see him more as we go through this, as far as the demo, and also when we get to playing this game fully. And find feasibly, next game in the franchise we're going to play fully as far as Castlevania is going to be one ElecVerse wanted to see. That's Castlevania Chronicles on the PlayStation, which is a remake of Castlevania 1. And it also has a remake of that sort of as far as within it. So it's a remake of a remake. Or fine, it's a remake and it's a remake of a remake as far as it. But, because we did show off Castlevania Bloodlines already, and this is following that, we feasibly could come to this one sooner than that. So, honestly, we don't necessarily have to be as canonical with Castlevania as you might think. I guess feasibly, assuming we maybe played the game before, or it's like, fuck it, we just play whichever ones we want. Yeah, but you take care of that, okay, as far as the money. Yeah, is that really Dracula's castle? Yeah, we haven't seen it. Because, yeah, it usually doesn't appear. It's always kind of hidden. Fine, in Dawn of Sorrow, it appears during a solar eclipse. It's worth pointing out. But the church is saying, hey, it's Dracula's castle. It's pulsing with dark magic power, and Charlotte can feel it. Can't imagine anything but the castle of Lord Dracula they studied in books. So, yeah, she's very well read. She's carrying the book, and that's going to be very helpful to us. It sounds like fun. We're going to go, Charlotte? All right. Search for a safe place for that. I'll meet you aside. All right, here we go. So here is how they play. So he does have the not vampire killer. Yeah, you also have the backdash. That's on L button. They're going the entrance. I love the blood right as far as like the areas there. Also, as we're pointing out, we're gonna get this cube right now. Yeah, because we have Charlotte with us. You can swap players with the X button. You have to turn that on. So yeah, the reason to change characters is they have different skills. But Jonathan, he goes a little faster. And you can also do an instant call when you save your partner away. I can't get the bridge open on my own. Maybe there are two with us. Press A to call your partner. So yeah, basically you call your partner out to kind of help you in a certain area. It's almost a little bit like Knuckles Chaotix from 32X, kind of. You said, that, hey, you have the other player here. She'll join you, and she's like, hey, you know, we'll change stuff for that. Or you can just swap off and say, hey, I have the magic as far as Charlotte's concerned. But also, they'll feasibly attack with you, so it's almost like, I guess, a Sonic game since they're kind of helping you out. It's Home of Arms, so here's how this works. They each have equipment, so you have two sets of equipment to run. He is running the Vampire Killer, but fine, he can't use it effectively, is the idea. In terms of Charlotte, she has books. So her weapons are books. So in this case, we got the Encyclopedia. That's her favorite book. She loves reading it cover to cover. We got Encyclopedia of Weaponry. That increases your attack that way. So basically, you're able to have dual stuff going on, and you can run dual crush moves going later. So in this case, yeah, with this one, I get the book that has the knife come out, but I also have the short sword. Also, here's my partner up there. So like Knuckles Chaotix, hit the A button. He'll come, oh, fine, he'll go away, and then he'll come to me. Oh, you don't have to pay like a money penalty or anything for that, like with Knuckles Chaotix. And here's the save point. And yeah, the save is even quicker on this than it was on Dawn of Sorrow. But it's really interesting also because in a lot of cases, the other thing is that you sometimes run into cases where you have to push blocks and things. She can't push them as effectively as Jonathan can. But it's also stuff that where she, well, actually, when she's moving, actually, let's see something. I think he doesn't slip, or she doesn't slip as much as he does. So I like it. Now that's a book. Absolutely. Shakespeare Complete, or Complete Works for Charlotte. Uh-oh. Oh, sorry, I missed that. Yeah, Shakespeare Complete Works for Charlotte. So fine, she could be reading that. For all I know, Dollyfin, because, I don't know, you ever played this game? I never played this until this collection. I missed these games on DS, and I'm kicking myself, because these games are amazing when I've played them so far. For all I know, we could easily run into that. And it definitely is a book as far as that. Fine, you know what? Jonathan, why don't you take care of that while we're trying to get our way running out? Ouch. Fine, he hit into that, but fine, we can at least try and get him that way, or say, like, fine, we'll get out of the way. There's the worms there, you can kind of step on those. No, but I like what I'm seeing. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Okay, it's running off used by hunters. Yeah, and like with Dawn of Sorrow, you do have magic this way as far as running your abilities. So hit up and the Y button. Fine, I guess I gotta put it on. Yeah, if you're liking what you're seeing of this, yeah, this collection might be worth looking at. It is on PC, it's also on Xbox Series S and X, and Switch, and PS4, oh no, PS5, specifically, not last gen, nothing last gen except for Switch. It's cool, and there's definitely some unique things this game is doing in regards to Castlevania, which, you're thinking, well, wait a minute, Castlevania's been around so long, and there've been tons of, like, Metroidvania-style games like this. Also, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to see about, actually, no, maybe I need, no, fine. Okay, fine. The magic is for Jonathan specifically. And there's the cube. We gotta get that in a little bit. Here's another save spot. Oh, let's do that. I'll show a little bit more of this, but yeah, this is a cool one. And it does really differentiate some stuff well. It plays like the other Metroidvania stuff, but also takes some chances as far as what it's doing and how. That maybe could be alienating, I guess, in a way, but it's also a case that, fine, maybe not. Oh, here we go. Call partner. So call partner with the A button, have them stand still in the same spot. Hit down and the A button. In this case, yeah, tell her to stay. So I'm pushing the block there, and hitting X. I switch to Charlotte, and then I call him up, and there we go. Raging Fire, Burst of Flame. That is, let's see what that is. Okay, I got the weight cube. I'm looking for equipment. Raging Fire. Okay, that's fine. It's a skill that I got for her. Okay, fine. Let's see. Hang on. Okay, so she doesn't have a sub-weapon. It's fine. He has a weapon and sub-weapon, like old Castlevania law dictates. So fine. Jonathan plays like the old way of Castlevania, but fine. In her case, she has the book for attacking, and then she has Burst of Flame. I believe it's the same case. Use up and the Y button to run that. Yeah, there you go. So look at that. Yeah, talk about bookcase as far as, you know, getting a sword coming out of it. Yes. Shoot the fire out. It's really, really cool, you know? Ow. And the voice acting as far as this... Actually, I'm gonna confess one thing. I took the voice performances down for the main characters of the next game, Order of Ecclesia. I didn't on this one. I should have. Because it's really clear, and going back to DS again, man, it's impressive as far as the tech... Uh-oh. But this is... Oh, right, I forgot. This is a transport point. So another way that this game makes it so it's easier to kind of navigate the areas is that you can find the transporters. Where you find another one, you can quickly warp between different parts of the map. This is a big map, from what I understand, just like a lot of these games are. And in the case of this, I can't go through that and go over here. What's this? Something's here? She realizes right away, yeah, this is something not human. It's a monster. But wait a second, I don't think there's anything evil coming out of him. Who are you? A ghost. No need for names on that. But he's sane despite the fact that the castle has evil influence on it, so how's it possible? Don't know, but he seems shady. Well, it's your choice to think that, but you can destroy me with a whip you can't even use, right? Wait, hold on. Also, remember, he's a ghost. This whip should do nothing. Oh, fine. There's ghosts we kill with the vampire killer in the other games of this franchise, so maybe. I don't know. How do you know he can't use the vampire killer? That's not exactly what he said, but, okay. Maybe he does know that. You're not controlled by the power of the castle, as I said, but... Yeah, clever girl, unlike this foolish boy. Anyway, before I died, I cast a magic barrier, binding my soul to this place. So I'm free from his control, but trapped. Being affected by magic usually, right? Casting barrier repels the power is going to be impossible for me. So wait a sec, who are you? I'll call you something. Wind. Alright, Mr. Wind, or just Wind. Alright, just Wind. What are you doing here? He's trapped, remember? Yeah, I heard that part, but if he has this much power, couldn't he use other methods aside from binding spirit? Yeah, you really are a bright little girl, aren't you? She's like, wait a second, hold on, I know what I'm talking about. Stop treating me like a child. So in this case, yeah, she's looking very serious. And I love what they do as far as the stuff with the pictures here for the characters. It does really express a lot of emotions really nicely. Only even like the way she's swaying as far as the character animation over there. Yeah, I'm Charlotte, okay? And who are you? We call him Kid. He's like, yeah, he's easily brash. Jonathan Morris. But regret is my case. So, yeah, he's not going to rest until we beat Dracula or get rid of the castle. I'd help you. But how can you help? I give you items and techniques from one's possessed in life. Might be of help. Okay, then please help us. He's like, no, we don't need help. But yeah, so far we've been fine. But remember, we've only scratched the surface of this place. And if you could use that whip even You're still be in danger. Remember your father, Jonathan. Okay, so that confirms John Morris from Bloodlines is here as far. Oh, fine, is his father. A dead man leaves me fulfill his destiny. Forget him. So fine, I guess John Morris is dead. Sorry, but still. Sorry, I did get carried away. I think you're right. So fine, she's willing to feasibly talk sense into him, but it's also the case that fine, he's able to realize that. Alright, fine. Will you help? Okay, complete the tasks I give, and then I'll help you. Okay, so you get quests. Priests should have useful things in the next room. Get the potion and the map, and you do a study session feasibly. So like, okay, let's go. So here you go. This will give a sense of like what we want to have. So there's that. So they give you little challenges. It's fine. We can't go past this, so we have to do it. Actually, this definitely has a dance style as far as music. Yeah, I get that's where the Yuzo Koshiro influence come, and I can tell as far as how that is. But fine, this is the way we came in. He said, hey, you know, let's find something in the other room. I don't know if we're going to find this, but we'll see. Fine, we also already came here, so fine. With the tasks, I'll give you help. Okay, so let's see. Get the potion and the map, so we got to find the map. I'll do that at least. And in the meantime, Dolphin, going on this, I don't know if I ever asked you this. What's your experience with Castlevania as a franchise? I don't know which ones you played specifically, or what your background is, because I know you're liking the look of what you're seeing on Port of Ruin here. And this game is really, really cool, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, we can't go anywhere, so I'll have to look around. Just kind of go to areas of the map that we have not seen yet. Okay, probably... actually, up here we go. Yeah, in this case, yeah, just go to the areas we haven't found. And here's a new key where we got display the enemies' names when you attack them. Yeah, the Crochet Nerd 64 said, wait a second, there's Castlevania games that don't do that. It's like, yeah, you go back into history as far as this franchise, you're going to run into cases like that. It's like, well, don't worry, you get it really quick in this one. And the next one. Ow. Okay, so yeah, we'll see what we got just to find that, because at least we want to finish that and then we'll look at Order of Ecclesia and then the Haunted Castle games. And that'll be the end of the show for the night. Also, by the way, if you do get a case that, yeah, we can't do anything with this, you can bust that. And if you need to reset it, leave the room and come back. Okay. Yeah, as you kill enemies, you also get level up, so it does mean your skills are going to improve. And one thing that the DS and Game Boy Advance Castlevanias like this did over Symphony of the Night is they are a bit harder as you go along, in the sense that Symphony of the Night starts kind of hard, and then as you get your stuff going on, there's that. I experienced with the Netflix series, not series. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen Castlevania Nocturne, which is the second arm of the anime that was on Netflix. I've not seen the first season, the first one. I heard it's great. I liked quite a bit what I saw of Castlevania Nocturne, and the second season that, yeah, the 2017 one. Oh, so you've seen it. What'd you think of it? If you like the style of that, actually, I'll tell you, Nocturne's the same way, as far as Nocturne from our show, as far as it, because she has not played many of these games. Yeah, it's super. Okay, so it's great. All right, I've heard that. I've heard it's unbelievable. And fine, that's where we got Castlevania Nocturne, the show. She'd not played many of the games as far as Castlevania was concerned, but she always said, I want to get into some of these. But she saw the anime. She loved Castlevania Nocturne. And the next season that's coming out on Netflix, fine, that's on Netflix as well. It's coming out January of next year. And it's going to connect, since that series is about Richter Belmont and Maria Bernard from Run of Blood, of what we've played. And I know it's the Belmont clan specifically of that first series. The second season, Nocturne's bringing in Alucard from Castlevania 3 and from Symphony of the Night. Oh, so we got something I skipped past. I think it was like a shield. Let me take a look at what that was. Actually, there's Headguard. I didn't put that on. Let's put that on. What about Charlotte? What does she have? There's High Tonic. No, I don't want to do that. You also talk to Charlotte or to John the way on. Yeah, it's only troubling important we can talk and handle things, okay? Let's just do our best. You attack enemies with physical or magic attacks. You take damage, it flashes blue, it had little effect. Actually, I did not know that. So match the right attack, the right enemy is key. I actually taught a class on vampires, honestly, in literature. Trying to watch as much as popular culture as I could as well for that. So that's how I got to it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think if you like that aspect, fine. The game's it's kind of an interesting thing to see as far as what is it? I guess the idea of kind of how you kind of could come to a franchise like this and just like, hey, I don't want to play the games. And honestly, I'll tell you this. In some ways, some of these Metroidvania-style Castlevania games are kind of good ones to come to if you've never played them. Because fine, some of those we're talking about with Felix the Cat, the case of hard NES games. Castlevania on NES is not an easy game. It's actually pretty damn hard. As is Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest, because of that game, you're, yeah, it's very cryptic as far as what you gotta do. Or fine, I gotta put her down to stay in place so I can get over there. And then Castlevania 3 is insanely hard. Dracula's Curse. Now, least of which because the US version is harder for us for some reason. Konami said, fine, we're gonna make the US version harder. It's easier for the Japanese version. So, some of those might be too much of a case, honestly. Fine, if you're like, hey, first one, it's like, I don't know if I can handle that. Although outside of that, I would also say, well, there's a Super Castlevania 4. That's on the Super Nintendo Classic Edition. I know you mentioned you have that unit. We played Star Fox. Super Castlevania 4 is on that. That's actually, it's kind of a remake of the first one, but it is a little more manageable. But it's something that there's still some difficulties as far as how that runs. But honestly, I'd say this might be a good collection to start with, not least of which because of the different mechanics it has to kind of help things out, but also because you get the other cases. You get that Castlevania, or that Haunted Castle Revisited. Well, how the hell do I get through here? You know what, fine, let's talk to you. Can you help? No status penalty doesn't affect your partner, so you can have one unharmed one take up the slack. You can status. Yeah, I think it might be not a bad one to come to as far as this. As far as me getting through this, though, I don't think I can help. Hold on, I don't think I can help him. I mean, I have. Let me see something here.
You're back.
Get the potion in the map. I got the potion. Or if I, oh, I can walk in here. Oh, fine, it's in here. Never mind. I should have just went to the right. So here's Vincent with bowl cut once more. So you're selling potions here, huh? Aren't many, but my stock increased by a little for price. Sorry, don't try to lie, okay? Yeah, rural church is short on money during the war, so fitting the element. All right, so have a look. What do I got? And you have a save point in here. Fine, we'll do that in a second, but fine. Welcome back.
I'll make you a deal.
I make you a deal. Okay, so I'm interested in this. So he said he wants the potion. Let's get a potion. I got some money. And then castle map right here. There you go. There's blank book. Book so frightening words ran away, leaving it blank. That's 800 gold. And as you get more stuff, you can get more weapons around. So there's a stylish coat, sunglasses, engineer boots, a stud choker, pearl ring, master ring. Yeah, some of these cost a lot of money. Okay, that's what I got. I got a shuriken. You have a throwing blade run by ninjas, and darts.
Thank you.
Alright, yeah, no problem. Okay, fine. We got what he needed, so hi.
How are things?
So we got our studies done. Here you go. You get the lizard tail. Okay, that's the unlock the slide. Okay. So fine. I'll go to the next save point, and then we'll look at the we'll look at Aria's Sorrow. Oh no, not Aria's Sorrow. Or Ecclesia. Yeah, I've never heard anything about him. Across his paintings in the castle, search for them. All right. Yeah, Portrait of Ruin, hence where the name is. We want to face Dracula, so that's good news. But yeah, the power is growing stronger, so be ready, okay? Alright, let's go find some paintings. Okay. Yeah, but I like hearing that as far as the... Fine, I have to go up here. As far as doing a slide out. I like hearing the idea of, like, hey, coming to a franchise like this from, like, the anime. And actually, the anime is really, really good as far as the one... Fine, the Nocturne one. I want to see the other one. I've heard it's awesome. And it kind of reminded people, like, hey, Castlevania's kind of awesome. And there really haven't been many new Castlevania games. This has one of the only ones in a while, honestly. We'll show this in a second. Alright, so what are we doing? Bronner. Okay, that's the guy. I skipped the dialogue too quickly. Just need to go through the castle. So let's destroy the painting. But what do we do? So there's a barrier here. So what does that mean? Series of walls that surround magic controlling the castle. The painting is an outermost wall of that, so as soon as you bust it, it regenerates. So what are we gonna do? Well, I got my magic, I can sync it up, and we can enter the painting. Best way to seal the magic away. Oh, so it's kind of like Super Mario 64 a little bit, but it's a high risk, okay? We have to lose. Feasibly a lot, but fine, in her case. Alright, so we're going to different areas. Actually, I've not seen this. VGR is fully realized. Fine, that was our hub world, basically. As with the City of Haze. And you use this to, or fine, to go places within City of Haze. So you have different, worlds to go. Okay. Look at the scrolling of the building over there as far as the 3D in the background. It looks really, really cool. And more great music as far as how it is, but, yeah, that thing is, hurting. Yeah, feels like you have to level up as far as it. We'll go to the next, checkpoint, or the next, what was it? The next save point. Because the save points are pretty well spaced. So this is kind of cool, actually. So you kind of get a sense of, like, what's the world like. Whoa. Oh, I want to see something here. If I swap off to her, can she slide? Oh, can she slide too? Oh, look at that. We're, like, knocking food off the table and off of the shelves. Yeah, the exploring in this game. That's the other great thing as far as these games. Yeah, I know some people say, like, hey, you know, I like the old linear way of going. And there's definitely a value to that. And, like, hey, I've missed that too, which I think M2 agreed, because they said, fine, we got a game like that. Brand new in this one. But yeah, that's also the great thing as far as, like, hey, you just kind of go to areas. Uh-oh. Andrus, I think. Whoa. But yeah, we did get him, and we got a level. Whoa. And there's always something great to see as far as a lot of these games. All right, so there's a white corsage. Here's a save point. Okay. So with that, we're going to save, and that's going to be the look as far as it. But there you go. Castlevania Portrait Ruin for DS. It's very, very nice. Yeah, if you've never played it, maybe this collection, this Dominus collection, might be worth picking up to play it. Okay. So, next we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the other DS game in here. That is right here. This is Castlevania Order of Ecclesia. This is the third and final DS game of Castlevania's. It came out in 2008, specifically on October 21st, 2008 in the US. This came in the US first. And a couple days later on October 23rd in Japan, October 27th in Korea, and February and March of 2009 in Europe and Australia, respectively. Also on Nintendo DS, here is Shinoa. She's a character we're going to be running into along with a friend of hers over there. It's her brother, Albus, and Barlow, who's the monk. We'll get in a second because there's voice stanky stuff. Like it. Yeah, definitely. And these games are really, really cool. And I'll tell you, as I said, I'm discovering this with you a little bit. Very cool graphics we're seeing. And they do give you like an anime look as far as it, although, as far as the intro that comes with this collection. And it's like English and Francais, which the original game lets you do. As far as the English or the US ROM for this. But yes, it looks really cool, and it's also something that I'm like you. I didn't play these games until only a couple of weeks ago. And you have a game, you have a practice mode if you want to run that. I'm just gonna start a new game. So enter your name as far as what this is. You can do touch controls still if you want. I'll say, fine. I guess we'll put an exclamation point because I already have Sogs on the list here. Okay. So for this one, another case we're switching the
time and again since the
oh, right, we have full voice acting in this. I forgot about that. The intro is fully voiced in this. Oh my god, it's great.
Each time Dracula returned from the dead, the Belmont clan fought him in the shadows, wielding the holy whip. Through their
yeah, Van Helsing for sure. Yeah, there definitely is a lot of interesting things this franchise has always done. And this one does as well for tying into famous stuff with horror, especially with Castlevania on NES. Where actually they have joke credits they're taking off on famous names going on to creators of famous horror characters in media and all that stuff. And aspects of how it kind of ties to that. I mean, we had Portrait Ruins taking place during World War II. This one's, as far as where this one's taking place, this takes place a little bit after Symphony of the Night from PlayStation, which is the sequel to Round of Blood, which we played last year.
Failed to produce satisfactory results. But that
yeah, Barlow is the leader of an order called Ecclesia. They are part of the church, or fine, they're a group that's trying to look for, you know, stopping Dracula. And they have a woman who's helping out. That is Shinoa. We'll get into that because there's voice actor discussion. Here is Shinoa, by the way. Who's there? Albus. Sorry for scaring you. Yeah, Albus is her brother. Okay, so I'm going to talk about this as far as the voice acting. I'm going to give a little bit of a credence to this one before we go on. Shinoa in this game, and also I believe in Castlevania Judgment on Wii. She's voiced by Michelle Ruff. We've heard her before on the show, and we played Round of Blood on PSP because she voices Maria Renard in that. And she was also Jessica de Albuquerque in the PSP version of Lunar Silver Star that we played. Her other voice credits include Alien Ravemaster. She was Jodie in 7 Samurai 20XX on PlayStation 2, which we mentioned last week. She's the voice of Catherine McBride, the Catherine with a K in Catherine from 360 and PS3, which you can play at some point. She's Paula in Suikoden 4. She's Etna in Disgaea, not on Disgaea, although I think Disgaea is an anime to itself. The voice of Carl Clover in the BlazBlue games. Yukari Takeba in Persona 3, but as ElecVerse mentioned, we played Mr. Driller. She does not voice that character in Persona 3 Reload, the remake. She is in the game, though, as the Mayoito antique owner for some reason. Don't know why that's the case. And her brother, Albus, is voiced by Keith Silverstein, who is Professor Tomo on the Viz dub of Sailor Moon, as well as Hunk in a couple of the Resident Evil games, including Resident Evil The Mercenaries on 3DS and Darkseid Chronicles on the Wii. So he's been the voice of Vector the Crocodile since Sonic Colors on DS and Sonic Free Riders came out about the same time. He's the voice of Marcus Cade in StarCraft 2, Lambada in Tales of Graces F, which is getting its remake in a few months. For the love of God, Namco, do not fuck that one up. I'm gonna be mad if you do. And fine, unlike M2, I don't trust you at all when it comes to remaking anything now. He's also the voice of Tenshin Zangetsu on Bleach. Voice of Weyland Yutani in Aliens Colonial Marines, which is a game on Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 that is apparently really bad. The people who made it, Gearbox Studios, they apparently siphoned money from that project from Sega to make Borderlands 2, and they were sued by Sega for it. And I guess karma came for them with the Borderlands movie that bombed so badly they put it to streaming in under a month. And also, he's the voice of Dr. Wily in Mega Man 11 and Masayoshi Shido in Persona 5. Anyway, they're brother and sister. Yeah, it's good to see you for sure, Shinoa. Yeah, this is our home as far as what it is, but it's like, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be on a mission? Well, Barlow chose me the bearer as far as the Order of Ecclesia. So basically, we're going to start a ritual. I'm going to let my body be a vessel for Dominus. This is where the Castlevania Dominus collection gets its name from. It's this game. And she's willing to do this. It's an outrage. Barlow lied to me. He didn't tell me that. What are you talking about? I should be the bearer. He promised me that much. But what did he tell you? He said you're unfit to be it, so fine. Chinoa's gonna be the bearer as far as Dominus here. He'd never say that, except he did. Yeah, sorry, it's time for the ritual. I have to go. You don't understand. I'm as much a member of Ecclesia as you are. Our sole purpose is to destroy Dracula so people look to dawn without fearing the darkness. So yeah, we do defeat Dracula in every game, usually. But he never stays gone, so she's saying, hey, as far as the group, and also with Barlow, we'll see him in a second. They're thinking we can feasibly stop him and nip this in the bud for good. I'm gonna become Dominus, which is the blade to banish all evil. And here we go. So yeah, with this one, it's a bit different. This one's starting more stuff on story. Also, it's going into aspects of... there's sort of an anime flair a little, but this one kind of moved away from that. This was directed by Akihiro Miginakata, who actually directed Castlevania Adventure Rebirth from Wii, that we played a couple years ago, and Castlevania Judgment, also on the Wii. And Dracula X Chronicles, which we showed off last year. He also did programming in Hybrid Heaven for Nintendo 64, International Superstar Soccer 2000 for the Game Boy Advance, 2001 for Game Boy Advance, 2000 for Game Boy Color, and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: The Hyperstone Heist for the Sega Genesis. But this is more of a gothic flair. You mentioned Van Helsing, not necessarily the wrong case of that, because this game does have more of a gothic style, the way that kind of some of the older Castlevania games had. And that was thanks to Misaki Haruka, who was the character designer on this, who started with the franchise with this game, but also did work for Phantasy Star Online Episode 3 Card Revolution for the GameCube, Suikoden and Tear Crest for the DS, Tokyo Mirage Stories Sharp FE for Wii U and Switch, Kid Icarus Uprising, Fire Emblem Heroes, and Xenoblade Chronicles for the Wii. And orders may be orders, Barlow, but I'm holding you to your promise. So fine, he's not liking that he was shafted. Here is Barlow, big name who voices him, and goes back to talking the Lupin the Third thing at the beginning of the show. He's voiced by Michael McConaughey, who voiced Count Cagliostro in the Castle of Cagliostro, the dubbed version from the 90s. It's very atmospheric. Oh yeah, the atmosphere in all the Castlevania games are really, really nice, but there's something unique about what this game's doing that does look a little darker. Maybe it's the gothic style, But there is also good atmosphere as far as the other ones, but there's something really neat and mysterious about this one, especially stuff with the music. My god. As far as McConaughey is concerned, he's also the voice of Chocobo Bill in Final Fantasy VII Remake, Intergrade, and Rebirth now. He's the head of the agency, Charles Goodwin, in the Crackdown games. The guy says, "News from the Peacekeepers, agent." Who, by the way, when he made Crackdown 1, did the voice work on that, he had called. And the first line he has in that game is, "Everything's turned to shit, agent." So maybe he was talking real. It's like, hey, my cold feels terrible. But then when Crackdown 2 came up, he was like, wait, did they have the same guy? He's like, yeah, don't worry. I just was sick when I recorded the dialogue, or had to record the dialogue for the first game. But he's also in the third one as well. He also is the voice of Emerson Reno on Robotech, Cosmos, Trax, and Chalk on Transformers. So he goes back quite a bit. As well as Ryu in Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Glenn Ogawa in Breakdown, which is on Xbox. It's from Namco. It's a first-person kind of adventure fighting game. And we're going to hear him when we play Shadow Hearts Covenant next year, probably. He's the voice of Minister Ishimura in that game. The Crochet Nerd 64 and Castlevania can be involved in that. Yeah, the atmosphere, you're right. Oh my god. And look at the color. You always talk color, but especially for this one, look at what this thing is painting. And even the way the character portraits are. The hair and costume is absolutely spot on. Oh yeah. Yeah, talk about the great art direction on this one. And honestly, I think, fine, this is the most recent of the DS Castlevania games of the three. I think this is the best looking one. Not the other ones look shabby. They definitely didn't, but this was definitely taken up another level, and I think it really works as far as the setup for this. It's possible to control the power of Dominus, even you. For his ritual, make sure your body will not reject it. But when it's over, yeah, you'll be able to wield the most powerful glyph. Yeah, this is kind of a takeoff on what we had with Charlotte in Portrait of Ruin, because in that case, Charlotte was using books. She's going to be using glyphs. We'll see that in a bit. Ecclesia created the ultimate weapon against Dracula. That's the idea of what we're going to do, and she's going to be doing this. She's allowing herself also, as we go, we get to Castlevania Judgment on Wii. She's basically going to pretty much let herself become emotionless for this to happen. And that goes into something that Judgment goes into. I don't know how I'm going to scope Judgment, honestly. There's stuff of that I'm not going to show because it's grindy as hell. And it's a fighting game, actually, as far as how it is. But it's a game I owe a different look. And oh my god, you're talking about the look of this. This is one of the best looking games on the DS. I'm going to tell you that right now. Even though this is 2008, this was kind of in the middle of the system's life. This is not near the end of it, the way that stuff like Okami-den or Pokemon Black and White 2 and Black and White 1 were, and other things like that. But yeah, some of the effects in this game are outstanding. When I saw this, I said, even given the two games we saw before, they look unbelievable, and they're great games, for sure, too. Something about this one that made me notice. I thought all you needed was garlic and a cross to get rid of Dracula. Well, that is Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest on NES. You have to get the oak stake, and you have to basically go around and find the globes of Dracula in order to destroy them. I don't know if garlic's a factor, but yeah, that game does it, and also that game is insanely, insanely cryptic as far as how it is. So at some point, when I ever get to that one, I'm going to practice that one and say, like, where are we going? I need a guide, pretty much, to get a sense of where are we going for this one. Even to the point where, fine, as far as the last battle with Dracula, you don't even have to fight it. You can walk past and just toss the oak stake at the globe and you win. It's very weird as far as how that game is. And I have a collection that has it, but there goes the ritual. What's the Medius Albus? You know how critical this is. So fine, he's stepping in as far as it. Like, you lied to me. Okay, we should have rolled. You have to play your moment. You have to play your part in this. But you know he's the only one who can bear the Dominus. You know that. I was ready to do whatever it takes. So yeah, he's not liking that his sister got the way of that specifically. It's too late. You tell me, what do you intend to do with this? You say yourself, each is a role, and like a master, you show me what mine must be, so fine. He's stealing the Dominus. But without that, our mission is a failure, and Dracula's vessel's coming back. So fine, he's saying, screw this. But, yeah. And, he's saying, uh-oh, he's got a gun. Oh, fine, he's got... Yeah, look at those effects. Oh my god, the effects in this game are unbelievable. I cannot say enough about this. I was showing this to the Crochet Nerd 64 because he's kind of played these. He has reproduction DS cards of these because of the costs. But it's also something that's, when I got this, I want to show this to everybody. And we showed this. I was playing this one maybe more than the other ones as far as just demoing that off screen because well, fine. There's more going on in the story to start with this. It definitely focuses that way at the beginning of it. as it is. Also, I think I need to update something here. Let me just quickly do that. So, several weeks later, so just like, what is it? Dawn of Sorrow. Yeah, fine. Which is this one? Order of Ecclesia. I have to put that in. Oh, wait, that's a tag. That's not the name of the game. Or fine, can I put the name of the game? Yeah, I'm trying to update on that on the case of it, because I kind of forgot to do that on Portrait of Ruin, but either way. Fine, there you go. So there's the Order of Ecclesia, so fine, that's updated. Yeah, sorry about that. Either way, fine. Here's Order of Ecclesia again, as far as how it is. Grand Regiment will soon conclude. Yes, Master. So fine, let's talk about the glyph thing. This is very interesting. There might be a garlic thing in this game, who knows? Chat, if anybody knows if there's garlic stuff that goes on with Castlevania, let us know. I'd be curious to know, too. Because I played a decent amount of these, but I honestly have not played all of them. So I'm not necessarily an expert on Castlevania. I'm an expert on the ones I played a lot. You're going to absorb the glyphs by holding up on D-pad. It grants the glyph and 10 hearts for it. So you walk in front of this and hit up on D-pad. And she does that great flip up of her hair, and you get a rapier. Okay. You absorb a glyph, and you know what it is. It's yours and yours alone as far as to wield this. Sorry you need to relearn all this, but I'm not going to feel sorry now. Continue the lesson. Yes, they do tutorialize this one a little more than the others, but it's something that it works in the service of the story. So press the start button, selecting glyphs. So it tells you how to equip these, because this is kind of a new mechanic. Even more than the stuff from Portrait of Ruin. And you can put them to any button you want. I'm going to put this one on the Y button. Because you don't have weapons. Oh, fine, you sort of have weapons. Oh, no, yeah, these are your weapons. Okay, so hi. Set the power in your arms, which I do. Then set to both Y and X. Okay, they tell you to put it on both buttons. Because you can put on more than one. Oh, you can put on more than one, and then when you do that, you can then use each side. Yeah, she does a different animation also from when she's using the left hand or the right hand. Talk about great attention to detail. You can also use, right, you use combos for this, right, that's the other thing. So, if you're like, hey, you wish the combat in the Metroidvania styles of these had more to them than just slicing or hitting things like that, this game's for you, because they give you a lot of different ways to do this. And glyph unions. Press up and either Y or X to do this. Press up and Y to do this, okay. Good, now your final test is, it's not much by the book, but go in the next room when you're ready. Yeah, so you can kind of just do mix on that, but because you're running magic the whole game, you can't spam it completely. Garg's part of the vampire myth from the 1897 Dracula. Yeah, and I know that these games sometimes take some stuff from those. I don't know if they've taken that detail, but I know that there's aspects that they will do that. Actually, you know what? Actually, I think Kid Dracula might do that, which is the Famicom game that we didn't get, but there was a Game Boy version. But I have the Famicom game because it's in the Castlevania Anniversary Collection, which I have the Xbox One version of. Show me you still have this in you, okay? Yes, we have to fight the enemies. Whoa. And then do the combos. Oh man, this is cool. Whoa. So there's your basic training done now. Now we can get going. Alright, so yeah, what do you got? Expect nothing less from you, Shinoa. Or thank you. Cover the Supreme Glyph, Dominus, and go get Albus. Okay, here's the thing. Because of that ritual, she doesn't know that Albus is her brother anymore. So along with being able to have her emotions stripped, it also has her memories stripped. Which is why she has to learn this stuff. Yeah, here you go. She's saying this right now. So Shinoa feels nothing. But we lost everything that day. Robbed your memories and your heart. We lost so much more. Our hope to defeat Dracula. And that was just a couple days ago. So she remembers there's a man. But she's like, I don't know who it is, so I'll have to remember who it is. Covered your power and your fate, but it was yours alone to bear. Maybe I should have explained him beforehand. Yeah, true, Dad, but we'll see. So we're gonna do this so we can get Dracula burned to dust. So, okay, they're kind of going that way. Hopefully you can fulfill your destiny of the Order. You know, the flesh of the years can absorb a host of glyphs, so off you go. Alright, so let's go now before the trail goes cold. I don't think you're on a time limit on this game from what I understand of what I played of it. But having said that, I do feasibly want to keep this going enough. Okay. Bring it back here, okay. May Ecclesia be with you. Okay, so let's show how this is working. Oh man, you get some great music here. It is Mickey Mania again, but I believe there's also... I'm trying to think. But maybe it's just, and maybe just her on this one. Alright, so right now we're following the way, but it's not. Oh right, I forgot. That's the other thing. You go like with Port of Ruin, you have different environments you're going to. Is it fine? I have to use the touchscreen to go here. You're going to the monastery. Or fine, they're telling me don't go to the monastery, but like, fine, we'll see what's in here. Fine, it's gonna be more of a demo. It's like, hey, I'd definitely love to get to these games, and Mike is personally just play these games more. These games are really, really cool. But I've played of them, I'm really liking them. And honestly, of the ones I've played so far, I think I might like this one the most, but don't take this as a case of saying like the other ones in this collection are not worth it or they're obsoleted by this. They're not. They're absolutely great, all of them. As you get meat as well. And like the other ones, you do have your abilities to do equipment for certain things, but the glyphs are really your main aspect here. Just look how smooth her animation is. I can't say enough about the graphics of this game in terms of the design, as we were talking about, but also the tech behind it. And what DS was capable of. I mean, you look at this and think about what was the DS really capable of. This game does a great job of showing it. And also doing 3D in ways that the DS sometimes could struggle with. But yeah, Konami made it look easy with this one. As you got some sandals. Maybe all those, yeah, those squealing things. Yeah, they don't have names when you kill them. And the Crusader 64 is like, what? You don't get their names? Like, I said, I think we'll get them soon. You usually get them in other ones. Fine, let's put some shoes on. Whoa. And thankfully you do not have fall damage in these games. And since this is not a case where, you know, you're doing linear platforming challenges like the old ones, you're not going to run into cases where you're going to... What is it? You're going to necessarily, like, fall to your death. Okay, yeah, fall deaths are not a thing in any of these. It's worth pointing out. But you do, fine, you feasibly suffer a worse fate, which is losing progress. When you find a glyph, press up on D-pad to get it. A magnetic field. Okay, magnets. Hit the R button to adhere to nearby magnets with this. Okay, so let's put it on. Oh, right, that's what it is. Because, yeah, you hit the R button, and here the thing is, I think you can also use the touchscreen to drag her across. Actually, you know, can you? Okay, maybe you can on this one. Fine, you can use that. Right, use R and jump and then do that. And then you pull back. Yeah, you pull back, hit down, and then let go of R to launch yourself. So yeah, it's really cool what they're doing. Like, hey, you know, I can use that to kind of get up here and yeah, aim yourself over there to get to the treasure chest. As you got a cotton hat. Also, I don't believe in this one. Like, okay, I did click that. It doesn't change your character sprite to have the hat on. There's some games that do that. I've seen the horse heads. But I'll see their actual names in a little bit. I just have to get the rune that, or the glyph that lets me see the enemy names. Because the Crusader 64 almost had a heart attack, saying like, "Oh my god, you can't get this." Like, I'm so used to having that in every one. And I said, "Yeah, there's some you don't get this." Like, there are. Like I said, please don't hold that against. I don't know, when you get to Symphony of the Night to play it, or play it more specifically. Saying, like, "Oh, it doesn't have this." Like, don't worry, you're getting it. Don't worry, we'll see it eventually. Or the HP. Fine. Now, Castlevania 1 didn't do that either. Also, wait a second. Fine, actually, it sounds like a cat. Oh, wait a second. There's a cat right there. And I can't really get the item down there, so I can't really do anything about that yet. The music is so damn good in this game, my god. I cannot say enough about the music in these games. Oh, so here's what save point looks like. We're going to go to our next one after this because, yeah, I want to show a little more on this. I clearly haven't shown enough yet. And since we've gone into stuff on this one and all of these, I'm glad I got to show this. I really am. As a little bit of an extra along with our Game Dev Tycoon finale. Well, I want to come up with a reason. I said, I always felt bad. I'm going to say this as I walk along and just kill more of these guys. I think they're the Mudmen from some of the older ones. And there's a new glyph. Let's grab it. Knife glyphs. We got the cutler. Let's put that on. I could also feasibly say, like, screw that, we're gonna equip both of these on my arm. Alright, this is just throwing knives, so in fact, in that case, I'm not gonna do that. Let's run this on both hands again, but let's also put that on... Okay, no, let's not put that on both hands, let's put that on one hand, there we go. So fine, Y button is me slicing with the knife, as far as the knife flip oh, fine, slice it with the sword, and then the knife to toss. I gotta tell you, I always felt bad when it came to Castlevania in the show in the sense that we've shown games off in it. But it's always in a case I've held it around till October. We've only shown like 3. We've shown Bloodlines, we showed Adventure Rebirth, and we showed, find the one that was asked for by ElecVerse, that was Run of Blood. We showed last year. It was like, it's always around Halloween. Like, fine, that's cool to show that, because fine, fitting, okay, Book of Spells, you get the enemy attacks. So you get it quick. I said the Crusader 64. Like, don't worry, you get it now, you get the ghosts. So that's what they're called. Okay. And they come in different forms. But I said, we only played those 3. I said, you know what, we gotta play these more. I was like, I wanted to do them at times that are not just Halloween. Fits for Halloween, yes, so not wrong to say no, we play them then. But say, like, other times of the year, show them. It's fine. We're gonna have multi-parts for a couple of these. I'm pretty sure these are gonna be multi-part. When we get to some of these, I know Symphony of the Night will be, I'm pretty sure all of these Metroidvania ones will be as well. So, at that case, we'll run them in outside of just October. But I said, how do I come up with a way to kind of show off a little bit of that and give it a little more of a due and kind of get ready for Halloween block in a few weeks? As you get a sword glyph. So yeah, you just keep getting glyphs and you keep equipping them as far as your equipment is concerned. So yeah, that is how your weapons are working with the glyphs. It's really, really cool how they do it. Yeah, I was saying, I said, I want to come up with a way to show some of these off while also then doing the other ones that we're going to do. And we'll do Castlevania Chronicles. I couldn't do it this year. I was not ready to do it. But when I'll be ready, I'll start practicing it. And I'll try and see we don't do that before October next year. In October next year, I think I might do a Super Bowl game Saturday Second Chance on Bloodlines. Because we played it. It's been 5 years since we played it. It was on Halloween itself in the year 2020. But I was kind of winging that game. And in this case, I'm not going to wing it again. Because it was a case of, that was the very early days of the show. I figured I could handle it. I mostly could. And we did beat it. As we get another case of glyph. But sometimes they also go to health, so you can grab those as well. But, like, ugh. Out of the way. You get the magic ticket. I don't know what that is. We'll see in a second. Fine, let's kill the Banshees. Okay, so fine. It might be in, not in relics. Yeah, because you get the relics automatically. You get the lizard tail that's sliding. Okay, so... Okay, fine. That's that. Let me see. Where are my items? Here we go. Alright, the magic ticket takes you back to the village if you want to use it. I'll just take a potion. So I'll get some health recovery. Yeah, I think that's how I'll handle that as Castlevania. I guess next time we come back to a full Castlevania, we'll do Chronicles on PlayStation. I have it on PS3, so that's how we'll show it. And maybe in case we get that released. In fact, I will say this as I go along. I have an idea as far as the next Castlevania collection. People are saying, like, wait a second. Now that they've done 3 of these, or 4 of these, actually, technically, because there's Castlevania Anniversary Collection, there's Castlevania Advanced Collection, there's this, and then there's Castlevania Requiem, which is on PS4 and PS5. Where can they go next? Well, they can go to the 3D ones from Nintendo 64 as far as Castlevania and Castlevania Legacy of Darkness. Because Legacy of Darkness in particular, that's a game that goes for quite a bit of money now. People didn't think highly of them when they came around, saying like, hey, Castlevania 3D is kind of weird. But they've kind of gotten a cult following over the years in the case of, hey, seeing that different take of themselves. And Legacy of Darkness I've always heard is an interesting one. And then there would be the ones of the PS2 era, so that would be Lament of Innocence, which was on PlayStation 2, and Curse of Darkness, which was on Xbox and PlayStation 2. And then the Lords of Shadow games, which were years later. But as far as other stuff, I'm like, well, what else is left? Fine, you know, one of the ones we played is left. Fine, I'm going to our next save point after this one. I don't care. I want to show off more of this game. And continue this thought case. It's fine. Konami, I got a pitch for you. If anyone from Konami's out there is listening, I've seen this. That is, yeah, the bubble is going to be your way of transporting, but we don't have anywhere to transport to yet. As we got a boss. It's fine, let's fight the boss. Okay, the author of Vetra, is it? Jesus. Uh-oh, but I don't have much. Okay, I don't have much to protect myself unless I have like unless I can do the roll. Uh-oh. Oh wait, no, I do. I can do that. Okay, so fine. When he starts rolling, grab on. Okay, there we go. So I have something to handle myself. Just keep hitting me. Okay, fine. One thing I'm gonna do now is I'm using my item. I'm not gonna let Shinoa die here. Oh, whoa. Is that like the, oh, here we go. Okay, so fine. Hold up here. There you go. So that's how I avoid it. Okay, it's like, I knew they were going to say, oh, just take that hit. Oh, crap. Just keep slicing as much as I can. I do need some health, and I'm running out of magic, so I gotta wait. Fine, I got some not rotten meat. Your ticket to a brand new echelon of stomach problems, rotten meat. We're not eating that one. We're eating... fine. Yummy meat. So there you go. That's good meat. I'll hold that. Oh, there we go. Yeah, just get out of the way. Oh, here we go. So he's going off the way. Okay, so, hold on. Yeah, always get through this boss. Okay, got it. Achievement, a rotating shrimp. So off he goes. All right, we got it. Now I think we're going to get a glyph or something. Okay. Or at least a recovery. Okay, who are you? Oh, you. You're already here. Alvis. So this like the old man. Okay, she doesn't remember who he is, though. Oh, yeah, okay. So I'm telling her my plan, but fine, she doesn't remember. Maybe I shouldn't tell him. Like, yeah, you're coming home. I don't have one. The old man saw that. It's like, whoa, 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 wait a minute. It wasn't a request. It's like, I'm not asking, I'm telling. You're coming with me. You're more graceful than that before. Well, fine. He doesn't know how she changed as far as the ritual. You're the one who made my memory vanish. Well, maybe. That's so. We're going back. Remember to tell the old man, okay? If they were Barlow, you're going back. It's like, don't you ever say that name to me again. Alright, so farewell, Shanoa. But he left something on the ground. What's this? A map. It's a village marked on, so I guess it's where we gotta go next. Yeah, I said, well, let me at least finish this thought here, which is, I got a free suggestion for Konami. Comes to the next collection for this. Especially to get some games re-released that, yeah, I think we should have re-released. How about Castlevania Remake Collection? Here's the idea. Since I mentioned, the next game we're playing is Castlevania Chronicles, which is a port of the Sharp X68000 version of Castlevania 1, and the enhanced arranged version of that, so it's a remake and a remake of a remake in that box. And then also Castlevania Adventure Rebirth, because I want that game re-released, and I know that M2 wants to do it. In fact, you'll see that in a few minutes as far as what that is. And then Castlevania Dracula X Chronicles, specifically the one that was remade on that PSP game. We played the original, but there's a remake in that, which is a great remake. And then how about this? Put the original games in there for context. So put in Castlevania NES, Rondo of Blood, Castlevania Adventure from Game Boy, even though it's awful. Put that in to compare like why it's better. And fine, for the case of, this is going to be a little stretching of it. Since Dracula X Chronicles had Symphony Night in it, how about this? Port of Symphony Night from PlayStation, Symphony Night from PSP, which had different voice acting for it, and the Sega Saturn version that only came out in Japan and has a unique area. Konami, that's a good idea. Konami, M2, call me. I think I might have come up with something. I'd love to see that, because I want re-releases of some of those things, especially Adventure Rebirth, but then, hey, people are saying, like, where's Symphony of the Night on Switch? And, yeah, where's Symphony of the Night on Switch? Because, yeah, it's on everything else. The 360 version is available on the modern Xbox consoles, and there's a disc you can put in that has it. Requiem Collection on PS4 and 5 has Symphony of the Night in it. And, like, hey, get some of those other ones. I think that might be a great idea, and then go 3D, because at that point, I think you're basically done with the 2D stuff. But, alright, fine. With this, we're done with Order of Ecclesia. I love this game so far, even after not playing it much. But we got two more things we got to look at as far as this collection. Yeah, we do have the DS games. Those are all three of them. And, yeah, you should absolutely get this thing for these games. But, they gave you more. Okay, so what they gave more is they gave Haunted Castle. This is an arcade game. And Haunted Castle Revisited, which is a remake of this. We're talking remix. So, okay, let's start playing Haunted Castle. I want to warn something on this game. This game has flashlight warnings, perhaps the worst we've ever seen on the show since, what is it? Since Wizard of War from Midway, in the Midway collection. They didn't tone these down that much. We're gonna have cases of that walking along. There's gonna be a case we're gonna do a wall or a brick wall that's gonna throw stuff at you. It's gonna be bad. I want to warn that. So if you're sensitive to those flashing lights, look away from the screen, please. I'm begging you. I will have warnings for when I get to the really bad ones when I edit, but I'm also gonna verbally indicate to you now. That being said, I will say this. This is porting the Japanese version of Haunted Castle seen here. Actually, you might see in the demo this case of it. This is an arcade game that came in 1988. But this is the Japanese version. I think maybe it's better in the, or worse in the Arcade Classics collection that's on Xbox One, Switch, and PS4. Splash note warning coming up in just a second. So as far as even the demo, so warning to it very, very soon. It's bad. I would not be saying this as much as I am if it was not really, really bad. Oh, right there. Yeah, that. So yeah, you do see that. When you get to this wall, you're going to see it. Actually, I think it might be worse in that other collection. In fact, I remember I played that. I've said before on the show, I don't have sensitivities of flashing lights. Even though I don't, when I looked at that, I said, Jesus, this seems really bad. I don't know necessarily if they shouldn't have toned it, or should have toned it down, or if they couldn't tone it down because of tech reasons, maybe. But I want to give that warning at least. So, here's the deal. This game is fucking hard, and using the word fucking to describe that is absolutely the apt way. It's also seen as the worst Castlevania game ever made because of how stiff a game it is. And you have to... Okay, let me show you one thing. The settings. This game is notoriously difficult because in the arcade, it's worth pointing out, when it came in the US at least, they defaulted to really high difficulty settings, which you can set it to easy, normal, hard, and brutal if you're feeling masochistic, or damage you take, which can be really high or really low. When this came in the US, they turned it to its highest difficulty. They also turned off the ability in this arcade game to keep putting continues in, or coins into the game in order to keep playing. You know how usually in an arcade game you say, hey, instead of, if I die, I just put more coins in. Like the Tower of Dracula, you eventually spend $300 to beat that goddamn game. But this game, no, you only can continue 3 times by default. In fact, that Arcade Classics collection I have, they default to this and you can't change this. So yeah, if you get 3 deaths, it's a game over. You have to start the entire game from the beginning. Or if you're feeling, fine, masochistic is not even the word. If you're feeling sadistic, and even that might not be the word either, you can turn on no continues. You have to beat the game without dying. Thank Christ this version, including the Japanese version, has unlimited continues. When we play this game for full, we're going to use this. You bet we're using this. I'm not going to be doing this on limited continues. I'm not going to promise that either. You guys do screen settings as far as standard, pixel perfect, and full to stretch it out. I run standard. You guys do smoothing, which you have there. I'm going to run no filter for this. It sort of looks to look better with the smoothing, but I think the no filter kind of looks okay for this. And this is simple when you're basically moving and running and jumping, and then also using sub when you get it. Let's show this off. So put a coin in on start. And you keep putting coins in. Okay, here we go. So, plot of this one is Simon Belmont. Going back to the Belmonts in this one. Yeah, his wife here, that is Selena. She's screaming. She's taken away from him from Dracula. Also, let's change this shit. Fine, let's also pause. Fine, can I pause? Yeah, I can. That. Change name of game. People are probably saying, like, why the fuck are you playing this? Well, because it's in this collection, number one. And fine, like we said with, Castlevania Adventure Rebirth. M2 then took a game like this that's insanely notorious and not good. It's slow. Look how slow he's moving. He's just doing that walk. Also looks weird as far as the idea, like, how he's doing this. Like, yeah, this is not the Simon Belmont we know from Castlevania 1 or the other games that he's in. Just kind of walking like that, just doing the walk. Just hitting things. The music's really, really good, though. I will say that. The music's awesome in this game. Which was done by Masahiro Ikariko, who did audio on both of the Silent Scope games, the first 2, I should say. 1 and Dark Silhouette, as well as the Genesis version of Sunset Riders, Papa Twinbee for Super Famicom, and also for Snatcher, every version of Snatcher, as well as Police Nauts and Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake for the MSX. Alright, we're calling along. You usually just walk around and kill things. By the way, flashlight warning, bad, bad, bad when we walk into this, so be aware. Ow. Also, yeah, why am I running out of... Oh, because I have... I was like, wait a second, why I have tons of health? You know, let me look at that first. Oh, is it because I put so many coins in the damn machine? Is that why? To find extra health. Flashlight, yeah, bad. Oh, so you remember Yellow Devil from Mega Man? We've not played Mega Man 1 yet on the show. Ow. Or Mega Man X5, which has a take on Yellow Devil. Yeah, you have to do a very specific jumping perspective in order to avoid getting hit by that damn thing, but I'm not doing a good job. But I guess because I put so much money in this machine, it doesn't matter. Also, you have to jump over that second one. Okay, so yeah, this game's stiff. Jesus Christ, look at this. And yeah, even the falling statue there hurt you. And also, by the way, look at the stage 3 thing. It's being covered by the grass. People's like, yeah, this game is awful, feasibly, even by Castlevania standards. And there's fire. I mean, I guess question of how awful it is. Fine, I'll tell you what this game is. This is archaic to the extreme. This might be the most archaic game we've ever played on the show. And yeah, I'm including Tower Draga in that, feasibly. So these are Tower Draga, you can get upgrades to get things going. But you also have the things coming out of the trees. Yeah, you can slice or whip them with your whip to be okay. Also, your time whip, by the way, so get to the end, otherwise you're dead. And you do pick up hearts, which you use for your sub-weapon, but like, yeah, what about how's sub-weapon work in this game? Well, that dropped out, if I can go and get it. Yeah, bombs. Okay, so yeah, fine. Usually it's like the Holy Water of the Cross. Fine, you use the cross as far as sub-weapon in the other games. This one, no, you toss bombs. You hit up and the Y button to do that. I'll see if I can't beat this first boss. We're not gonna last on this one long, even with the, you know, the amount of coins they put in. Fine, I guess that's how we're gonna play it. We could feasibly sit here down and finish this game. We're not gonna finish this game now. We'll come back to this at some point, and when we do that, I'm bundling in the next game we're gonna show along with that. Ow. Yeah, after enough time with the bats, yeah, the bats keep coming. Ouch. Yeah, Medusa. Toss bombs at her. She also tosses the serpents out. Fine, you know what? I'm also gonna try and put... If I put coins in, so fine, I get health. So fine, I can just cheat, technically, when it comes to this. So fine, the only way to be good at this game is to cheat or to be insanely good at it. Or maybe be one of the people who worked on this, or who directed this. Yeah, and when you go to another level. Fine, no, I'm gonna go till I die. I'm not gonna continue again. Ouch. In this case, you have to go to the left. Fine, this came out in 1988, but I mean, fine, for an arcade game, talk about this is not a quarter muncher even. It's a case of, fine, if you're gonna get far, you're feasibly gonna be, you know, good luck doing that. You're probably gonna spend, like, more money than even Tower Draga to do that. Okay, but you can get upgrades to your whip, so now I have a nice mace. If we're going down this way, yeah, this game is aged. My god, is it aged. Even more than some of the NES ones, as far as how it is, but... Oh yeah, by the way, you fall on that, you die. Oh, fine, you die and don't lose all your health, and you have to go back to the beginning of the level. Okay, so yeah, this game is brutal. Also, compared to the games we saw before, this does not look as good, although fine, it's because it came out years and years ago, so it makes sense. I said, I don't even know if this looks as good as Castlevania did on the NES, and usually the thought is that with an arcade game, it's going to look better, but either way, that's the idea. I mean, if you want the hardest Castlevania game, it's this one. My god, it's this one. It does great music, though. The music, by the way, as I mentioned, was that, but I also mentioned we'll get the remake. Because then the remake was amazing with the music they did. Whoa! But yeah, you just still have enemies from the Castlevania games like the Mermen. There they are. Fine, when you cheat with this, you probably beat this game in like 20 minutes, if that. But fine. Otherwise, yeah, you're not going to be getting far. Whoa. Can I walk down? Oh no, that, okay, that is. It looked like it was a pit. Like, wait a second, uh-oh. And fine, bye-bye, Belmont, you're dead. Alright, so that's game over. I got that far as even with cheating. Also, this is not a... Oh, wait. Okay, I was gonna say, yeah, it does have a rewind. Fine, if you want to use rewind, it hits the L button like on everything else. Oh, wait a minute. So wait, because I put so many coins in this machine... Oh, that was weird. I was just scrolling down to like past 99. That was weird. To 0 and then to 99. I don't know what that happened there. That's bizarre. Okay, fine. But fine. They included this for a point. Fine, being the best version of this game that I can show, and the only one I can actually beat this game with. We'll get to this point. But fine, let's talk another case. Let me also adjust audio on this one, because... this is a remake. Yeah, if you... Fine, I didn't make that game look good. I mean, I'll still be fair to when we play it, but still... well, this is the star of the show, and I'm definitely going to be changing the thing on this one. That is... I think Twitch has a, a category for this already. I hope they do. Yeah, they do. This is Haunted Castle Revisited, and this is the last game we'll look at before we end the show tonight. This is a complete remake of the game you just saw, Haunted Castle from 1988. This just came out, actually, when this collection did. Not only did Stealth drop this game as far as saying, hey, we announced it, and Stealth released it. They also said, by the way, we have an extra game in this. There's a remake of the game you just saw with Haunted Castle. M2 developed it. The same people who did Castlevania Adventure Rebirth from Wii. This is to Haunted Castle, what Castlevania Rebirth was for Castlevania Adventure, and my god, it's amazing. Hi, Gemini96 rolling in with Poochie for the end of the show, but we're, you feasibly got to maybe the best point. We're at the Castlevania Dominus collection, but the last part of looking at this is Haunted Castle Revisited. We just showed Haunted Castle Normal. Jesus Christ, that game is insanely hard and insanely, not cryptic. It's clear. You can tell what you're supposed to do. It's sadistic. This release has a remake of it, and oh my god, it's unbelievable. Feel free to go on memories on Castlevania, if you have any, as far as the franchise, or any of the games in this one, which we've shown before a little earlier, which were Dawn of Sorrow, Port of Ruin, Order of Ecclesia from DS, and then the original version of Haunted Castle. This is the remake. So yeah, they gave us a classic Vania game. Fine, classic Vania as they call it. A classic Castlevania style game, going left and right, whipping. It is the same story, as far as how it is. You can press any button to start. You also unlock the ability to select any level after you've gone through the game. I've went through this game. It's not long, but oh my god, it's amazing. In this case, yeah, it is like the original. So yeah, here we go. There is Simon Belmont again with Selena. Selena, was it? Yeah, Selena. In this case, yeah, fine, Dracula's back. They just got married, so at that point, fine, he's taking her away. He's burning up with the anime energy. I love that. Here we go. Cross Your Heart. That is the name of the music that was in Castlevania, or fine, Haunted Castle as it was. Here we go. Look at this. Also, one thing I didn't mention when we did Haunted Castle a few minutes ago is when you jump, fine, it's like old Castlevania law dictates. You jump and then your momentum still goes and you can't change in midair. Not in this game you can't. You can change in midair all you want. And it's a 69 display as far as how it is, along with effects of, hey, you know, like we saw in Order of Ecclesia and other games, and Symphony of the Night and things like that. And in Adventure Rebirth, there's a lot of people who worked on Adventure Rebirth and made this. Those great effects as you're going down the way. So it is the same linear left to right thing. It does hit a lot of the same beats that Haunted Castle did itself. Look at the background details as far as the castle there, over there. It's getting a little blurry as you go along, a little foggy as far as how it is. Ow. You do take damage, but you don't take nearly as much as Castlevania, or fine, it is Castlevania, Haunted Castle specifically. I want to play more Castlevania games, honestly, because I love the first one from NES. Yeah, if you haven't gotten this collection, Jolly Finn, I think, is a convert as far as this franchise, because she said, I watched the Netflix series from 2017. I've seen the Castlevania Nocturne series. This collection, those three from DS, she was really curious about Order of Ecclesia and Port of Ruin. If you've not gotten this collection, it's on everything. This might be a good use of your $20 to get that. And fine, a lot of the collections, though, as far as and a lot of them are on Switch, as far as how they are specifically. And they changed the thing with the thing with the wall. It's not Yellow Devil again from Mega Man. It's not going to kill you with its flashing lights. Thank God. It's a bit different. So yeah, it is a great remake, and fine, this is an unbelievable remake of a game that's archaic as hell. Fine, I'm not going to say Haunted Castle is necessarily a terrible game. I'm going to say it's a cruel game. In that it's a game where, yeah, it's designed in a way that's, I guess, going to feasibly make you learn the meaning of pain and get good at your game. Maybe more than any game we've shown this program, and that includes Tower Duraga. I never thought I'd say that in my life. But this game is a great remake as far as that, and fine, a lot of the Castlevania collections are on this console. Also, by the way, you can't kill the tree demons in this one. You can in the original, but it doesn't necessarily matter in this game. And you have much better case as far as the whip, as you go. I'll show that in a second. Again, yeah, if you have not played other Castlevania games, yeah, you have access to tons of them in this comp. Yeah, you can get the orb. You have the upgrade of your whip, and you have a bar. It's kind of like how Castlevania Adventure on Game Boy and Adventure Rebirth did it, where as that bar is going, you have access to that. But I got myself killed and like Haunted Castle though, you run on lives. Thank God. And you have checkpoints. You'll find Haunted Castle had checkpoints as well. I probably should mention that. Also, yes, taking some of the beats that we saw, like, hey, you know, the fire's going off as far as on the ground. But you have the upgrade of the whip, kind of like Castlevania 1, going into that Gemini 96 that way, because fine, you can upgrade the whip in that game. This one just adds even more to it, and it also, the way the whip feels and the sound of it, the crack of it, it just feels good when you're hitting things with this. As far as other Castlevania games, fine. On this console alone, fine. There's... I should have a count of how many, because I guess I'll go into that as far as, like, hey, other Castlevania games to get into if you don't have other ones. Castlevania Anniversary Collection is Castlevanias 1, 2, and 3 from NES. 1, 2 from Game Boy, which are different. Kid Dracula, which is the Famicom version. Bloodlines, which is on Sega Genesis. And Super Castlevania 4 from Super Nintendo. Then the Advanced Collection has Aria of Sorrow, Circle of the Moon, Harmony of Dissonance, and it has Castlevania Dracula X, which is a remake of sorts of Rondo of Blood. It's not as good as Rondo of Blood. It's the one we got before we got Rondo of Blood when, well, fine, when the Wii Virtual Console version came out, and also when Dracula X Chronicles came out on PSP. And then there's this collection as far as the 3DS games, and then Haunted Castle and this one out. Yeah, here's the Medusa fight. It's a bit different than it was in, what was it? In Haunted Castle Arcade. Also, you do have the fire as far as your sub-weapon. Same deal. Hit up the Y button to use it and it runs your hearts. Kind of works like the Holy Water a little bit in the old game, but fine, it's not as spammable as that. Especially in Castlevania 1 and 2. For sure. You can feasibly bust the game with the Holy Water. In fact, I think it was Gemini 96 was you was telling me that as far as it, because maybe when I played Castlevania 1, I've never used the Holy Water as far as how it is that much. Even though it's like, fine, Castlevania law dictates you usually the Holy Water or the Cross. In fact, in the, like the classic mode that, or classic difficulty that, Adventure Rebirth has, you have to use the Holy Water or the Cross. You have only those choices. You can't select anything else, but I do need to get the whip upgrade. And be careful as far as, you do have more of a read on her when she does things with the snakes. It's fine, she shoots the snakes out again like before. But she kind of goes back and forth, and the amazing spray work out, and the thing with the hands. But yeah, when she does the thing with the eyes, she does the tail whip, so be out of the way when that happens. You also be careful of the bats that keep coming, and the snakes then keep coming as well. Whoa! I just want to try and beat this. Fine, I can beat this, it's just that I'm being reckless. It's fine, I can afford to be reckless in this in a way I couldn't in, the other one, Haunted Castle. Fine, keep want to say it's Castlevania. Fine. There's a debate if it's actually a Castlevania game, because people said, you know, when it comes to that, they maybe put the name in. Fine, I got a game over, but we're going to go through this. I'm going to at least beat this level. Yeah, the Holy Water's OP'd or overpowered, and that you can freeze the bosses. Yeah. And Castlevania 2 on NES, you don't have to even fight the final boss, as far as it. Specifically, you just walk right past Dracula. I was like, yeah, screw this, I don't need to fight him. Just throw that oak stake into the orb, and you're all set. And the only reason I know that is because I've seen other people play it, like the Angry Video Game Nerd, specifically. I mean, I have Castlevania 2, as far as that for NES, but it's in that Castlevania Anniversary Collection that I own. Although, fine, that's the only one I don't have on Switch, actually, as far as the collection. And fine, there's one other one that's on PS4 and 5. That's Castlevania Requiem, which has a Rondo of Blood and Symphony of the Night. We played Rondo of Blood last year. We played Symphony of the Night, not yet. Fine, the Castlevania games we played fully for the show, they've been Adventure Rebirth. I'm waiting for a re-release. I think we can get there. This game alone is an indication that M2 has it on their minds. They have to. I guarantee you they're thinking that. As we're pointing out also, the music in this game is by someone we actually heard for M2 before. Oh, wait, we got her. And then she turns to stone. Love that detail. And there she goes. Yeah, the music in this remake. For this remix of Lullaby Sent to the Devil, we're going to hear the full case of it. This is the one that's on the map screen. Was done by, I have his name down here somewhere. Jalen Nisperos. He did music for Sega Ages Outrun we played a few weeks ago, or about a month or so ago now. He also did stuff as far as, actually I have the credits I think of what he did. He worked on those Rebirth games. In fact, I think he worked on, not Castlevania Rebirth, he didn't work on this, on that specifically I should say. But other re-releases, including the Tiger Halley collection that I know Dolly Finn mentioned. Fine, as far as the music of the original for Haunted Castle, I actually forgot that. I did say Masahiro Ikariko, but I actually forgot one. That was Kenichi Mutsubara, who did audio on Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest for NES, as well as Vulcan Venture, Kitten Caboodle, which is an arcade game of Konami's. I played it myself. Contra Force for NES, and The Lone Ranger, which I believe is based on the old serial. Yeah, it was Konami doing licensed games as far as NES. But, yeah, it's really cool as far as what this is. Fine, this game is unbelievable. I'm going to show this a little bit. Well, fine, I'll show what I saw. It's like, we saw before what we saw in the other one. Also, fine, let me show you one other thing. Because there's the merman again. But, let's talk this on Castlevania. If you love Castlevania, you might either love or hate what I'm about to do. Let me walk in the water. Usually you die. Not in this game you don't. You go back and have a health penalty. I gotta be honest, I kind of love that just because, fine, this game was insanely hard as it was on NES as far as what it was. And honestly, it didn't even look like water. It looked like lava was on the ground in that game. This looks like water, and oh my god, it's gorgeous. It's absolutely beautiful. So the idea, like, hey, they give that. So I'll tell you this: if you're like, I don't know if I can handle difficulty on Castlevania for certain things, this collection might be worth going for this, and also for well, for the 2DS, 3DS games as well, because they do give you a lot of options to kind of ease you into the experience. Yeah, there you go. So I got my whip upgraded nicely. Okay, there you go. I'm gonna go to get another game over, and then that's gonna be the end of the show because yeah, I've gone a decent amount on this, and I do have to make that jump. Fine, in that case, I'm also just not being careful here tonight. Fine, I have to jump feasibly at the end of the platform if I can even make it. Fine, I'll do what you're supposed to do on this, which is at the edge of the platform, have his foot there. So like, yeah, I'm standing on nothing with my left foot. But if I can make that jump specifically, I can get over there. Fine, I don't have to. You do have a time limit, but it's not as strict. Okay, there you go. That is how pinpoint precise sometimes Castlevania is. But this one is a much more neat to be able to do that. Also, one thing I'm doing is I gotta go over. I do have to go over there because there is a there's some helpers there. Yeah, this is totally new. It's not long. It's this remake, as I mentioned, of a game that's like half an hour. But yeah, I had a blast the whole way through. I mean, I just sat down one afternoon after work. I just beat this game. It was so much fun. We just keep playing it. And it's so good. It's kind of a taste as far as this. It's also that case that, fine, what can Konami do with like a new Castlevania game? Fine, we've seen stuff like the Bloodstained games that Koji Igarashi, who's not with Konami anymore, he made on his own. He made 2 Curse of the Moon games and Ritual of the Night. Ritual of the Night's really, really good as far as the Metroidvania style. And those 2 Curse of the Moon games are kind of going the classic way. In particular, Curse of the Moon, the first one, is kind of almost a more inviting take on Castlevania 3. Castlevania 3 is insanely hard, especially for the US, because it made it hard for us for some reason. And I love doing that. I've mentioned that multiple times before, but that being said, that one's like, yeah, the challenge is there, no question, but it feels fair. It's the kind of thing that, yeah, you know, you can feasibly get over it. Fine, you can also get over it in 3. And 3 is a great game still, no question about that. But also, here's the other thing. Let me tell you this. Hit this thing, knock him down, he becomes stairs. So you have some neat stuff going. You know what? I'm going to go to the boss as far as this, and that's going to be the end of the show, because, man, this game is so cool. As I mentioned, what we'll do is, for the handling of this game, I'm going to show a full play of Haunted Castle original, and then we run through this. Because these games will not run that long. It's easily something we probably can do the whole show in 2 hours. Fine, tonight, fine, we've mostly not shown Game Dev Tycoon. We just showed me getting to the second office on pirate mode. I don't know how the hell I managed that, but I did. It was nice to definitely get that case. See how this is, and like, hopefully Konami will get a sense of, hey, you know, what are we gonna do with Castlevania to kind of come back to the style? Fine, M2 did a great job. You know, just give them another one. Fine, you're the Mud Man. I was thinking of them from here, as opposed to when we played Port of Ruin. Okay, here's an idea. Konami, let M2 make a totally brand new one. Like this, and kind of make it this either like a classic case or kind of go the Metroidvania direction. Also, by the way, if you fall here, you also will go back to checkpoint unless your health is really low, in which case you'll die, and that's why I don't want to do that yet. Also, yeah, those spinning platforms, you have to be careful jumping on them. You jump on them once, and then they spin, so they jump on it quick and then get off. Alright, there's the boomerang. So yeah, also the sub-weapons make a little more sense in this one than the bomb. Alright, there you go. Here's the cross. Oh, fine, there's a little bit of flash on that one, but oh my god, look at this. Okay, fine, I'm glad I got here, because look at the detail in the background here saying, look at me reflecting on the water, look at the item reflecting off the water, look at the merman over there. Look at how the water's glistening. Talk about yeah, your triumph of art direction and your triumph of saying, taking a classic style game, giving it that classic feel and element of itself, and then doing it with new tech that you couldn't do back then. And just being so satisfying. Whether you play Castlevania ever or not, yeah, this might be worth getting this collection for alone. And fine, there's 4 other reasons to get this. Fine, there's fine, 3. Fine. Haunted Castle you're buying to compare against this remake, and fine, it's good they gave you that for the purpose of a better version of it, not of letting you have free play, but then this remake that puts into context the problems with the original and what they really did to make this one better. And to really say, like, hey, take a game that had issues, but maybe was something that had some interesting things to it. Fine, I'm dead. I was running out of time anyway, but I was really close, as I just realized. But then say, yeah, we can do it. We can make it better. We have the technology, and my god, they do. Play M2 knows what they're doing. They did that with the Rebirth games. Fine, that's the other thing. Maybe just, if you're not going to do, like, the Castlevania Remake collection that I posited earlier, how about a Rebirth collection, which is saying, hey, take the 3 Rebirth games from Wii, which were this, or for Castlevania Adventure Rebirth, Contra Rebirth, and Gradius Rebirth. And actually, fine, Gradius Rebirth's the one I didn't get, so I can't show that without pirating it, so I'd be willing to get that one again, specifically. I do a Contra Rebirth on Wii, I can definitely show that at some point. I've shown Adventure Rebirth. Maybe I should come back to show it again in a different context. That game's so damn good. And kind of basically just to beg Konami more, and I'm begging for the past 2 years, to re-release it. Although, fine, this is the element. I want to play this. Yeah, I think maybe that's the idea of like what I was kind of hoping to show on this, or it's like, hey, you know, why this is worth your money, but also saying, like, what's Konami's collection going on? Yeah, this was such a gift from Konami, it really was. I mentioned as far as Konami, things they've done bad. They fucked that Metal Gear Solid Master Collection port up massively for everything in it. This game they didn't. They did this one right. They gave it to M2. Just give M2 every one of these, Konami. That's what I'm saying. They know exactly what they're doing. And they made a great case of it. They made a great new game and great releases of older games. Even think about how the DS emulation's running as far as that. And the DS emulation for the purpose of the controls. On top of making really, really good stuff and giving context to an ancient dinosaur of a game that is Castlevania, or fine, Haunted Castle. Which is not called that as far as Japan. Its name I don't have written down. Here's Bloody Tears. I gotta stop because otherwise we're gonna be completing this game in a few minutes. And yeah, it'd take too long to finish this. Tell you what I'm gonna do. We're getting to the end of the show, but I'm gonna do one thing. We're going into the music. I'm also turning the volume down to... I did take the specific audio setting to let you hear... Find 2 things. Because you can listen to all the music in all these games, just to tell you. But I'm gonna play 2 things. I'm gonna play Lullaby Sent to the Devil, or as they call it here, a Lullaby Sent to the Devils. Yeah, we heard a remix of this when we played Castlevania Adventure Rebirth. I'll have the links to every play of the Castlevania games we've done. And I promise we'll come back to other stuff of Castlevania more, and then next time we do a full run of Castlevania games, it's gonna be Chronicles from PlayStation. Yeah, if you want to get this collection, it's $25. It's on every console. It's on PS4, well, it's on PS5, Xbox Series S and X, Switch, PC. There's a physical version's coming out from Limited Run. The pre-orders are going for until October 13th. Definitely get that for sure. There's, of course, the Felix the Cat Collection we talked about earlier. That is on Switch, PS4, and PS5. That's $25 as well. For those games, it's worth it. For value and games, this is even more worth it. And Game Dev Tycoon, which is $15 on Switch and $10 on PC. That's the cool element of a Lullaby Sent to the Devils, but also fine. Let's also give another credit to something. Their remix of Bloody Tears from Castlevania 1. Oh no, Castlevania 2, I think. And the great music, that's the other thing you get for sure on these. Fine, because that's what it sounded like in the arcade. And there's some great music. That's the one thing I'll say about Haunted Castle. Even as far as the arcade case, the music in this game is good. There's some original stuff. I mentioned Lullaby Sent to the Devil. And also, Cross Your Heart, which is the piece of music you hear when you first go through the first level. It's good. It's good stuff. I can't criticize the music. The game is sadistic. So, if you're going to play it, for the love of God, play this version, which has the Japanese version where you can turn on free play. And then you can get it through in like 30 minutes. Like, okay, fine, not going to offend me too much. But, fine, let's do another thing. Fine, let me play the remix of Bloody Tears. And then I'm going to play the remix of Lullaby Sent to the Devil, and I'm going to have that on repeat for the rest of the program as I go into schedule when we get to that point. But yeah. And also a little stumping as far as getting us ready for Halloween. Yeah, because in the words of Squeeze, the summer is over, I can count the cards. Footprints on the beaches are now footprints in the frost. That's tomorrow, so yeah, we are ending summer. Quite a summer, that's for sure. As far as the show, myself personally, and a lot of the stuff. But yeah, we made it through, and we're entering the fall. We've got some good stuff coming up as far as the fall. But yeah, just to give you the sense of the aspect, and the great remixes of the music. Oh my god, the music's so good. But yeah, this is not even the most amazing case of it. Fine, that's a remix of Bloody Tears. We've heard remixes of that before in other Castlevania games. They've all been really, really cool. This is a cool one. But yeah, the one I'm really specifically wanting to go on is A Lullaby Sent to the Devils, as it's called for this, which, well, fine, I think that's the name of the Japanese translation out of it. This has not been remixed much. We heard it when we played Adventure Rebirth, because they remixed it for a level, with like Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis fonts mixed together, and it's amazing. And it was, of course, M2 who did that. It's in Haunted Castle itself, and then they remixed it in this. When I heard this, it's one of those, you know, your spine tingles in just the right way. And same with the Bloody Tears remix, which is a really great remix. And you can do playlists, by the way, to put music in, but for me, there's only one aspect as far as piece of music. You know, I'll let Bloody Tears finish because show it that respect, because yeah, it's a great piece of music too. Except, fine, they cut that off. I don't know why they cut that off, but fine. Let's get Lullaby Sent to the Devil set. Put on repeat. There we go. Finally get this set enough so you can hear it. Especially when the guitar goes. And it's going to repeat itself after I let it go through, because this music is amazing. Especially when the guitar comes in. Oh my god, it's so good! I can't help but be overjoyed by this music. Oh my god, it's so good. I cannot say enough about this music. It's fantastic. So there you go. That is the idea of Lullaby Sent to the Devil. I'm also having this on repeat, because this music is amazing. I need some music to take us out for the show, because yeah, that is our show for tonight. We did have the completion of Game Dev Tycoon for the purpose of that, and we had extra stuff. It's getting a dancing by a Dino dancing in the chat for sure. This is absolutely music you want to dance to. You think, wait a second. Castlevania we talked about tonight as a franchise, let's focus on this. I mean, fine, there's other stuff, we're definitely giving credence to that. But it's definitely... Castlevania's always been interesting with the music, I'll say this as far as our final closeout, which is that it's music that creates a great mood as far as a horror vibe. And wait a second, why is it not... Oh wait, I forgot, I gotta go in playlist, because I put it into a playlist on its own. So in that case, fine, just let Lullaby Sent to the Devil go, because it's that amazing. As far as the remix of this, it's something that's very atmospheric. As far as like here, you have the violins going, saying, okay, it looks kind of gothic, and then you have the drums coming in faster and the heavy guitar. So like, oh wow, it's like yeah, this kind of adrenaline and excitement that's going on about it. And then the idea that it's so insanely melodic too, and something kind of to dance to. And people honestly have said that actually with Haunted Castle itself. So fitting for that. It's one of those cases where I'll tell you what this is. I love doing this myself. Whenever I do things for parties and things, or fine, my work as far as when it comes to our group office Christmas party, they let me, as far as it, DJ the party. I'm glad that they do, but it's also the case that I feasibly make them question a little bit on some of this stuff. But the case is, like, I'll sometimes slip in video game music, because some people either don't know it, or they like, hey, they might not be in a case of it. And it's like, oh, I really like the stuff you're playing. It's like, oh, it's out of a video game, or you're upset at hearing that. It's like, what? But he's like, no, it's great. I had that with Sonic Adventure. It's one of those things I could slip into Castlevania music. It's like, oh my god, this sounds great. Specifically as far as it and gets you in that great horror mood, but also a case where feasibly you want to dance, but also something that, yeah, you're going to remember this music for sure. Fine, for this game, as far as it, for really every single one. Also, I'll tell you, I don't know if there's really a bad Castlevania soundtrack, which is something that I don't know. There's not a whole lot of franchise you can say. You might even say, like, well, maybe there's one where it doesn't sound that great. Even Haunted Castle, as sadistic as it is, the music's really good, and then they remade it, and it's even better. But fine, this is the second time that M2 redid this music because of the fact that there's a great version of it in the Adventure Rebirth game. And remixes of other music, including the load background music, which is in Castlevania Chronicles. Next time we're coming to this franchise fully. Like, yeah, they took the music from the loading screen for saving and they turned it into a level theme. Like, oh my god, it's awesome. And there's also a good remix of it in Dracula X Chronicles as an example. But yeah, there you go. So that is your finale of Game Dev Tycoon. Also, look at the Felix the Cat Collection and Castlevania Dominus Collection. I think they're all worth your money for different reasons, but definitely good case it and getting us in a good case before we start our Halloween block in 2 weeks. But with that, thank you so much for watching Super Welcome Saturday night, everybody. The last order of business is going to be our schedule. So, let's talk it. Let me also turn this down a little just to make sure that I'm not blaring it completely. So it's hearing enough, but also in case they're finding out to talk over this. Oh, feasibly, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't just go through Lullaby Sent to the Devils. We've heard it a lot. You know what? I'm looking at stuff on Order of Ecclesia. Let's run the Order of Ecclesia music. Why not? As far as how it is, and I can have it up a little bit just cause. Okay, so let's talk schedule because next week we're starting our celebration of the return of Argonaut software. As Nocturne's coming back at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the next part of Rocko and the Gabos. I also owe her an apology on tonight's show because last week I was saying, hey, she was sick, which was true. I was like, hey, okay, that's fine. That was a couple weeks ago. I said, I don't know if she's going to be in a case of doing the off-screen cleanup, or fine, the cleanup on her Twitch site. She is, actually. She was doing it yesterday. Oh, no, last Sunday, I should say. She might be doing it tomorrow, for all I know. But, yeah, I do want to apologize that way. I feasibly assumed that, hey, she wasn't going to be able to do it, but she was doing it. She had cleaned out a good amount of the first two worlds, generally speaking. And based on what else she has as far as what else she does, we'll continue off with that next time. And then we'll show off what is, whether we'll need another part of it after next week, I don't know. But that's going to be the idea. We're playing Rocko, Legend of the Goblins on Sega Saturn. I've since bought it on PlayStation. As far as how it is, I might feasibly ask her, like, hey, do you want to do an off-screen look at how it plays on PlayStation? And they did show that remake that's coming out, the HD version, the day I put up the last part, as far as on the YouTube site, so that was good timing. And it looks really good, and people were saying, like, hey, you know, Argonaut was saying, hey, our return to gaming and our return to this game, we were wondering, are people going to remember this? But they did, and honestly, now that I'm playing Croc myself, it's something that, yeah, I'm getting the appeal. I get the idea of, like, why people love it. Now, Gemini96 said, I really like this game. And, like, yeah, I get it now, for sure. And seeing how Nocturne's going, she's kind of become a believer in it as well. And it's going to get its grand return next year on the consoles and on the PC, as they've said. They haven't said specifically which consoles yet, but they did confirm it's console and PC that we're going to get it. Yeah, we're continuing our play of it on Sega Saturn next week at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And the week after that, we're going to be celebrating Argonaut one more time, and also starting a Halloween block. Because remember, when October comes around, we celebrate it specifically as far as horror stuff. We got our Castlevania fix for this year. As I mentioned, next time we come back to Castlevania, it will be with Castlevania Chronicles for the PlayStation. That was on the request of ElecVerse. I have it on the PS3. We'll show it then. Sometime next year. We'll do it next year, I promise. But outside of that, for this year, on October 5th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're going to be playing a horror element from Argonaut Software. That's Scooby-Doo Mystery for the Super Nintendo. It's an interesting one, not a necessarily difficult one, but one that I'm going to want to make sure I remember the last couple mysteries. Because there are 4 original mysteries that do take aspects of the show, but are not necessarily specifically based on it. There are those. Also, am I have this on repeat? Okay, fine. I don't want this on repeat because I want to run through the soundtrack as it go. I'll be controlling that one. And the week after that, at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're going a little earlier. The Crusader 64 is going to be coming back for... Wait, does it not... Fine, does it not go through that? Fine, you know what? I guess we're going to have to go through Lullaby Sent to the Devil repeated as far as music. I thought he had to play through all of them on its own, but I guess it's not the way I'm running it. But yeah, at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on October 12th, we'll be playing Until Dawn. As far as the version, well, you're going to have to come back actually in 2 weeks because I'm not going to have the answer yet because I pre-ordered the PS5 remake that's coming out on October 4th. The Crusader 64 has it on the PS3, or PS4, I should say, not PS3. We're going to decide which version to use, and also if they get rid of the licensed music that's in the PS4 version, and also if they do a good job of the remake. If they don't do a good job of the remake, like Lollipop Chainsaw Repop, so thank God they're going to be, that guy got the physical version, if they're going to patch it, because we're patching this thing, then we'll play it on PS4 through his PS5. Otherwise, we'll look at the remake, and in that case, it would be the first time, or the most recent that we played a game on the show since its release. So if Red Super was still a thing, which I guess it is, we'd easily be a target for playing that game before it came out, or right when it came out, basically. But we'll see how that goes. I'll have an announcement on the show we do Scooby-Doo Mystery on the 5th, but 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. He'll be back. We'll be on Camera Live, Gemini 96, since you're here. It is a remake of the game from Supermassive Games, who made The Man Medan that we played last year. It means choices we have. You could be another Agent of Chaos on that show if you desire, or maybe twist things around, saying like, hey, we're going to be another case. So yeah, your choices will get you to a different place as far as how the story is. We'll see if we can get through the whole thing, which is why we're starting earlier, also because it's going to get scary up there, for sure. So at that point, also jumping from the case of Scooby-Doo for the case of being family-friendly that way. And then, yeah, we're going full mature on Until Dawn. Either version's insanely violent and profane, for sure. So it's a case like perfect for the Halloween case. Week after that, we're playing Twisted Metal for PlayStation. Like, first wanted to see that, I'm going to be showing it off through the PS3, to show off the digital manual, and also so that I can feasibly do a decent job as far as going through what we got. The way we'll do it is I'm going to go through the entire game with one character, and then I'm going to put the passwords in for the other characters to show them all off. I'll see as far as how that works if I get through the whole game that way. If I don't, I will put it on the shelf for either early next year, probably February, or I will see if we don't need a part of Croc after next week's show. If we don't, it'll be on November 2nd. If we do, that will be the show we do, the finale of Croc on Saturn. And then October 26th, we're going to be playing Splatterhouse for the TurboGrafx 16. I'm going to be running the TurboGrafx 16 Mini I have. We're going to play the game first. It's not that long. It's a Namco beat-em-up franchise. It's the first game using the TG16 edition. I'll show that off, we'll beat it, and then we will go over the entirety of the TurboGrafx 16 Mini, going through all the games on it as far as discussion. And then all of you in chat, your choice again. If you want to see anything as far as what's on there, including the Castlevania game that's on there that we've already played, but still we can show it again, of Run with Blood. We can definitely do that, because I realized, hey, we did the Genesis Mini 2 showcase last year. It was almost 2 hours before we started playing a game, so like, fine, I want to avoid that, and since Splatterhouse is not that long, I can get that case and we'll have a look at that as far as that element. Inspire's a perfect one for Halloween. And definitely one that tends not to be talked about enough, but I also said, I need a reason to show off this TurboGrafx 16 Mini. I've had this for so long. What's the best way to go? I said, Splatterhouse is the way to go. No question, it's the way to go on this one. That is our October Halloween block for this year. November, as I said, we might have another part of Croc. If we don't, we'll have another part of Twisted Metal if we need it, or I'll feasibly pull something else out. Maybe another variety case, maybe, but I'll have answers for that in a couple of weeks. On November 9th, though, we're going to have the start of another long-form game we got going to go, and that's going to be Tomba. We're going to play it on PlayStation through the PS3, not using that new version because they screwed it up as far as crash bugs it has. But yeah, once you all wanted to see this, I've been liking this game as far as what I've been doing on my practice, running it on the PSP on my lunch break. It's definitely really interesting. It's a mix of a 2.5D platformer and an RPG, so we're kind of coming back to RPGs a little sooner than I thought we would. But yeah, it is really interesting. We're going to start that. It's going to be a couple parts, but we'll have part 1 on November 9th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Week after that, it's going to be a 30th anniversary celebration of Donkey Kong Country. Can you believe that in November, we're 30 years out from that franchise? So, celebrate it. So we played them both all on Super Nintendo already, and since we're not at the Super Bowl Game Saturday second chance thing for next year, which is going to be when we pull a game we've already played, either to fix tech problems or to have a case where we will come back to it for a reason, for under a different context, maybe with guests or something like that. I said, what are we going to do for this? Because I'm not missing this anniversary. I grew up with these games. They're a big part of my gaming history early on. So I said, let's take a look at the portable games. So I got Donkey Kong Country for the Game Boy Color and Donkey Kong Countries 1, 2, and 3 for the Game Boy Advance, and we're going to take a look at all 4 of them as a little bit of a taste, kind of like tonight's show, as it is. I'm looking forward to showing those off because there's some unique things in them, including unique levels in Donkey Kong Country 2 and 3, interesting modes as far as the other ones as well, and 2 and 3, and also, well, changes in orders of levels in Donkey Kong Country for the Game Boy Advance. There's some interesting things in those games. I definitely want to show them and give our love to Donkey Kong Country for 30 years, for sure. Then we got the Disney game for the year on November 23rd. That's going to be The Lion King, using the Disney Classic Games collection on Switch to play it. We'll run through one of the 16-bit versions, but we'll show off all of them, both of them, and then also the Game Boy version. I mean, depending on how it is, I might feasibly beat all 3. We'll see, but at least I'll show off the entirety of one of them. We'll get a sense as far as what that is. Just to give a sense of that collection, we'll go on that a little bit as far as the overall, but we're going to focus on The Lion King's 30 years to the movie. Unfortunately, also the passing of James Earl Jones a couple weeks ago. Rest in peace, my friend, because of course he was Mufasa. We're going to hear him in the game. He is in the game, as are some other people from the movie, as far as voice clips they included. Not on the Game Boy, but on the console versions at least we'll have those. And then on November 30th, we have our annual Thanksgiving Showcase. That is going to be for, so this is Xbox Live Arcade Games, Volume 1. There's so many, we can't do just one show for everything. But for this year, we are going to have 35 games that we've curated. Some that I know Chad have wanted to see. Some stuff that we have of demos. Some cases of things that we've wanted to show, we haven't been able to come with a context. A game I can't show to you in any other way live aside from the way we're going to show it on that showcase. That would be for The Wolf Among Us. We have other stuff. I've already promised stuff like Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, Poker Smash, Marvel Blast Ultra, Poker Night 2, Marvel vs. Capcom Origins, which thankfully there is a re-release of that game as far as, or the games in it, as far as it, and much, much more. Other stuff I've announced feasibly at one point, but others I have not. So yeah, I'm going to keep close to the vest on some of that. But some of them I mentioned, so fine. The ones I mentioned, I said we're going to do these, we'll do these, but first time we're doing it for not just a genre. We're going to do it for every genre under the sun. This has been our Great Gaming Feast. I'm going to try and do that one earlier. I might start like 4 or 5 p.m. like we did last year to be able to have time to cram it all in. Then we get to December. We're going to have the next part Tamba for the first weekend, and then the weekend after that, we're going to have Return to Super Mario Sunshine live on camera for myself, because I'm going to show off what did I do in the first 4 months of this year before we played it. We already beat the game, right? I would have beaten it by now anyway, I think, based upon how it was, but based on how schedules went and everything, I beat it in only 42 days. Fine, 42 days between when we first started and then when we finished. But there's 2 more pieces of business for that game, which are show all the clips I took, 100-something on the Switch here, of what I had. I'll show them all off. I'll show the game being played with weird accessories for the Switch that I can play it with as far as controllers. BK bongos, the Taiko drum, master drum, anything else I can get my hands on in between. And the CDI controller when that comes around. I don't know if I'm going to be able to run the game with it, but that's due out to me by later run in November, so I'll have that. We'll go over that at the end of the year for the final show of the year that's going to be on the YouTube site as an exclusive smash cut of every death I've had for Super Mario Sunshine, including those practice clips I have as our last year compilation. I know Gemini 96, you wanted to see that. We got it. That'll be exclusive that way. And as far as the last 2 shows we got of the year, we got Tetris Dr. Mario for the Super Nintendo. You know, ElecVerse wanted to see, and Delightful wanted to see and wanted to be in on. And then at the end of the year, we start Shenmue for the Dreamcast. I've already started practicing on this. I've already started digging out on this one because even though I know this game very well, it's a game that means so much to me. It's a very special place in my heart, clearly. I've mentioned multiple times. I've edited things in for that game multiple times. I quote that game all the time. I got to give the look, but I also said, you know, there are a lot of things in that game that you can actually miss that go to story content, and a lot of events you have to do very specific things. So, in order to make sure that it is, in the words of 1-2L, a boss play, I'm going to look over everything that I can show specifically, including a detail I actually did not know about this game until yesterday. Apparently it took people 20 years to find this. And I'm going to have to try and see if I can't get it working. They've said you're able to get it to work. Where Nozomi, the girl in town, she actually can join you in a battle in the game, which I did not know that you could do. I'm going to try and see if I can't get that showing specifically as one example, but there's many, 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 many other examples. We're going to go through that game. I'm not going to necessarily promise how long the game is going to be. I'm going to guess 6 months because they said we're going to go through this at a leisurely pace. We're going to run on the Dreamcast specifically. I'll show off everything I can as far as all the great events for it, all the interesting sites. We're going everywhere. We're going to the arcades. We're going gambling. We're going to search for sailors, of course, run Chinese ships. We're doing it all. And I will also show off aspects of the Shenmue Passport at the end of the play, which is the 4th disc that comes with the game on Dreamcast. And then in January, we'll have Shenmue continuing and Tomba feasibly finishing, but only continuing at least, if not finishing. We will also have Super Bowl Game Saturday Second Chance. That's going to be our look at the Nintendo GameCube preview disc, which does have a game we've shown before, which is Sonic Adventure. It has the DX version as far as demo. And there's a lot of demos in that. We'll show off a lot of videos and things. It's an interesting thing to look at. And we're going to open the show as far as it might be for Edwack potentially, if he wants to do Smart Ball or if the schedule is going to be set for him for that or other cases. We'll figure that out as we go along. And definitely next year we will get to Castlevania Chronicles and more stuff. And Super Bowl Game Saturday Second Chance, as mentioned, as far as that. We'll have one of those a month, so we'll have a viewer request every month. So keep those viewer requests coming. We will get to them. And I'm looking forward to it. And yeah, we're continuing strong with Super Bowl Game Saturday. And it's all thanks to every one of you in the best chat on Twitch. And thank you also to all the fans of the beginning of the show for telling me the tech problems. I'll look them over. I'll see if it affects the video. Depending how, if it does, I might actually record something earlier for that. I enjoyed the show. Thank you so much for the Castlevania introduction. I'm sorry the sound issue is on my end. Well, don't worry about it. I'm glad I found out, because sometimes I'm in a case of saying, like, wait a second, what's going on? I might not know. So, you know what? Don't feel in a case of saying, like, hey, wait a second, I'm hearing something off. Or, like, hey, it's too loud or something, or too quiet or something. I get that idea. I mean, hey, it's the aspect of the respect. There's a way to do it, for sure. And so that's kind of rarely where I'm coming from. So I'm not going to say, hey, you know, I've got a case of this or anything. Could be my tech. I don't know. It could be my tech, you know? I've run into a case of that too, so I get it 100%. Completely. So thank you so much for that. I definitely appreciate that. And of course, we're jumping on the show and mixing up. We have a great time. Thank you. No problem. Thank you. Thank you to Gem96 and Proto as well as far as the show tonight. With that, I think it's going to be the end of Super Bowl Game Saturday for the night. Have a great rest of your weekend, everybody. A great rest of your night, as far as it might be a horrible night to have a curse, but not to have aspects of Castlevania going. Great rest of your weekend and a great week come forward. I'll see you next Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with Nocturne for Chronicles of the Godboys for the Sega Saturn. For part 5. I had to think about where we're up on part. Take care. So, Gem996 says, I agree. Thank you so much, Gem996. Have a great night. Bye. Dolly Finn says, take care, everybody. Thank you so much for everything. See you next week.